starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, The Power of the Shining Fruit. I heard that the celestial dragons wanted to kill a few fishmen for fun. Nami. This is the name of the orange-haired girl. A thief who claims to be a pirate treasure thief. This behavior can be said to be walking on the edge of a knife. She has been doing this since she was 10 years old, and now it has been 8 years. This time stealing Akihara Kagura's pocket was just a casual act. She thought that Akihara Kagura, who had a female bodyguard named Karin, would be a big shot. In the end, it was just a pile of orange peels. Fortunately, there is a big meal waiting for her on this island. Buggy the Clown is a big pirate in the East China Sea with a bounty of 15 million Baileys. He has a large number of pirates under his command. This pirate group is also known for its love of finding treasures. There must be a lot of treasures on the ship, enough for her to have another meal. Nami looked at the Straw Hat Boy who is still eating and drinking in the restaurant. Her eyes rolled around, and she suddenly thought of a plan in her mind. She wanted to use this Straw Hat Boy to attract the attention of the Buggy pirates and steal Buggy the Clown's treasure herself. As long as I can save up 100 million berries, I will be able to save up 100 million berries soon. I will have 100 million berries as startup capital soon. On the sea near the island, a wooden dragon hundreds of meters long pulled a wide raft and swam away. Sitting in the middle of the raft, Akihara Kagura also calculated her starting capital. On the raft, a small meeting was being held. Kaguya Akatsuki knelt beside Akihara Kagura, and she couldn't quite understand what Akihara Kagura said. Her palms were slightly turning as if she was feeling something. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the two heroes of the Warring States period, stood on both sides. Hashirama Senju's brain gave him a headache for any meeting. Madara Uchiha was not very interested in meetings either. When he held clan meetings in the past, he would listen to other people's opinions. Shirato Sasori, Orochimaru, and Tobirama Senju were the main speakers of this meeting. The three of them were very interested in the technology and capabilities of this world. White Zetsu, Oi, and Black Zetsu were just listening to it all. This meeting decided one thing. The ninjas from another world will form a pirate group. Hashirama Senju will be the captain, Madara Uchiha will be the vice captain, Tobirama Senju will be the navigator, Scorpion of the Red Sand will be the gunner, Orochimaru will be the ship's doctor, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu Oi will be responsible for intelligence, and Kaguya Akatsuki will be the mascot of the pirate group. In this way, if there is any problem, Scorpion of the Red Sand can communicate with Akihara Kagura remotely and instantly, so as to obtain information from Akihara Kagura. Although there is also a communication creature called Den Mushi in this world, Den Mushi is inevitably not safe enough, and chakra and spiritual communication are the safest. Of course, this level of pirate group must not be vague in terms of equipment. A huge sea ship made by Akihara Kagura using wood release appeared on the sea, and Hashirama Senju used wood release to grow a 9-headed huge wooden dragon to pull this huge sea ship to sail on the sea. In this way, the gimmick is definitely enough to bluff. As for Akihara Kagura, she must have gone to join the Navy of Justice. This world is very interesting. Enjoy the fun in this world. Akihara Kagura sat on the raft, holding high hopes for this huge ship. I will join the Navy of this world first. I hope that when we meet again, your pirate group can help me become an admiral or a marshal of the Navy. The foreheads of the people present were throbbing. Although they still don't understand the power system of this world and how the camps are divided, pirates and Navy must be in opposition, right? This is to train pirates by yourself, catch pirates by yourself, and sit in a high position by yourself? Is there anything else you want to explain? Senju Tobirama frowned and asked in a deep voice, if there is nothing else, we will set off first. Anyway, you can observe us with the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion. As a scientist, Senju Tobirama is very curious about the power system of this world. He wants to understand the source of power in this world as soon as possible. Really? Akihara Kagura raised her hand, and the box of bombs with Buggy the Clown's head painted on it slowly floated over and landed on the ship. Take some time to help me kill a world noble with this box of shells, and find a way to let people know that it was the great pirate Buggy who killed him. I think you should be able to find out information about that world noble. Framed. Orochimaru understood in a second and reached out to take the box of shells. Akihara Kagura usually wouldn't deliberately frame someone. It seems that this guy named Buggy offended Akihara Kagura, or it is possible that Akihara Kagura wanted to deliberately instigate the relationship between Buggy and the world nobles, or perhaps this guy named Buggy is still a big shot. Who is the great pirate Buggy? Senju Hashirama felt that he sounded like a big shot. I'll give you information about him. Akihara Kagura took out a scroll, left Buggy's information on it, and threw it directly to Senju Hashirama. When you understand this world, you will naturally know how big a pirate Buggy is. Also, you will probably meet a newsbird. If you meet a newsbird selling newspapers, hang this scroll around the neck of the newsbird, and you may be able to know the full picture of the pirate Buggy faster. Newsbirds are special animals that sell newspapers. These newsbirds and the newspapers they sell all come from the World Economic News Agency. It is unknown whether the newsbirds will bring information to the newspaper. The newspaper should accept such a submission, right? The assassination of the world noble must be super big news. After Akihara Kagura arranged everything, he left here on his own and took car into the 16th Navy branch in the East China Sea, where he would sign up for the Navy. Then go to become a glorious Navy handyman. Even more unfortunate is that the 16th Navy branch in the East China Sea is a one-man show of the Navy Colonel Rat. This naval branch has always been at peace with the nearby towns. Even the most powerful Arlong pirates in the surrounding area have been living in peace with this naval branch, which has directly led to this naval branch becoming a base for making money, and the phenomenon of bullying from top to bottom is particularly serious. If you want to be promoted, I don't know how long it will take to get promoted. Colonel Mouse is a man who needs money very much. What he needs is some subordinates who can help him make money from nearby villages and towns. All the poor people without money are only qualified to serve as free chores in this naval branch base. Those who have passed the training can be included. As for whether they can be promoted in the future, it probably depends on whether they can behave. From the current point of view, it is unknown whether the chores soldier Akihara Kagura can behave, but at least his training is quite qualified, and he's extremely good at shooting and target training. Yes. The ability of the 9 Magatama Samsara Eye Sharingan and the Samsara Eye allows him to hit the target every time during shooting training, as long as it is within the range of the musket. The 16th Navy Division in the East China Sea soon produced a rising star. Even the officer in charge of training had to admit his excellence. This naval star soon became a private third class in the Navy, responsible for guarding the gate with a gun in the base. System prompt. The host has been promoted from a naval errand boy to a private third class in the Navy. After the host was promoted, new abilities are awakened in the body and new characteristics were opened. System prompt, shimmering fruit. System prompt, the attributes of shimmering fruit, natural, and golden flash are detected to be compatible. The shimmering fruit and golden flash in the host's body have merged into a new characteristic, shimmering ability, natural. Shimmering ability, natural integration, the host's body evolves into the light of nature, directly transforming into golden light particles. Physical attacks cannot hurt the existence of light. At the same time, the host can use the speed and power of light to develop incredible abilities. Akihara Kagura, wearing a Navy uniform and holding an old-fashioned musket, stood at the gate of the 16th Navy Division base, feeling that her efforts over the past few days did not seem to be in vain. Although he had already acquired the ability to control nature, he was unable to become one with nature. This upgrade reward gave him the ability of the nature-type shining fruit. This ability was indeed very good. The only problem was the water problem. Because all devil fruit users in this world are cursed by the sea, there is a special element in the sea water that will make devil fruit users lose their strength. In addition, the water in nature is always in a state of circulation, and this special element in the seawater has entered all water along the water cycle, causing many devil fruit users to lose their strength directly due to touching too much water even when taking a bath. Akihara Kagura tried it and found that his own characteristics were not cursed by the sea. He felt a little relieved, as if with his life level that was almost immortal, he might not be cursed by the sea. Name, Akihara Kagura. Gender, male. Age, 21. Birthday, April 4th. Life energy, not fully developed. Haki, none. Characteristics, chakra progenitor, 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan, Samsara Eye, light and shadow, control of nature, flash ability, nature oneness, skills, Takamagahara, Susanoo, truth-seeking ball, position, oddity soldier marine private third class, Superior, Marine Corporal, Corporal, Russ. This is the modified system panel after Akihara Kagura came to this world. The original chakra was changed to life energy, and there was an additional label of undeveloped life energy. But if you want to get promoted, this ability is not enough, you have to find a way to clean up your boss. The entire 16th branch base in the East China Sea is full of smoke and miasma. From Colonel Mouse to Private Akihara Kagura, there are messy guys everywhere. These people must be cleaned up. Just at this time, a rumor appeared in this branch base. A celestial dragon is going to visit the East China Sea. The most important purpose is to hear that there is a pirate group composed of fishmen in the East China Sea. This celestial dragon likes to kill fishermen slaves for fun. This is because 13 years ago, this celestial dragon once raised a fishman named Fisher Tiger, but the fishman slave made a big fuss in Marigiaes, the holy land where the celestial dragons live, causing many celestial dragon slaves to escape in that incident. From then on, the celestial dragon was extremely disgusted with fishmen. However, the leader of the fishermen pirates, Jinbei, became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and was recognized by the world government as a great pirate. Jinbei had been protecting Mermaid Island, which made it inconvenient for the celestial dragon to kill a few fishmen for fun. It was also not safe to enter the Fishman Island under the sea to kill a few fishmen. Fortunately, there was still a group of fish that slipped through the net in the East China Sea. The celestial dragon came to the East China Sea to kill a few fishmen for fun. If you just don't understand the celestial dragons, you may not understand what the celestial dragons are thinking, and why they are so bored that they come to the East China Sea to kill fishmen for fun. But Colonel Mouse knows how terrible the celestial dragons are. For the world nobles like the celestial dragons, Colonel Mouse is very clear about their almost unlimited power, and even the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters has to be respectful. To put it bluntly, if the celestial dragon wanted to kill him, a captain of a naval branch, there would be no problem. He might even have to kneel down and wait for death to avoid harming his family. If the news of his collusion with the fishmen are long got out and reached the ears of the celestial dragon, it would not be surprising that the base was bombed to the ground. In order to know the truth of the rumor, Colonel Mouse contacted his friends in the Navy headquarters, but his friends were not even qualified to contact the world's noble celestial dragons, but they knew that many celestial dragons naturally looked down on ordinary people and especially liked to kill innocent people. Back then, the fishman Fisher Tiger made a big fuss in the holy land of Marijoa, causing such a big mess that the entire Navy was shocked by Fisher Tiger. It was even a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Yellow Monkey, who personally went to hunt him down. The name Yellow Monkey is truly well known. Because Yellow Monkey is the current Admiral of the Navy headquarters, ranked among the 3 highest combat forces of the world government, and is many levels higher than Colonel Mouse, a branch colonel. I feel like I'm going to get into big trouble. Just like Colonel Mouse's name, he also has a pair of mouse whiskers and is very timid, fearing that he will be killed by the celestial dragons in the future. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take this opportunity to think of a way to let Colonel Mouse fight with Eren. Colonel Mouse doesn't have the courage either. He knows that Eren is from the Grand Line and is very powerful. There's even a sea beast from the Grand Line. However, go and talk to Eren. Eren must know the horror of the celestial dragons. As long as they get a few fishmen for the celestial dragon to kill for fun, and find a way to fool this matter, they can also please the celestial dragons, and maybe even get a promotion. If it doesn't work, then they can only find a way to kill Eren, even if they use all the Navy in this base. The terror brought by the celestial dragons is not comparable to Eren. Calling people this East China Sea branch base immediately became lively. Colonel Mouse was afraid that Eren would not obey, so he gathered a group of Marines and boarded the warship. All those who could hold a gun were taken on board by Colonel Mouse. We must find a way to please this celestial dragon who visited the East China Sea. Colonel Mouse thought of the nobility of the celestial dragons, and pinched his mouse-like beard with his fingers. As for Eren, I can only hope that guy will know better. I hope everyone will know better. Akihara Kagura fabricated and spread a rumor, not worrying at all about the rumor being exposed. When all my superiors are dead, the celestial dragons over there should also be killed by them, so that there will be no evidence. How depraved. Kagura actually used this method to deal with the Colonel and Eren. Chapter 352, The Confusing Behavior of the World's #1 Swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. East China Sea. Arlong Kingdom. This is the territory of the Arlong pirates. The Arlong pirates rule over about 20 villages and towns. The leader, Arlong, is a shark man who claims that fishmen are a superior race. He regards the humans in these villages and towns as slaves of the Arlong pirates and exploits the villagers of these villages and towns at will. The Arlong pirates levy high taxes in these villages and towns, and conscript ordinary villagers to build the Arlong kingdom. Once the villagers do not satisfy them, they will kill them at will. The Navy has never cared about this kind of thing. Colonel Mouse of the 16th Branch Base in the East China Sea has always been in cahoots with Arlong, accepting bribes that Arlong regularly gives him, and has become an umbrella to protect Arlong. Therefore, when Colonel Mouse led the warship here, the Arlong pirates did not care at all, and even thought that Colonel Mouse was here to collect money. It's just that this time, Colonel Mouse brought a lot of soldiers with him, but this warship cannot enter the Arlong kingdom. Even Colonel Mouse can only enter with 3 or 4 people, and he has to be pulled in by a fishman. This also shows Arlong's defensiveness. Akihiro Kagura stood on the warship and had seen the fishmen in this world. Most of them looked ugly and weird, and their faces had some characteristics of deep-sea fish. The leader of this pirate group, Arlong, has a long nose as sharp as a nail, a mouthful of sharp teeth, a shark fin behind his head, and a body full of muscles. He doesn't look like a guy who is easy to mess with. In fact, this guy is indeed not easy to mess with. Some naval branches in the East China Sea also wanted to wipe out Arlong. Some of them were bribed by Arlong with money, and the others were mostly defeated by the Arlong pirates. This month's money, when Aaron saw Colonel Mouse appear, he pushed several stacks of banknotes to him, but seeing that Colonel Mouse refused to accept them, he grinned. "Colonel Mouse, don't be too greedy. This is the share we agreed on before." "It's not that I'm greedy, I brought you a piece of news." Colonel Mouse looked at the shark man in front of him, his eyes suddenly turned. He thought of solving the problem peacefully, and then thought of how to extort money, and said with a sinister smile, "This news is worth a lot of money, and it will save you from a catastrophe." Oh. Aaron didn't care about it, and even said with interest, "Is the Navy going to transfer new troops to the East China Sea? The most troublesome thing in the East China Sea now is the one stationed in Rogue Town." "It's not the Navy's trouble." Colonel Mouse touched his beard, laughed and said, "A Xianlong is coming to visit the East China Sea. I heard that the Xianlong hates you fishmen very much. The purpose of visiting the East China Sea is to come to the East China Sea to kill a few fishmen for fun." What? Aaron's expression suddenly became ugly. This news is indeed worth a lot of money. Those evil bastards actually wanted to kill the fishmen, but their purpose was just to have fun. The lowly human Aaron could only curse a few words inwardly, but he had also witnessed the cruelty of the celestial dragons in the Grand Line. He hated the celestial dragons to the bone and wanted to kill them as soon as possible, but he never dared to do it again. If the purpose of that celestial dragon was to kill the fishmen for fun, the Arlong pirates must leave the East China Sea as soon as possible. At least they must not be discovered by that celestial dragon. It seems that you know the seriousness of the matter. Colonel Mouse saw Aaron's face and immediately understood that the other party was also afraid of the power of the celestial dragons. He smiled and said, "Then give me a few fishmen to satisfy the celestial dragon's pleasure, and you can continue to lie here and sleep soundly." "You guy!" A flash of anger suddenly flashed across Aaron's face. He looked at Colonel Mouse in front of him and had a murderous intention in his heart. He actually wanted to give the fishmen to the celestial dragons to be slaughtered. How dare this bastard have such an idea? Even if Aaron knew that handing over a few fishmen at this time might allow him to escape the celestial dragons, he was unwilling to hand over his compatriots for this. He absolutely did not want the fishmen to die in the hands of the celestial dragons, and he must not send anyone to the hands of the celestial dragons. If Aaron did not plan to continue to build his Aaron kingdom in the East China Sea in the future, and this shifty colonel in front of him was an acquaintance, he really wanted to turn his face immediately and kill this hateful rat colonel directly. Is this bastard the same as those humans who regard fishmen as inferior creatures? I will be away from here for a while. Arlong gritted his teeth, a trace of blood appeared in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "After the celestial dragons leave, we will come back to continue our cooperation." "That won't do." Colonel Mouse looked at the anger on Arlong's face, and hurriedly explained with a smile, "I heard that this celestial dragon visited the East China Sea with the purpose of killing more fishmen for fun in the East China Sea. Jinbei of the Fishman Pirates is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government. It is not convenient for this celestial dragon to kill the fishmen in the Grand Line. Besides, If the purpose of the celestial dragons coming to the East China Sea is to kill a few fishmen, and they don't enjoy the fun of killing fishmen, what if they get angry? The mouse colonel looked a little wretched. He was obviously talking about the truth with a smile, but he seemed to be mocking when he spoke, and he didn't take the lives of the fishmen seriously at all. Aaron's teeth were tightly clenched, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Even if the man in front of him was a partner, he couldn't bear the other party's killing of a few fishmen by the celestial dragons was like killing a few fish, as if being killed by the celestial dragons was a blessing for their fishmen. You want to use my compatriots to please the celestial dragons. Aaron's words pierced through the mouse colonel's mind. He knew very well the style of this partner, and he must want to use the lives of the fishmen to please the celestial dragons. There is no strong navy in the East China Sea, but the mouse colonel, the partner, is the only navy that can get fishmen from him. This bastard who wants to please the celestial dragons. Aaron's anger rose in his heart, and he didn't even wait for Colonel Mouse to refute. He suddenly opened his mouth and bit Colonel Mouse's head, and then he opened his sharp teeth and bit the naval colonel in front of him to death. Anyway, he had to hide from the celestial dragons for a while. A group of naval soldiers following Colonel Mouse were shocked. Why did Aaron kill people in such a rage? They also felt that Colonel Mouse was right. They were the world's noble celestial dragons. Aaron refused to hand over a few fishmen for the celestial dragons to have fun. Did he still want to resist the celestial dragons? I've wanted to kill the celestial dragons for a long time, and they want me to sacrifice my compatriots to please them. Aaron's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His eyes fell on several naval soldiers who followed Colonel Mouse, and he directly issued an order: kill this group of Navy soldiers, pack up and leave here immediately, and no one can find out our whereabouts. I wanted to do it a long time ago. The fishmen immediately pounced on several naval soldiers. There were even fishmen who swam directly in the direction of the naval warships. The entire Arlong Kingdom was immediately filled with blood, with broken limbs and arms everywhere. Colonel Mouse's trusted soldiers were torn to pieces. On the warship, one by one, the Navy soldiers were quickly killed by the fishmen. A third-class soldier hid in the dining room of the cabin, holding his old-fashioned musket, as if he didn't dare to participate in this battle. He even prepared pear juice for himself. This group of scum in the Navy and the evil pirates are fighting, and I don't know who can win. Just at this time, a fishman saw Akihara Kagura hiding in the dining room, and rushed over without hesitation, waving the sharp blade in his hand, and was about to stab Akihara Kagura to death. Bang! A dull gunshot. The fishman didn't even see Akihara Kagura's movements clearly, and was shot through the head by Akihara Kagura. This fishman, who had killed many humans, didn't even expect that he would die under the gun. After killing the fishman, Akihara Kagura slowly drank the pear juice in the cup, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. He was just an ordinary private in the Navy, and he had no strength to solve the Arlong pirates. He could only wait quietly for a tool. In fact, most of the Navy in this world need a little bit of fate to get promoted. For example, if a pirate suddenly appears to help, it is okay for Akihara Kagura, a righteous private in the Navy, to use the pirate. At least it will not arouse the suspicion of the Navy's higher-ranking officials. The battle on the warship ended quickly. This naval branch fleet had no combat power to begin with. It could make do with following Colonel Mouse to oppress ordinary civilians. Once fighting with a strong race like the fishmen, it almost showed a crushing trend. The warship was soon covered with blood, but 3 fishmen died. This made Arlong furious, but unfortunately he had no time to waste. He had to pack up and leave the kingdom he built before the celestial dragons arrived. Just at this time, an orange-haired girl also returned to the Arlong kingdom. She looked at the fishmen who were packing up their things and the bodies of the Navy soldiers on the ground with some surprise. There was a flash of hatred and fear in her eyes. What happened? How did this group of evil fishmen suddenly kill so many Navy soldiers? And it seemed that they were leaving here? I just went out, and by the way, I followed a small pirate group composed of a straw hat boy and a green algae-headed idiot to defeat the clown buggy with a bounty of 15 million, and then pulled a lying longnose to join the small pirate group to defeat a sinister pirate named Crow. This was a trip with a good mood. However, why did the fishmen of the Arlong pirates start packing up and slipping away when I just let go of my mood and came back here? Nami. After seeing the orange-haired girl in front of him, Arlong immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Go pack up your things, take all the sea charts you drew, and we'll leave here. You are leaving here." Nami's eyes flashed with joy. However, this joy was quickly suppressed by her, and her expression became very serious, as if she was very worried about the situation of the Arlong pirates. Arlong, what happened to you? It's not you, it's us. Arlong narrowed his eyes, staring at Nami in front of him, and suddenly a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are the surveyor I favor. Haven't you wanted to draw a sea map of the world since you were a child? I will take you away from here and draw more sea maps. Nami's body involuntarily took a step back. Don't think about escaping. Arlong showed a mouthful of shark teeth and added a sentence. Nami, don't you want us to kill all the people in Kokoja village before we leave? Kokoja village is the village where Nami grew up. In order to protect the village, Nami joined the Arlong pirates and became the surveyor of this pirate group. She even took risks to steal from other pirates since she was a child, hoping to save up 100 million Baileys to redeem the village from the rule of the Arlong pirates. I'm about to save up 100 million berries. Nami frowned and wanted to reiterate their previous agreement. You said that as long as I save up 100 million berries. Oh. The smile on Aaron's face suddenly became playful, as if he was looking at an innocent child. I lied to you about that. What? Nami seemed to have heard something wrong. At this time, Aaron simply showed his cards directly, no longer hiding his thoughts, and laughed fiercely. It seems that you really don't understand your talent. Aaron spread his hands, grinned and praised. Nami, a surveyor like you can't be bought with 100 million berries. Even the Grand Line can't find a navigation genius like you. Aaron. The voices of the two fishmen interrupted their communication. They pulled a small boat back to the Aaron Kingdom, carrying a tied-up man with a green algae head. We caught a strange person. Nami. The green algae-haired man was wrapped in bandages and seemed to have been seriously injured. He did not pay attention to Arlong, but when he saw Nami here, his face was extremely shocked. Zoro. Nami's eyes narrowed instantly. She looked at the green algae-haired man in front of her, and her heart was a little complicated. She admitted that she was very happy in the Straw Hat Pirates, but she hated pirates. She also hated herself for being forced to join Arlong's pirate group. You don't hate pirates very much? Zoro was even a little surprised when he saw Nami appear here. Nami was silent and speechless. Arlong waved his hand with an indifferent attitude. Forget it, no more nonsense, kill this guy, we have to pack up and leave here quickly. The celestial dragons may come at any time now, and Arlong still has a lot of things to deal with. He has no time to chat with a human here. It would be such a waste to kill him. Nami took the initiative to take over this task. She revealed the tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her shoulder and said coldly, Zoro, I never hate pirates. I am a cadre of the Arlong pirates. What I said to you before was a lie. I was just acting for you. At that time, she was actually being her true self. But now she has to disguise herself and attribute everything in the past to acting. She looked at Arlong and said coldly, I have drawn a lot of sea charts. Aren't you going to leave here? Let this guy come and help me clean up. Whatever you want. Arlong has never paid much attention to the humans in the East China Sea. However, Arlong did not expect that there were a lot of troubles behind this green algae head. While the Arlong pirates were still working hard to relocate here, members of a small pirate group came to the Arlong Kingdom one after another in two small boats. A Straw Hat boy named Monkey D. Luffy brought his newly recruited chef Sanji and sniper Usopp from the sea restaurant Barity to bring back his navigator Nami and vice captain Zoro. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Arlong Pirates immediately had a fierce conflict. While the two pirate groups were fighting inside the Arlong Kingdom, Akihara Kagura, a third-class Navy soldier from the 16th branch of the East China Sea, watched the scene quietly. It's all fighting here. Akihara Kagura watched the battle in the Arlong Kingdom while waiting for the situation on the other side. This time it's about my rapid promotion. I must deal with this celestial dragon who may visit and keep him silent, so that this matter will become completely dead and without evidence. On the other side, on a huge wooden ship pulled by a 9-headed wooden dragon. This wooden ship has changed. The mast of the ship is hung with a skull pirate flag with a whirlpool mark, and the deck and cabin are full of cannons. This pirate group, which was established not long ago, finally has its own name. In view of the fact that the captain, Hoshirama Senju, is good at using the ability of wood escape, this pirate group is finally named Konoha. The Konoha pirates did not do nothing during this period. In order to ensure the completion of Akihara Kagura's mission and learn about the information of this world, they planned to rob the artillery of a pirate group called Crick. It is said that this pirate group has a lot of artillery. Finally, they found the location of the Crick pirates. However, this pirate group had been completely wiped out by a man named Hawkeye at the Barity, a restaurant on the sea, and the captain of the Crick pirates was also knocked down by a Straw Hat Boy. Fortunately, the ship of the Crick pirates has not completely sunk. The Konoha pirates rushed to the Barity, a restaurant on the sea, and finally succeeded in obtaining the artillery, so that they could carry out the mission assigned by Akihara Kagura. As for the Straw Hat Boy versus Crick, in their eyes, it was just a chicken pecking each other. As for the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, who injured a challenger named Zoro, in their eyes, it was just an adult deliberately bullying a child, but the result was not very good. We're being targeted. Scorpion stood on the deck of the ship, his eyes fixed on a small coffin-like sampan following behind the ship, and the hawk-eyed man on the boat who was dressed very gorgeously. A guy named Hawkeye Mihawk has targeted us. He seems to be the world's greatest swordsman. This guy has been following us for 2 days since we were at the sea restaurant Barity, and he is still following us now. You haven't done anything for 2 days. Akihara Kagura was very curious about this matter. Because there are too many people around. Most of the members of the Konoha pirates are ninjas, and it is a ninja habit to hide that they are. Scorpion is no exception, and the reason he gave is quite sufficient. We are worried that if a battle breaks out in a crowded place, it may cause unnecessary prying, and the movement may be a bit loud. But it doesn't matter. Scorpion looked at the sea ahead where the wind was gradually dying, and looked back at the coffin boat that was still following closely behind, and continued to report, "We are about to reach an uninhabited area, so it shouldn't matter if we fight here. Let's start the battle. Let's go the way of Smoker first." Chapter 353, Mihawk is a talented person. Let him take part in the task of killing the celestial dragons. Calm Belt. It is located on both sides of the Grand Line. Due to the existence of the Calm Belt, the Grand Line and the Four Seas are separated into 2 areas. The Grand Line is the gathering place of the world's strong, and other seas are very peaceful. As the name suggests, there is no wind in the Calm Belt. This also means that any ship attempting to sail in the Calm Belt will lose power and cannot move due to the lack of wind. In addition, there are countless sea king monsters living here, and there are even giant sea kings with a body size of several thousand meters, making the Calm Belt a forbidden place for humans. But the strong never complain about the environment. For the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, this sea area may not be as dangerous as the island where he lives. He can kill a sea king with a casual blow. This time Hawkeye Mihawk came to the East China Sea from the Grand Line just to meet a little guy named Monkey D. Luffy who was favored by his friend Red Hair Shanks, but he didn't expect that he would see something more interesting this time. The Straw Hat Boy named Luffy is followed by a fearless young swordsman, and the green algae-haired swordsman named Zoro also has a heart of strength that makes people look up to him. But they are not the most interesting ones. The world's #1 swordsman sat on his boat, raised his head slightly and looked at the tall ship in front of him, and saw several figures standing on the deck. This pirate group is the biggest gain for him to come to the East China Sea. Just the people on this ship, Mihawk saw 2 men with strong hearts. His eyes are very sharp and are called hawk eyes. He can see through things that many people can't see through. Naturally, he also saw the extraordinary of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. One of the men looks pure and simple, but he is exactly the firm quality of some kings. Such people must be born strong. The arrogance and confidence in the eyes of the other man, even when walking, there is a bit of momentum that looks down on the world, which is absolutely different from ordinary little pirates. This kind of powerful pirate group is extremely rare even in the whole world. Besides, it's just the East China Sea. Hawkeye Mihawk stretched out his palm, lowered the brim of his hat, and hid his eyes. He took the initiative to follow the other party for 2 days. No pirate group would ignore the world's greatest swordsman, even the strongest 4 emperors' pirate groups are no exception. Unexpectedly, they were ignored by the other party. But they should be unable to sit still soon, right? The wind stopped. This sea area was silent. In the Konoha pirates, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stared at the coffin boat that had been following behind. They finally came to an uninhabited area, and the battle should not be noticed by others. Let me try first. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. No matter what, they will sooner or later conflict with the people of this sea, so why not take this opportunity to test the other party's strength first? Just when Hawkeye Mihawk on the coffin boat wanted to continue to follow the other party, A figure actually jumped down from the pirate ship in front, stepped directly on the sea, and single-handedly stopped his coffin boat. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes became completely serious. Because he saw that the other party was indeed standing on the sea with both feet, which is an ability that few people in the entire sea can do, and most of them even need magical devil fruit abilities to do it, which is rarer than the ability to fly. This also means that the entire sea is a battlefield where he can land at will. Follow us for 2 days. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up a slight smile, staring at those sharp eyes, grinning and said, "You are a brave guy, but this doesn't seem surprising." Uchiha Madara's eyes showed a touch of scarlet, and his words were full of provocative fighting spirit. "I heard that you are the world's #1 swordsman." Mihawk's eyes narrowed. Ever since he became the world's greatest swordsman, he has always been the one commenting on the world's strong men. No one has ever commented on him so wantonly and contemptuously. But the man in front of him may indeed have the strength to do so. He clearly knows that he is the world's greatest swordsman, but he still doesn't care about his title. He is either a fool who doesn't know who is strong, or he has absolute confidence. Of course, the man in front of him must be the latter. Mihawk can almost see the dangerous aura emanating from the other party. The scarlet color in his eyes is so strong that even he dare not look at it. Very strong. This man must be very strong. Mihawk always believes what he sees with his own eyes. Mihawk raised his head and forced himself to stare into Uchiha Madara's eyes, and took the initiative to speak. "You are powerful but unknown in the sea, and even stay in this weakest sea, which inevitably makes people feel a little curious, so I followed to see little guy. Curiosity will kill people." Uchiha Madara's mouth was still smiling, but a red light flashed in his eyes. "But I am also a little curious about how strong the so-called world's #1 swordsman is." The next moment, a black curtain appeared in Mihawk's brain. The world's #1 swordsman suddenly felt a huge pressure. He only felt that the sky became dark in an instant, and a huge shadow enveloped his body. "This is..." Mihawk looked back in disbelief, but saw a tall phantom with a pair of strange red eyes floating in the air like a god, looking at him with contempt and arrogance, as if looking at an ant. This must be fake. Mihawk saw through it at a glance that it was just an illusion. Mihawk activated his observation haki for the first time, but he felt that the illusion behind him was more real. Is this illusion similar to the application of observation haki? Uchiha Madara was more curious than Mihawk. Even the entire Konoha pirates felt that Mihawk used observation haki, similar to the perception of ninjas using chakra. New Energy Kaguya Akatsuki was the first to learn the use of observation haki. This perception ability is quite outstanding. Senju Tobirama nodded slightly, very curious about the novel ability of observation haki. However, this ability may not be able to break the illusion. He dared to look directly at Madara's Sharingan and was easily caught. There was nothing he could do about it. Who would have thought that just looking at the opponent would directly fall into the illusion? Fortunately, this illusion only confused Mihawk for a short time. He quickly saw through the illusion and walked out with his own will. This opponent has a very strange ability. Those eyes. Mihawk looked at Uchiha Madara's red eyes and made his own judgment in his heart. Is it because of the problem with those eyes? Did you get out of the illusion? Uchiha Madara never thought that the other party would be so easy to be fooled. Looking at Mihawk's golden eagle eyes, "I thought your eyes would have some unique abilities." But Uchiha Madara chuckled and praised Mihawk's observation haki. "Your perception ability is very strong, even I feel like I'm seen through by you." Mihawk frowned. Doesn't this man have observation haki? Impossible? Obviously this long-haired and red-eyed man looks very strong. However, before Mihawk could ask, the chakra on Uchiha Madara's body burst out like a substance, and his figure suddenly rushed over. "Let's stop talking nonsense." He rushed over directly on the sea. Mihawk stood on his coffin boat, holding his weapon in his hand. The dark and gorgeous supreme sword looked particularly slender in his hand. Mihawk stared at Uchiha Madara's feet, his brows slightly twisted, and even felt a little weird, charging without any skills at all. But the speed was so fast on the sea that it made people's hair stand on end. The supreme sword in Mihawk's hand shook the blade, and a sharp and powerful slashing sword energy flew directly towards Uchiha Madara's figure. This sword energy cut through the waves and flew straight towards Uchiha Madara, as if to confirm that Uchiha Madara in front of him had the strength to take this slash. So strong. Senju Hashirama looked at the slash flying towards Uchiha Madara in surprise. As the former god of ninja, Senju Hashirama was also somewhat amazed at the strength of this sword energy. This kind of sword energy that was slashed out at will is not something that ordinary people can do. Senju Tobirama looked at the sword energy and calmly explained the principle of why the other party could easily chop out the sword energy. The other party's sword swinging power is strong enough and the speed is fast enough, so it is not surprising that he can chop out this kind of slashing sword energy. But Senju Tobirama said, and stretched out his palm, I don't know if it's because the gravity is lighter, we seem to be able to apply it. But this does not prevent that guy from being very powerful, and can make Madara use some tricks. Uchiha Madara understood the threat of this slashing sword energy better than others, and quickly judged the sharpness of this slashing sword energy. His palms suddenly raised up, and his eyes turned into Samsara Eye in an instant. A strong repulsive force burst out instantly. Shinra Tensei. The sword energy was suddenly dispersed by the surging repulsive force. Repulsive force. A flash of surprise flashed across Mihawk's face. This repulsive force quickly spread towards Mihawk like a tidal wave, and the entire sea surface was stirred up by a huge wave, flooding his coffin boat. Boom! Mihawk raised the black knife in his hand. A powerful sword energy flew out, and the surging waves were also directly cut open by him. However, Uchiha Madara's figure had already rushed over, and a yin-yang escape black stick appeared in his hand. He was about to fight Mihawk in close combat. The supreme sword in Mihawk's hand directly cut off the yin-yang escape black stick, and the sharp blade was even about to cut Uchiha Madara's body directly with one knife. A layer of Susanu's skeleton suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's body, and a bone was directly cut open by the sharp black knife. It seemed that Susanu's defense was not enough. The second form of Susanu suddenly exploded. Uchiha Madara's body directly turned into half-giant, and the blue Susanu raised a giant sword with a blue glow, and chopped it down at Mihawk. Bang! Mihawk raised his black knife. The entire sea surface was set off by a huge wave. Armament Haki, Entanglement. A layer of black armament Haki immediately appeared on Mihawk's black sword. However, this sword came from the second form of Susanu, but was caught by Mihawk holding the black sword, which made people look a little shocked. The opponent's physical energy is very strong. Orochimaru revealed the truth with one word, and the corners of his mouth suddenly smiled. I probably understand why this happened. Because there is no chakra, they can't merge physical energy and spiritual energy into chakra, but they are trained into different powers separately. After saying this, the entire Konoha pirates quickly understood why this happened. This also led to the fact that the humans in this world may not have chakra to use magical ninjutsu, but can fight with their trained strong bodies. It has to be said that this is also another shortcut. At least it allows the humans in this world to become stronger quickly. Mihawk waved a black sword in his hand at a fast speed, and a series of sharp knife lights flashed, and he actually cut the second form of Susanu into pieces. Uchiha Madara's body had to retreat quickly. A flash of praise flashed across his face, and he praised softly, "This powerful swordsmanship can even cut Susanu with just a sword in your hand. Even Hashirama and I can't catch up. In this respect, you are worthy of the title of the world's #1 swordsman." Mihawk frowned. This man still thinks he is a strong man praising the weak. Your ability is also very novel. Mihawk stared at Uchiha Madara, thinking about the blue Susanu he just saw, and continued in a deep voice, "So your fruit ability is an animal-type fantasy beast fruit ability. Animal-type fantasy beast fruit ability user. This is even more rare than the natural devil fruit ability. Navy Marshal Buddha Sengoku is a fantasy beast fruit ability user, the human fruit, fantasy beast, big Buddha form, which is not weaker than the natural fruit ability. But this man can walk on the sea water." Mihawk was a little puzzled by all this, but he couldn't get any answers. "It doesn't matter if I tell you the answer." A tall blue shadow suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's body again, and in an instant it quickly turned into complete Susanu hundreds of meters tall. Susanu was quickly covered with layers of armor, and a pair of huge blue wings grew on its back. Mihawk's size did not change at all. Because there are giants in this world, this complete Susanu hundreds of meters tall is not considered tall. The only trouble is that its strength may be extraordinary. As long as you can try the next blow. Uchiha Madara's body stood in the crystal on Susanu's forehead, controlling Susanu and suddenly pulling out a huge samurai sword, slashing it in the direction of Hawkeye Mihawk. The sword energy from this slash was enough to split mountains and break the sea, and this windless sea area was blown up by a huge gale by this sword. A touch of shock flashed in Mihawk's eyes. With his excellent vision and knowledge, he quickly determined how terrifying this level of power was. This was a force that was enough to destroy a small island with one strike. Mihawk raised his black knife and slashed out a powerful sword energy, trying to compete with the sword energy of the complete Susanoo. Boom! The entire sea surface was set off by a huge explosion. Mihawk's sword energy was indeed strong enough, but it was still blatantly defeated by Susanoo's slash. A giant sea kingfish with a body length of several thousand meters jumped out, opened its mouth and wanted to swallow the group fighting here directly. Its body was directly torn in half by the slash, and endless blood rain fell down, dyeing the sea red. Don't kill people. The voice of the red sand scorpion was somewhat calm, as if he had already judged the outcome. But his voice was still his voice, but everyone knew that the person speaking was not the red sand scorpion. This gentleman is a talented person, he can be used to teach you how to practice. Also, this guy seems to have had too much of an easy life, and he's actually causing trouble on the sea, killing celestial dragons to silence them. Take him with you. You'd better act quickly on this matter. When my story gets to the Navy headquarters, it would be best if there's also big news on the sea that the great pirate Buggy is dissatisfied with being defeated by the Straw Hat Boy and brazenly kills the celestial dragons to regain his strength. Second update. Chapter 354 Mihawk's Chef Journey. Konoha Pirates. Hawkeye Mihawk lay on the deck, all wet. This voyage was originally to meet Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy mentioned by Shanks. He was curious about strangers, so it was natural that he encountered this failure. But this also made Mihawk more curious about this pirate group. Because Uchiha Madara, who defeated him, did not seem to be a devil fruit user, and even pulled him out of the sea, not like a cursed landlubber at all. Sir, why don't you kill me? Mihawk looked at Uchiha Madara's back. Killing people is a waste, so let you accompany us to do something. Uchiha Madara stepped on Mihawk's side, looking down at the world's #1 swordsman. He also heard the task given by Akihara Kagura from the mouth of the red sand scorpion, and chuckled. Killing a celestial dragon is no problem for you, right? Mihawk's eyes suddenly showed a touch of shock. This ship is not a proper pirate ship. How could a decent pirate want to kill the celestial dragons? And why did these guys want to drag him to kill the celestial dragons? Did they know that he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government? Isn't this just trying to get himself into big trouble? However, Mihawk had no way to refuse. He was a prisoner after losing to Uchiha Madara. In addition, he was a little curious about the situation of this pirate group. Why were they so powerful but never famous? He planned to treat the time he stayed in the Konoha Pirates as a trip. The number of people in this pirate group is small, but they are not simple characters. Everyone has very special abilities, and the strongest person even makes him feel palpitations. The only trouble is that the food on this ship is not very reliable. Everyone actually eats something called Binglian pills, which is so unpalatable that it makes people want to vomit. I don't know how hard they can endure, and they can even eat this kind of thing. But Binglian pills can actually restore some of the domineering and mental strength in the body. In this case, the food of this pirate group is not harsh, and it is even a bit too luxurious. However, Mihawk, who had always lived a life of luxury, could not stand the taste of the soldiers' pills, so he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of a chef and cooked a meal for them. Please stay here as a chef. Hashirama Senju sincerely invited Mihawk to join this pirate group. He did not care about the other party's identity as the world's #1 swordsman, but only cared about the other party's superb cooking skills. Mihawk shook his head and sincerely rejected his invitation. Sorry, I don't want to join any pirate group. Especially since this pirate group was about to assassinate the celestial dragons who visited the East China Sea. It seemed that they would definitely cause some big trouble. However, this did not prevent Mihawk from getting along with them for a while. Mihawk was very surprised that none of the pirates had learned Haki, but they had a more special ability than Haki, which they called chakra. This chakra can even be given to others. As a reward for Mihawk's teaching them how to learn Haki and swordsmanship, Kaguya Akatsuki gave Mihawk a ray of chakra and taught him how to synthesize chakra. It must be said that the ability of chakra is extremely convenient. Just the act of treading water alone makes the world's #1 swordsman very excited, as it allows him to fight recklessly on the sea. In addition, chakra can also be used to perform other magical techniques. Whether it is fire escape, water escape, wind escape, or lightning escape, this magical ability makes it impossible for anyone to sit back and watch, and any force that knows about it will definitely focus on this ability. It is a pity that only these people can use these techniques used by chakra. Hawkeye Mihawk is not an academic genius of chakra, and he even has to explore the trajectory of chakra himself. As for the source of chakra, Mihawk learned one thing from this group of people. Kaguya Akatsuki has eaten chakra fruit, and perhaps chakra is her devil fruit ability. Like the power of the soul fruit, Mihawk slowly synthesized the chakra in his body, and thought of Charlotte Linolin, one of the 4 emperors on the sea, who could seize other people's souls and forcibly give life to dead things. Chakra fruit, maybe it's even more powerful than the soul fruit, because this fruit ability can give others new power. In this case, Mihawk looked at a group of ninjas who were trying to awaken and practice haki, and subconsciously thought in his heart, maybe the situation in the whole world will change from now on that man got chakra. The Red Sand Scorpion has been observing Hawkeye Mihawk's every move, and slowly reported the situation remotely in his brain. As long as he is given chakra as a seed, it seems that he can also synthesize chakra by himself. At least he has the chakra of the cage level. Have you awakened haki? The voice of Akihara Kagura echoed in the mind of the Red Sand Scorpion. Observation haki and armament haki are both easy. They are just a fusion of mental strength and physical strength. When Scorpion mentioned this, he couldn't help but sigh at the gap between people, but Joracle Mihawk mentioned a kind of domineering haki, which is said to be a haki that only a few people among a million can awaken. Once awakened, they have the qualifications of a king. Except for me and Orochimaru, everyone else has awakened domineering haki. When Scorpion said this, he continued, however, Orochimaru plans to find a pirate with domineering haki and use his technique to seize the opponent's body, so as to obtain the opponent's domineering haki. I can also find a way to find a powerful corpse with domineering haki and make the opponent into a human puppet. Should I say that he is worthy of being a scientific researcher? This pirate group is really full of different abilities. Even Orochimaru and Scorpion, who don't have Conqueror haki, can think of ways to have Conqueror haki. What's the situation on your side? Scorpion was very interested in Akihara Kagura's life in the Navy, and asked, are there any corpses suitable for making human puppets? My side. Akihara Kagura's voice was full of teasing, and she said casually, the fight here is almost over. After you kill that celestial dragon, I can report everything that happened here truthfully. Do you want to guess how the Navy handled it? The Arlong Kingdom. The battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Arlong Pirates is over. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the 16-year-old Straw Hat Luffy, defeated the Arlong Pirates with his companions, defeated Arlong with a rubber battle axe, and shattered the entire Arlong Kingdom. Nami is my partner. Straw Hat Luffy looked at Arlong with anger on his face. He had known the whole story for a long time. He looked at the fishman he had knocked down angrily. Nami doesn't like it here, and she doesn't like being forced by you, a bastard, to stay in these small houses to draw sea charts. I will take her to the Grand Line and draw sea charts of the whole world. Arlong's face was covered with blood, and he lay weakly in the ruins and couldn't respond. Nami looked at Luffy, who was also bleeding all over. Even though Luffy defeated Arlong, there were still many wounds on his body that were bitten by Arlong's sharp teeth. Her heart suddenly twitched, and she covered her lips and cried loudly. Arlong, who had been a shadow for her since she was a child, suddenly dissipated at this moment. Since the death of her adoptive mother Balmer, Nami no longer had anyone to rely on. At this moment, she felt as if she had someone to rely on again. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at Luffy in shock. Of course, they were not shocked by Luffy's victory over Arlong. Instead, the captain in front of him destroyed an entire tall building with a furious blow. This captain, who is only 16 years old this year, naively shouted that he wanted to become the Pirate King. Now everyone believes that he has the will to become the king. This little boat defeated the pirate Alrita with a bounty of 5 million Baileys, and defeated the pirate Buggy with a bounty of 15 million Baileys, solved the hidden Beiji Claw with a bounty of 16 million Baileys, defeated the East China Sea Pirate Creek with a bounty of 30 million Baileys, and now defeated the fishman Arlong, who is known as the strongest pirate and has a bounty of 25 million. The pirates in the entire East China Sea were beaten by him. Let's go home. Nami covered her eyes and cried a little. At this moment, Nami wanted to go home first. Nami wanted to go home and tell her sister and all the villagers in Kokoja village that the fishman Arlong was defeated, and the nightmare hanging over everyone's head was finally over. Kokoja village. The Straw Hat Pirates were welcomed back like heroes. However, when Nami returned home with her friends and companions, she saw a figure wearing a navy hat. She was shocked. How could a navy appear in her home at this time? Navy. Usopp immediately became alert. It should be the surviving Navy, right? Zoro thought of the bodies of several Navy here. There was even a group of Navy who were killed on the warship outside. This Navy must have been hiding and did not participate in the battle between the Navy and the fishmen, so he was not discovered by the bloodthirsty fishmen. This Navy must be very weak. Zoro was not worried about any danger. Nami. Nami's sister is named Najiko. Not long after Nakiko met the private who claimed to be Nami's friend, she saw her sister coming back. She hurriedly greeted her. Nami, your friend is here to see you. This Marine said he is your friend. Long time no see. Private Akihara Kagura slowly turned around, peeling an orange in his hand, and looked at Nami, who was full of doubts. You should still remember me, right? Huh? When Straw Hat Luffy saw this Marine, his brows immediately frowned and he tilted his head, as if he was trying to recall something but couldn't remember it. It seems like. Have you seen me somewhere? Wait, I remember. Straw Hat Luffy suddenly remembered. He remembered Korin, who was fully armed at that time. There was a red-haired woman beside you. Nami paused. She remembered the poor guy she had stolen before. Is that guy still a Marine? Why did this guy come to her at this time? Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest you. Akihara Kagura peeled her orange peel carefully, and said nonchalantly, I heard that you defeated Arlong. I'm here to help you deal with the aftermath. You're worthy of being a Navy. Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, lit a cigarette for himself. He also had a wound on his body from a fight with a fish man. He also saw the warship full of Navy corpses, and slowly spoke out the truth. He probably became a deserter during the battle, but after the victory in the battle between pirates, it was convenient for him to take the credit. There's nothing we can do about it. Akihara Kagura reached out and loosened her orange peel, and said slowly, but I still need a large sum of money to arrange it, so that the credit for your victory over Arlong can be attributed to me. I hope the Straw Hat Pirates can be generous. Zoro's face showed a puzzled look. The Straw Hat Pirates all showed puzzled expressions. They couldn't understand why this third-class Navy private would let them, a group of pirates, pay to help him get promoted? How could there be such a Navy in this world? No wonder that bastard Arlong has been entrenched here. Akihara Kagura was still peeling the orange bit by bit, and he said slowly, Arlong has been bribing my immediate superior, Colonel Mouse, to establish the Arlong Kingdom here. Navy, it's really dirty. Sanji blew out a long smoke ring. Sanji was the first person present to hear the hidden meaning of Akihara Kagura's words, which was nothing more than that Akihara Kagura could use their bribes to get promoted, use the Navy positions to protect them, and let them build a new Straw Hat Kingdom here. The next moment, Sanji suddenly raised his foot and kicked Akihara Kagura. The pirate chef, who had always been a gentleman, looked at Akihara Kagura with a serious and indifferent face, and said in a cold voice, so, don't dirty Miss Nami's house here. However, the speed of this third-class Navy soldier was so sharp that he directly grabbed Sanji's leg with one hand and threw his body directly to the ground. The moment Sanji landed, a pitch-black gun barrel pointed at Sanji's head. The others were immediately frightened and dared not move. Luffy and Zoro's eyes suddenly changed, because they both noticed how fast Akihara Kagura's movements were. This was not an ordinary Navy soldier. Even their eyes couldn't see that speed clearly. Don't scold people you shouldn't scold, and don't steal things you shouldn't steal. Akihara Kagura pointed the musket in his hand at Sanji's head. His eyes swept across Nami and finally stopped on Luffy. Don't think that you are completely safe just because you saved people. It's too late again. Today is Luffy's life mentor Akihara Kagura. He will be promoted starting tomorrow. Just a third-class Navy private. Chapter 355, How do you really think you have a choice? I'll show you. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Akihara Kagura. Sanji, the powerful chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, was subdued by Akihara Kagura in one move. His speed was so fast that Zoro didn't dare to move easily. Put down your gun first. A slingshot was aimed at Akihara Kagura. Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates, was not very clear about the situation. This long-nosed and boastful guy raised the slingshot in his hand fearlessly at this moment. Hurry up. Put down the gun in your hand. There was an ordinary stone bullet on the slingshot in Usopp's hand, but it seemed as if the bullet was a cannonball. He threatened loudly, hey, the bullet in my hand is faster than your bullet. It is a fire bullet. As long as it touches your body, it can burn you to ashes. Akihara Kagura slowly let go of the musket in his hand. Don't be impulsive. Akihiro Kagura raised his hands, and said as if he was frightened by Usopp, but a smile appeared on his face. "Little guy, we can discuss it properly if you have something to say." This guy Zoro's face was a little ugly. He could see that it was not Usopp who saved Sanji, but this man himself did not intend to kill him. This man was clearly teasing Usopp on purpose. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He actually scared the Navy at this time and rescued Sanji directly from the threat of a gun. Just as Usopp was about to put forward the conditions, Zoro blocked in front of Usopp in an instant, and a huge force kicked him on his body. He didn't even see the other person's figure clearly, and this distance kicked him and Usopp's body out at the same time. Zoro. Usopp. Luffy's arms suddenly stretched out, trying to pull his two companions back, but ended up dragging him out with him, and the three of them fell directly on the wall. The entire wall collapsed instantly. Sanji finally found an opportunity, and he twisted his body and kicked Akihiro Kagura with both feet. He could feel that his body seemed to become faster under the crisis of life threat, but it was still a beat slower than Akihiro Kagura. Akihiro Kagura grabbed Sanji's left leg with one hand, twisted his wrist slightly, and threw Sanji heavily to the ground again. The dust on the ground immediately flew up. "You guy." Luffy stood up from the ruins, one arm suddenly stretched out, and the fist on the arm hit Akihiro Kagura's head at a very fast speed. "Rubber pistol." Akihiro Kagura waved her fist and hit that fist. The rubber arm suddenly shrank back and even bounced Luffy directly away. In a blink of an eye, the combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates was defeated by Akihiro Kagura. Akihiro Kagura looked at Nami, whose face was filled with shock and fear, and said with a smile, "It's not bad to play house games with children occasionally." Nami's forehead was dripping with sweat due to fear. "Why don't you speak?" Akihiro Kagura looked at Nami with interest and chuckled, "Were you happy when you stole things from my pocket?" "I only stole a few orange peels." Nami felt a little wronged when she thought of this. "I know." Akihiro Kagura's smile suddenly became brighter, and she nodded and said, "At that time, I was already hinting at you not to steal things that you shouldn't steal." Nami's heart suddenly tightened. "Wait, what do you mean?" At that time, this guy knew all of his identities. "I have the information of the cotters of the Arlong pirates on hand." Akihiro Kagura seemed to know what Nami was thinking, and she pointed out Nami's problem with one sentence. "After all, letting this wanton pirate group entrench itself here and harm the people is clearly a deliberate blasphemy against the justice of the Navy. I wanted to clean them up before I joined the Navy." "Forget it. Since you have taken my credit, I can only think of other ways." Akihiro Kagura picked up the orange on the table and slowly continued to peel it. "Although it was the Straw Hat Pirates who solved Arlong, I can still find a way to let this credit fall on my head, but I still need 100 million Baileys to take care of the promotion issue. I guess you should have this money on hand, right?" Wait, Nami wanted to say something. "It's not that logically, it's true that Luffy took the credit. It feels wrong. There's something wrong. Theoretically, what Akihiro Kagura said makes some sense. But from the actual results, the Straw Hat Pirates helped him solve the Arlong Pirates, but they still have to pay for his promotion. This kind of thing is not right no matter how you think about it. And this guy clearly did nothing today. He actually asked me, who had worked so hard to save money, to pay for it." Nami even felt a little aggrieved and angry. "Why should I spend the money I had saved so hard to help you, a Navy man, get promoted?" Akihiro Kagura didn't look at Nami, but said slowly, "If there is no money, the credit for the Arlong Pirates will not fall on my head. I can only arrest you guys who just went to sea. Miss Nami, your partner risked his life to help you solve Arlong." Akihiro Kagura looked at the Straw Hat Pirates who were knocked to the ground by him. "Are you willing to take out the money you have saved for the dream of your partner?" Nami looked at Akihiro Kagura with gritted teeth. Of course Nami was not willing to pay for it. She could even give her life back to this group of partners, but she really didn't want to pay for it in her heart. But this guy didn't want to let him go until he saw the money. In the orange orchard. This was left by Nami's adoptive mother Balemare. Now this orange orchard is also Nami's treasure place. She put all the pirate treasures she stole over the years here, and soon she had about 100 million Baileys. Stealing is a crime. Akihiro Kagura picked up Nami's treasure chest with one hand, and directly put it on her shoulder, and began to educate the orange-haired woman who wanted to cry with grievance. Since it is a crime, it must be punished. Nami gritted her teeth in hatred in her heart. A group of people from the Straw Hat Pirates watched Akihiro Kagura carrying the box of treasure. Everyone felt a little depressed, and more of them were panicked. Because they all knew how much Nami loved money. Feeling Zoro glanced at Nami with a gloomy face, and his heart beat faster. This money will most likely be charged to us by this woman. I spent it originally for you. Nami bit her little white teeth, and clenched her hands into angry fists. Do you know how long I have worked hard to save money? Now it's all spent to protect you. After going to sea, I must first find the treasure that will make my money back. It is one thing for these guys to defeat Arlong, and I can give my life for these guys, but it is another thing for these guys to make me lose a lot of money. These accounts must be settled one by one. I'll get it back. A shadow appeared on Luffy's face. The Straw Hat Boy's voice was very serious when he said these words. If it's for something like a dream, I can die for becoming the Pirate King, but be honest with me. Nami was startled by Luffy and punched Luffy on the head. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's just that I stole the orange peels of that bastard and was deliberately retaliated by him, not to protect you guys. By the way, Akihiro Kagura carried the treasure box and looked back at Nami's sister Najiko. You may be thirsty on the way back to the base. Can you help me pack a bag of oranges? Najiko hurriedly helped him pack a bag of oranges. Eat and take. Nami looked at this scene, and she hated it even more. Akihiro Kagura carried treasure on her left shoulder and held oranges in her right hand. For the sake of this bag of oranges, I will tell you a piece of news that can save you from losing your life. Akihiro Kagura looked at this group of young people and persuaded them seriously. If you go to Rogue Town, you must be careful. It is quite dangerous there. Maybe Akihiro Kagura's mouth curled up, and her eyes fell on Luffy. A Navy Admiral will appear in Rogue Town, and he will catch pirates there. Navy Admiral? Rogue Town. Luffy looked at Akihiro Kagura, and his head was full of question marks. Because Luffy didn't know what the Navy Admiral meant, he only knew the horror of the Navy Vice Admiral, and even his Vice Admiral grandfather almost killed him countless times when he was a child. Rogue Town. Nami frowned. She knew the East China Sea very well. We want to enter the Grand Line. The cabin of the Mary can't hold much stuff. The situation of the Grand Line is unknown. We must go through Rogue Town to refuel. In comparison, only Sanji was worried. Sanji had heard of the title of the Navy Admiral, and was even a little horrified in his heart. This guy is joking. How could the Navy Admiral appear in such a small place? Theoretically, it is impossible for the Navy Admiral to appear in such a small place. Unless some major accidents happen, such as some pirates who are so powerful that the Navy Admiral must deal with them, such as the Celestial Dragons being beaten. East China Sea. On a small island. There is a dense forest on the island. A luxurious passenger ship slowly passed by here. On the deck of the passenger ship stood an arrogant man with a high bun on his head, a tightly covered clothes on his body, and a square hood on his head. This is the Celestial Dragon. Most of the Celestial Dragons are active in the prosperous Sabaody archipelago in the Grand Line, and even participate in auctions. Some of them wear round hoods, and some wear square air masks. These air masks have only one purpose. The Celestial Dragons claim to be noble gods and do not want to breathe the same air as mortals. They think that the air that ordinary people breathe is also dirty for them. Saint Joliet. This is the name of the Celestial Dragon. Every male Celestial Dragon's name is suffixed with the word Saint. Every female Celestial Dragon's name is suffixed with the word Palace. Even their names are required to be separated from ordinary people. It's obvious. This Saint Joliet fits the impression of ordinary people and Celestial Dragons very well. He has a look of contempt on his face and a shotgun in his hand. He seems to be a Celestial Dragon with his own unique interests, but his prey is humans. On a hill. A group of people stood in the forest on the hill. A row of cannons were neatly placed in front of the group of people. A box of cannonballs with red-nosed clown heads painted on them was placed next to the cannon. It was the Konoha pirates who came to carry out the mission of assassinating the Celestial Dragons, and there was also a world-class swordsman, Mihawk, who was helping. Mihawk was very calm. Even though Mihawk didn't quite understand why this group of people were so powerful, they still used firearms such as cannons to attack the Celestial Dragons, and he didn't ask much. This pirate group called Konoha, everyone's mouth was very tight, and never leaked why they wanted to assassinate the Celestial Dragons here. Maybe this pirate group simply wanted to make a big news? There are no special masters. Senju Tobirama sensed the other party's situation and said in a deep voice, now we can take action directly, but it still doesn't prevent the enemy from stopping the bombardment. I hope they will let the Celestial Dragon die obediently. Senju Tabirama's expression was indifferent, and he didn't care about this kind of thing at all. If it doesn't work, we may have to trouble our non-staff personnel to make an extra trip. Mihawk's expression suddenly solidified. Period. At this moment, Mihawk didn't care about the trouble of assassinating the celestial dragon. He just hoped that these artillery could directly blow up the celestial dragon to death, so as not to expose his identity. As the fuses of this row of artillery were ignited by the flames, shells with the clown buggy's HUD flew over, and instantly the bustling passenger ship fell into a sea of fire. It must be admitted that the shells of the buggy pirates have great power. The passenger ship carrying the celestial dragons was even directly sunk by these shells. A group of people were shouting there to rescue the body of Joliet Saint, and some people fled to the distance in fear. We can retreat. The eyes of the red sand scorpion became a deep blue. He saw clearly that the celestial dragon was completely blown into 2 pieces, and the purpose of their mission this time had been achieved. After that, the people present immediately retreated quickly. Mihawk quickly flew behind them. It's not this pirate group, what's wrong? Why did this pirate group not even want their cannons and shells, and they took so much trouble to bring so many firearms here just to let the celestial dragons be blown to death? There is one more thing to finish. Senju Tabirama handed Mihawk a scroll and said casually, "We need to spread this matter all over the world. Please give this scroll to Newsbird." As for why he didn't give it to the Newsbird, of course it was to avoid exposing his intelligence in front of the Newsbird. Mihawk frowned, took the scroll in confusion, and subconsciously asked, "Can I open it and take a look?" "Sure." Senju Tabirama didn't care about it, and even took the initiative to explain, "Anyway, it won't be long before the information on this scroll will spread throughout the ocean. Also, if you want to leave now, you can leave here at any time." Shirato Scorpion walked to Hawkeye Mihawk and said seriously, "But we can provide you with 2 options. The first option is to seal your memory and completely forget the memory of this period of time. The second option is to leave a cursed chakra on your body. This special chakra will leave you a mark of your own, and you can also use it to fight." Mihawk was silent for a while. The world's #1 swordsman knew very well that this pirate group would definitely stir up a turbulent whirlpool on the sea, and perhaps leave a deep undercurrent for the world. If it were someone else, they would definitely choose to participate. However, Mihawk was only curious about the swordsman and his heart. He only wanted to meet those swordsmen who wanted to challenge him. He had no interest in this kind of thing and even felt it was a bit troublesome. "I choose the first one." Mihawk said his choice. This interesting memory will be sealed by the people of this pirate group, which will inevitably make him feel a little regretful. The means of this pirate group are really weird. But it is no wonder that perhaps it is because of this that this powerful and mysterious pirate group has been unknown. It turns out that all those who met the Konoha pirates had their memories sealed when they left. It's a pity, the mysterious chakra, the mysterious pirate group. Just as Hawkeye Mihawk was also regretting that he would be like those who had met the Konoha pirates and would soon forget this interesting experience, don't know how to show respect. Shirato Scorpion's voice suddenly became gloomy. The man who looked like a red-haired boy looked at Hawkeye Mihawk coldly, raised his palm and directly forcibly grasped Mihawk's shoulder. An ultra-long-range chakra was delivered, and a black mark was forcibly left on Mihawk's arm. The mark gathered on his arm like flowing water, and finally turned into a strange leaf shape. Hawkeye Mihawk was shocked, looking at the cool black mark on his arm in disbelief. Did these guys say that they could seal their memories and leave? Shirato Scorpion let go of Hawkeye Mihawk's shoulders, looked back at the people present, and conveyed the order from afar. "Second generation, give this guy another flying thunder god mark. The first person who is willing to join us should always have some special treatment." "Wait, did you hear it wrong?" Mihawk frowned and quickly reminded, "I want to choose the first one, seal and forget my memory during this period, and promise not to leak any of your secrets to the outside world. I can also promise not to use the power of chakra again." Everyone in the Konoha pirates fell silent. Why did that person's personality suddenly become bad? In the past, he always let people fall into the trap inexplicably. Why do they start to do things directly in this way now? No, it seems normal. After all, the man came with him. Even when he was planning this world, Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, came to disrupt the situation and messed up his plan. He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and accept Hawkeye Mihawk, but this Mihawk was really a bit ungrateful. There were many smart people present. Senju Tabirama and Orochimaru narrowed their eyes at the same time. They suddenly understood one thing. If someone disrupted the situation, the man would solve the problem with violence. You are really naive? Uchiha Madara looked at Hawkeye Mihawk, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes, making it difficult to tell whether it was mockery or self-mockery. He just gave you two choices, but you really think you have the power to choose the first update. More than 5,000 words. Chapter 356, the new second lieutenant of the East China Sea Branch, Akihara Kagura. The Konoha pirates are a pool of muddy water. Mihawk jumped in on his own initiative, so he shouldn't blame the muddy water for dirtying his clothes. If he doesn't want to be decent, then he can only let others do it for him. I asked you to choose, so why did you choose it? Shirato Sasori's voice was a little gloomy and cold. You got on the ship, did the work, got the benefits, and when you got off the ship, you forgot what happened on the ship. You are still the world's #1 swordsman with a clean mind. What do you think of this ship? Mihawk's forehead couldn't help but jump. If he had known that after seeing the two little guys, Straw Hat Boy and Murano Azoro, he should have returned directly to the Grand Line instead of having a curiosity to see ghosts. And these words sounded a little weird. This ship is not a messy place, right? Just take what's given to you. Shirato Sasori's voice was still cold, but with a condescending tone. His eyes fell on the others. If this guy still doesn't behave, then just kill him and use the impure world reincarnation to revive and control his soul, or Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama raised their eyes at the same time. The two men looked at Hawkeye Mihawk's mouth, as if they hoped that this man would say something to refuse, so that they could gain a powerful fighting force. Uchiha Madara snorted and laughed, glanced at Mihawk, and was rarely willing to speak and persuade this guy a few more words. Since that guy has given you a share of power, just take it honestly. Anyway, it's not a bad thing for you, and he's not a bad guy. Mihawk glanced at the black mark on his arm. Mihawk didn't quite understand what the curse seal was, but he could feel that he could call on the power in it, and even this power could strengthen the domineering in his body. Mihawk looked at Shirato Sasori again. The red-haired boy looked childish. He was not a bad guy, but he had no expression when he spoke. Red-haired guys should not be bad guys, right? Be thankful for a little bit. Senju Tobirama looked at Hawkeye Mihawk and remembered their past. At least that guy would tell you what he wanted you to do at this time. Listen to him, nothing will happen. Senju Hashirama took the initiative to persuade him and smiled to comfort Mihawk. During this time, we got along very well. This chef's skills are really good. It's just a pity that Mihawk is unlikely to stay here as a chef at this time. He originally wanted to go to the New World to talk to his good friend red-haired Shanks. Mihawk left the Konoha pirates and took a coffin boat that Senju Hashirama personally made for him to rush to the Grand Line. Before leaving, Mihawk left behind an eternal pointer to the Grand Line's Krikana Island, hoping that they would meet again one day. I hope that when we meet again next time, we can learn swordsmanship again. Don't go through the Calm Belt when you go back. You can take the route of Rogue Town and Upside Down Mountain. When Shirato Scorpion said goodbye, he casually said, in the next few days, the Admiral of the Navy will come here, and it is estimated that there will be a bustle there. Mihawk's eyes suddenly became serious. Why would the Admiral of the Navy come to the East China Sea? No, they killed the Celestial Dragons. The Admiral of the Navy will definitely come here, and he is also one of the culprits. Will he be forced by them to participate in the battle of the Admiral level? However, this is purely Mihawk's overthinking. Because the Navy headquarters has no interest in caring about his problems. Mihawk drove his coffin boat to the direction of Rogue Town and delivered the contents of a scroll to Newsbird. On the way, he opened the scroll and took a look at the contents. He was indeed surprised by the contents of the scroll. Baki Mihawk finished reading the contents of the scroll and frowned slightly. That guy was once a trainee pirate on the ship of Pirate King Gul D. Roger, just like Shanks. He even watched Roger's execution 20 years ago like me. This kind of person doesn't seem to be a small figure. Mihawk's curiosity increased a bit. While thinking about going to Rogue Town to take a look, he also thought about going to Red Hair Shanks to ask what was going on. Grand Line. Marine Headquarters Base, Marineford. The conference room here was full of people, presided over by the Navy Marshal Buddha Sengoku himself, including Vice Admirals of the Navy Headquarters and even a general. I think you all should have known the news. Buddha's warring states looked at everyone present, took out a bounty and threw it on the table. The celestial dragon Saint Joliet was assassinated while visiting the East China Sea. This is an unprecedented vicious incident. I have received an order from the world government to let the patrolling Cuisine rush to the East China Sea. I'll go too. A gray-haired old man grinned. He didn't care about the death of the celestial dragon at all. He just wanted to take the opportunity to return to his hometown. Garp, sit there. Buddha's worn state stopped the old man with a word, and a trace of anger immediately appeared on his face. The matter has been investigated. It was done by a pirate named Buggy the Clown. Becky. Vice Admiral Garp thought of a red-nosed imp. The scene has been investigated. Zango nodded slowly, but his face was still ugly. The clown Buggy and his subordinates used homemade shells to assassinate Saint Joliet. Now there are shells and artillery that he did not take away in time. After the shell test, the evidence is conclusive. The rules of this sea are very simple. Only powerful pirates will be taken seriously. There are endless pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions in the Grand Line. It's natural. The eyes of the high-ranking Navy can't let go of those low-level pirates. The bounty of the clown Buggy is only 15 million Baileys. In the Grand Line, it is equivalent to an ordinary passerby. No one would suspect that someone would deliberately kill the celestial dragons to frame the clown Buggy. The value of the celestial dragons and the value of the clown Buggy are greater than the difference between people and dogs. What's more, the evidence is quite clear. There's even a motive for the clown Buggy to assassinate the celestial dragons. It is said that the world news is even faster than the Navy. They have mastered the whole life of the clown Buggy and why he assassinated the celestial dragons. Normally, it only takes a colonel of the Navy headquarters to catch Buggy the Clown, but the impact of a celestial dragon being killed is extremely bad. This matter cannot be suppressed. The world news will report it soon. The world government requires the Navy to send a Navy admiral to go there. The purpose is to deter everyone and not to disrespect the world's nobles. Navy Admiral Buddha Sengoku originally thought that the world government was making a fuss, but in the end, he got all the information about Buggy the Clown and immediately sent a Navy admiral. Buggy's strength may not be worth it. However, Buggy's identity is worthy of a Navy admiral's personal action. Even Buddha Sengoku is still thinking about whether to use Buggy as a target to let all the pirates in the world know that not everyone can assassinate the celestial dragon. This is his information. An old woman took out a stack of detailed information. Becky. Sengoku had read the information a long time ago, and said in a deep voice, he used to be a trainee pirate on the Roger Pirates ship together with red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. 20 years ago, when Roger was executed, he was also on the scene to watch the execution. He's not a small figure. A vice admiral looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but sighed. 20 years have passed, and his bounty is only 15 million Baileys. He doesn't look like a powerful figure, but he is hiding too deeply. All the pirates in Roger's pirate group are wanted, but his identity has never been exposed. I'll go over first. Vice Admiral Garp stood up again. The gray-haired Navy veteran grinned, even with a smile on his face. I saw that red-nosed kid on Roger's ship. This time he caused such a big trouble to assassinate the celestial dragons. Let me catch him with my own hands. Garp. Sit down first. Sengoku saw through his old friend's thoughts at a glance. When he was about to scold him, a rapid den mushy sounded in his ear, forcing Sengoku to answer the phone first. Marshal Sengoku, emergency. The voice of a lieutenant general of the East China Sea Branch was a little solemn. I'll go to the side. Sengoku waved his hand to signal the lieutenant generals in the conference room to take a break, and he went to the office next door to listen to the report of the lieutenant general of the East China Sea Branch. Normally, the lieutenant general of the East China Sea Branch only needs to report major events to the Navy Marshal. For other minor matters, each of the 4 seas branches has the power to make temporary decisions, whether it is the issuance of pirate wanted orders or the appointment and removal of officers below the rank of colonel in the branch. But this incident seems to be particularly bad. This is a top-ranked naval branch that was killed by pirates in an organized manner. Hundreds of naval officers were dispatched from the entire base, and all the naval officers, including Colonel Mouse, were killed by the Arlong pirates. Only 1 naval recruit survived, and the entire army was almost wiped out. If that was all, the Navy would just go out in large numbers to avenge the pirates. However, some more troublesome things appeared. The Arlong pirates were defeated by another Straw Hat pirates. The surviving naval recruit arrested a group of fishermen defeated by the Straw Hat pirates. However, there are some particularly troublesome things. The Marine branch's Colonel Mouse and the Arlong pirates have been colluding for a long time, but they ended up having conflicts because of some outrageous and embarrassing issues. It is said that Colonel Mouse wanted to take a few fishmen from the Arlong pirates to curry favor with the celestial dragon Saint Joliet, who was heading to the East China Sea, because Saint Joliet went to the East China Sea just to kill a few fishmen for fun, but the two sides did not seem to reach an agreement on the matter, and the Arlong pirates furiously killed Colonel Mouse and his marines. If the Straw Hat pirates had not arrived, the Marine Private Akihara Kagura would not have survived. This kind of thing really made the branch vice admiral feel very embarrassed, but it was a pity that he could not hide this vicious incident that wiped out the entire army. It was really outrageous. This incident happened in a way that was a bit too ugly. In order to please the celestial dragons, a captain of a naval branch went to ask for a few fishmen from the pirate group he was in collusion with, but he didn't expect that it led to the annihilation of a naval base. In particular, the celestial dragon named Joliet Saint had been assassinated, which immediately made the matter look even uglier. What kind of idiot is this rat colonel? The two major events in the East China Sea are actually dramatically connected. Sengoku suppressed the idea of dismissing the vice admiral of the East China Sea branch and proposed his own solution in a deep voice. Now write down what I want to say. The entire navy of the 16th branch of the East China Sea fought a fierce battle with the Straw Hat pirates to wipe out the Arlong pirates. The Arlong pirates were annihilated, and the Straw Hat pirates were defeated and retreated by the navy. Immediately issue a wanted order for the main members of the Straw Hat pirates. No matter whether the Straw Hat pirates are good or bad, as long as they are pirates, they must be cleared out. The navy will not let the Straw Hat pirates go because of this. Moreover, the ugly things of the 16th branch of the East China Sea should not be made public. Once leaked, the whole ocean will lose confidence in the navy. Buddha Sengoku is not an ordinary soldier, but the marshal of the entire navy. It is impossible for him to decide his attitude towards a pirate based on his own likes and dislikes. He will only minimize the impact of the incident from the overall perspective. If the world government were to deal with it, they would probably do things more extreme. They would probably send someone to kill the Navy recruit named Akihara Kagura from the 16th branch of the East China Sea, so as to prevent these dirty things from leaking out and polluting the image of the Navy and the world government. Who told you about this? After Buddha Sengoku finished talking about his opinions on how to deal with the pirates, he asked why the Vice Admiral of the East China Sea branch knew so much. That's the surviving recruit. The Lieutenant General of the East China Sea branch hesitated for a while before continuing. Indeed, many people in the East China Sea 16th branch base know that the assassinated Saint Joliet visited the East China Sea just to kill a few fishmen for fun, so the idiot rat. Don't mention the scum lurking in the navy. Zanguo shouted in a deep voice to stop the nonsense he wanted to say, and then talked about the surviving navy recruit. The little guy is willing to report the whole story to you, which proves that there is still sincerity and justice in his heart, but his justice may be lost. When Zanguo said this, he remembered what happened in the East China Sea 153rd branch some time ago, and said softly, the title of hero who defeated the Arlong pirates and repelled the Straw Hat pirates this time will be given to the surviving recruit, and he will be promoted to the branch lieutenant. Remember to comfort the recruit and let him know why the Navy must give him the title of hero. Encourage the recruit to work hard and encourage him to live up to the title of hero in the future, and not to go astray like Monka of your East China Sea 153rd branch. After all, the branch lieutenant is just a small official. There is no difference between a third-class Marine and a branch lieutenant to Zanguo. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Buddha Zanguo is willing to guide the Vice Admiral of the East China Sea branch, and is even willing to take the initiative to show his intention to train the newly promoted branch lieutenant. This Marshal has done a very responsible job. Yes, the Vice Admiral of the East China Sea branch was also very aware of the Marshal's good intentions, and nodded quickly and continued, there is one more thing. Lieutenant Akihara Kagura mentioned the name of the captain of the Straw Hat pirates. The name of that pirate is a bit strange, named Monkey D. Luffy. Buddha Sengoku's eyes suddenly changed. East China Sea. Monkey is the surname and D is the hidden name. In addition, the name Luffy was occasionally heard from an old guy. Buddha Sengoku was shocked for only a second, and then his expression calmed down. His voice did not change at all. You are the Vice Admiral of the East China Sea branch. I guess you don't need me to continue to guide you in the work of issuing a bounty order for the Straw Hat pirates. No need. The Vice Admiral of the East China Sea branch was so scared that he quickly hung up the Den Den Mushi. Garp. After Sengoku returned to the conference room, his eyes suddenly fell on the old Navy soldier who was sitting in the conference room chewing senpai as if no one was around. The marshal was so angry that he clenched the door handle of the conference room tightly with his palm, wishing he could crush the door handle immediately. How dare this bastard eat his senpai here? His grandson has become a pirate, but he is still eating senpai here. He is already 70 years old, how can he eat snacks here? Are you back? Garp simply picked up the bag of senpai, poured it all into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it quickly, and then said, "Can I declare today's meeting over now? I'm going to patrol the East China Sea now, then your warship better hurry up." Sengoku wanted to immediately pin this old friend to the ground and beat him up, but he had to consider his image in front of these subordinates, and forced himself to be rational and said, "It's best to catch all the new pirates that have emerged in the East China Sea and put them into the city of Impel Down, don't worry." Garp grinned and put on his vice admiral cloak. Second update. Today is already 10,000. Chapter 357. Big news. Oh no, I've been fooled. Garp was on his way to the East China Sea on a doghead warship when he received a newspaper sold by Newsbird and the latest bounty issued by the Navy along with the newspaper. Straw Hat Luffy. The first bounty is 30 million berries. The bounty shows a kid wearing a straw hat and laughing. His eyes are narrowed with laughter, and he doesn't look like he has committed any serious crime. Garp looked at the grandson with a big grin on the bounty photo, and after a hint of anger appeared in his eyes, he actually smiled. This kid. Vice Admiral Garp. Information about the Straw Hat Pirates. Garp's adjutant Bogart looked at his superior and whispered about the intelligence circulating within the Navy. The 16th Division of the East China Sea fought a fierce battle with the Straw Hat Pirates and the Arlong Pirates entrenched in the East China Sea. Only one Navy recruit survived. Arlong and his group were arrested by the recruit, and the Straw Hat Pirates were lucky to escape from the recruit's hands. Ho-ha, it must be the work of Sengoku. Garp knew his old friend very well, and he could probably guess what happened here. Then when you patrol the East China Sea, go and see the surviving recruit. If the justice in the recruit's heart has not been tarnished, and he is still willing to retain his justice, then he might as well transfer him to the headquarters for special training. However, the Navy recruit is no longer a recruit. The survivor, Navy Private Akihara Kagura, jumped 7 levels at the speed of light, and directly jumped from a private to a lieutenant of the Navy branch, and he has a little power in his hands. Lieutenant Akihara Kagura, I hope you don't take these things to heart. The Vice Admiral of the East China Sea branch saw that Akihara Kagura seemed unhappy after being promoted. He was also worried that this Navy recruit would feel ashamed for taking credit for the pirates. Next time, I hope you can use the power of justice to solve the pirates who endanger the world, and live up to the name of hero given to you by Marshal Sengoku. Yes, Akihara Kagura's expression was heavy. As for what he was thinking, this kind of thing was originally in his plan. Akihara Kagura had long known some of the established practices within the Navy. It was not uncommon to take credit for pirates. He deliberately designed something to make himself the biggest beneficiary this time, and also dispelled the doubts of others. The Navy can only solve the pirates' troubles by relying on pirates. Everyone can do this, but it cannot be announced to the public. I want to go to Rogue Town. Akihara Kagura immediately provided a piece of information and took the initiative to say, Monkey D. Luffy is going to the Grand Line. The Straw Hat Pirates will definitely pass through Rogue Town. I want to catch the Straw Hat Luffy who is going to the Grand Line there. Don't worry about that. The Vice Admiral of the East Sea branch chuckled and took the initiative to say, Rogue Town is in the East Sea, but it is directly under the Navy headquarters. The one station there is Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters. Smoker, known as the White Hunter. The colonel of the Navy headquarters, he is called the Mad Dog of the Navy internally. He doesn't even obey the orders of the Navy headquarters, let alone the East Sea branch. The Navy headquarters is 3 levels higher than the branch. The colonel of the headquarters and the vice admiral of the 4 Seas branch are actually at the same level. Naturally, Smoker will not be happy to obey the orders of the East Sea branch. But this does not mean that the vice admiral of the East China Sea branch does not recognize Smoker's strength. Since Smoker took charge of Rogue Town, he has captured countless pirates. No matter how strong Straw Hat Luffy is, he can't escape Smoker's palm. Smoker is a rare natural fruit with the ability of the smoke fruit. Seeing that he could not be transferred to Rogue Town, Akihara Kagura had to choose another method. He shook his head and planned to leave the East China Sea branch and return to the 16th branch base. It happened that the 16th branch base of the East China Sea had no superiors. Akihiro Kagura immediately used his little power to recruit Karin into the Navy as his adjutant. In addition, Akihiro Kagura also received his biggest gain by the way. A third-class Navy private was directly promoted 7 levels to become a branch lieutenant. This time was so short that it did not exceed 2 months. Private first class, private first class, private first class, corporal, corporal, sergeant, 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 staff sergeant, warrant officer, branch second lieutenant. System prompt: the host has been promoted from a private first class in the Navy to second lieutenant in the Navy branch. The host has been promoted to level 7, and new abilities have awakened in the body, opening 7 characteristics. System prompt: the host has obtained a new characteristic, Great Swordsman. Great Swordsman, who has mastered swordsmanship to perfection, can develop his own swordsmanship, can see through the flaws of other swordsmen's swordsmanship, and can compete with all the swordsmen in the world in swordsmanship. Akihiro Kagura tried the ability of this characteristic for the first time. He put his 2 fingers together and suddenly swung them. He could actually send out a strong slashing sword energy with his fingers. System prompt: the host has obtained a new characteristic, Meatball Fruit. The Meatball Fruit, one of the superhuman abilities, based on the ability user's thoughts and strength. The ability can release shock waves through compressed air in the palm of the hand, and can also bounce out any object in the world, even fatigue, pain, damage, heat, soul, slash, etc. All matter or energy can be bounced away by the Meatball Fruit. This ability is quite interesting. The most useful one is undoubtedly to bounce away fatigue. Although Akihiro Kagura rarely feels tired when training, she can still bounce out her boredom, so that she still has the tenacious will to continue training. System prompt: the host has obtained a new feature, String Fruit. System prompt: Spiritual Fusion has been integrated into the String Fruit feature, and the control ability of the String Fruit will become even stronger. String Fruit freely control invisible threads, and control the enemy's actions by wrapping silk threads around the enemy's body. In addition, the host can also develop a variety of threads. Thin threads can be used for suture surgery, and sharp threads can chop the enemy's body. This ability can only be regarded as a reinforcement at best. Akihiro Kagura can be called a powerful puppeteer. The String Fruit only strengthens his control ability, but he is not a person who likes to use violence to control others. System prompt: the host has obtained a new feature, Shadow Fruit. System prompt: the 2 features of Shadow Fruit and Light and Shadow have been merged into a new feature, Shadow World. Shadow World: there is a world under the sun, and there is another world in the shadow. The host can freely enter and exit the shadow world without anyone noticing, and use the enemy's shadow to create a person who is as powerful as the enemy to fight. This feature seems to be stronger than Light and Shadow. At least Akihiro Kagura has never tried to create the enemy's shadow. The shadow is formed by the projection of light. In theory, the shadow and the main body have the same combat power. No. It should be said that it is stronger. Because not everyone can crack the shadow. The shadow has an illusory body that is more difficult to break than the enemy's main body. It is not easy to defeat the shadow without any special means. System prompt: the host has obtained a new feature, Sand Fruit. Sand Fruit, nature type ability, can turn one's body into yellow sand, can quickly absorb water like a desert, can also control the yellow sand to fight, and can even turn everything around into a sea of sand. Akihiro Kagura raised his palm and controlled the floor under his feet to turn into yellow sand, which gathered into a sand gourd in his hand, and the sand gourd turned into yellow sand and dissipated directly. Akihiro Kagura is not good at playing with sand. Akihiro Kagura is only good at defeating those who play with sand. System prompt: the host has obtained a new feature, Fishman Karate. Fishman Karate, the powerful physical skills of the Fishman clan, which are particularly powerful when fighting in the sea, and can make the water and the palm as if they are integrated into one and freely control the seawater for physical skills. This ability is not necessary. Akihiro Kagura himself controls nature and is better at controlling water than the Fishman clan. System prompt: the host has obtained a new feature, Sweet Fruit. Sweet Fruit, superhuman ability. The ability to petrify people can be freely developed. Akihiro Kagura's eyes flashed, and he raised his finger. A ball of heart-shaped energy appeared at his fingertips, But why was this heart-shaped energy black? Why is this heart a black heart? Is this the nature of male ability users? Or is it an ability that he awakened himself? Akihiro Kagura could feel that anyone who was hit by this black heart would be directly petrified when they felt fear in their hearts. Is this the ability of the sweet fruit? Forget it. Anyway, these abilities are good. Akihiro Kagura was promoted 7 levels in a row and obtained the ability of the 7 warlords of the sea. Next words, Akihiro Kagura remembered the problem of being rejected from going to Rogue Town, and sighed faintly. Just find a way to make another great achievement and get promoted, Lord Kagura. Karin stood behind Akihiro Kagura. She had changed into a navy uniform. She was even luckier than Akihiro Kagura. She didn't need to be a handyman. Call me Lieutenant. Akihiro Kagura corrected Karin's statement, and took the newspaper and the latest 2 bounties handed to him by Karin. One of the bounties was for Straw Hat Luffy, and the other was for the Great Pirate Buggy. This amount. Akihiro Kagura took a look at Buggy's bounty, and only saw a series of zeros at the back. It's only 730 million Baileys. Isn't this bounty too much to underestimate, Mr. Buggy? He killed the celestial dragons with his own hands. But this number is not low in the Grand Line. Karin, we have to find a way to go to Rogue Town. I can't let anyone pick my peach of Buggy, the great pirate, I raised with great effort. Yes. Karin quickly agreed. On the other side, the whole world is shocked by the latest bounty. The bounty and status of Buggy the Clown are a bit too amazing. The bounty on this guy was only 15 million berries before, but it was raised to 730 million berries after he lost. The vicious incident of assassinating the celestial dragons and his identity as a member of the Roger Pirates made people feel that this bounty number was still a bit low. The newsbirds were very busy. These newsbirds brought the story of the Great Pirate Buggy to every corner of the world. The World News Agency was very aware of the influence of One Piece and the members of the Roger Pirates, and this latest newspaper was almost sold out in a short time. Buggy the Clown, with a striking red nose, is like a circus clown. He was once a crew member of the Pirate King Guldo Roger. During the Roger Pirates period, he served as a trainee pirate with red-haired Shanks. He followed the Pirate King Roger to Raftel, the end of the Grand Line, where he saw the existence of the great treasure One Piece. 20 years ago, the Pirate King Roger publicly executed and beheaded in Roger Town. Buggy witnessed the beginning of the Great Pirate era there. He rejected the invitation of red-haired Shanks and founded a new pirate group. From that day on, the Buggy pirate group has been hiding in the East China Sea for some reason, tirelessly searching for treasures everywhere. Why a pirate who has seen One Piece with his own eyes would still be interested in these ordinary treasures is unknown to everyone. Some people suspect that he wants to find the treasure that Roger had buried in other places, because the East China Sea is Roger's hometown, and there must be treasures buried there. Some people also suspect that Buggy hid for 20 years to look for treasures, looking for the future of the Great Pirate era in the East China Sea, looking for the seeds of the evil pirates who could discover the great treasure One Piece, and looking for someone who could inherit the will of the Pirate King. However, all this is unknown. According to another recent reliable news, Buggy was defeated by a young pirate wearing a straw hat and disappeared from everyone's sight. However, when Buggy reappeared, he brazenly assassinated the celestial dragon Joliet Saint, revealing the oneness of the Roger Pirates again. The newspaper is good. Akihiro Kagura looked at the seemingly true and false records in the newspaper with satisfaction. Anyone who has read this newspaper will definitely be subconsciously curious about one thing. Why did Buggy assassinate the celestial dragon Joliet Saint after being defeated by a pirate wearing a straw hat? Was it because he couldn't accept that he lost to a young man, or was there another unknown reason? The 2 latest pirate wanted posters that came with the newspaper were also very interesting. One was Monkey D. Luffy wearing a straw hat, and the other was Buggy the Clown with a red nose. Obviously, anyone can tell who is the real winner. The Straw Hat Luffy who defeated Buggy the Clown has a bounty of 30 million berries. And the Clown Buggy who was defeated by the Straw Hat Luffy has a bounty of 730 million berries. On the sea, a small coffin boat slowly sailed towards Rogue Town, and a newsbird also brought a latest newspaper and 2 latest bounties. Hawkeye Mihawk looked at the 2 bounties in his hand. Both of these pirates have a very special relationship with his friend Red Hair Shanks. But why is it recorded that Buggy the Clown assassinated the celestial dragon? A celestial dragon was killed and it had nothing to do with the Konoha pirates. A clown Buggy who appeared out of nowhere took the blame. Mihawk personally participated in the assassination of the celestial dragons of the Konoha pirates. He remembered the clown marks drawn on the shells and felt as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. Were you framed? Or did you take the initiative to participate? I was framed. Buggy sat on a stone, holding the newspaper and crying. What does all this have to do with him? He has never seen any celestial dragons, and he doesn't have the courage to assassinate any celestial dragons. Why does the world government put the celestial dragon's assassination on him? Besides, he doesn't have time. Since being defeated by Straw Hat Luffy, Buggy was stranded on an unknown deserted island. He was finally rescued by another pirate from the East China Sea, Alrida. Baki Alrida ate the slippery fruit, and her figure looked particularly youthful and slender. She looked at the clown Buggy with shock on her face. You have actually been to Raftel in the Grand Line, and have you seen the existence of One Piece? Captain Buggy. A group of pirates looked at Buggy in shock. They never thought that the clown Buggy, who had been following them, was actually a big shot, and even assassinated the celestial dragons without telling them, and had seen the existence of the great secret treasure. Buggy cried even more sadly. Because at that time, did he seem to have a cold, or did Shanks have a cold? Was he taking care of Shanks, or was Shanks taking care of himself? In short, they didn't see the great secret treasure. Yes, it must be that bastard Shanks who was sick, so he didn't get the treasure in the great secret treasure. It's too late. Keep working hard, and make more money every day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 begins and ends. Rogue Town gathers. The newspapers are just talking nonsense. When we were following Captain Roger and were about to reach Raftel, Buggy suddenly fell ill and I stayed to take care of him. Neither of us saw the great treasure. Grand Line. On a remote island. A group of lazy-looking pirates camped here leisurely. A red-haired man held a wooden wine glass in his hand and told his companions stories about the past. Next to the man was a natural tree root square table, on which were placed the latest world news and 2 bounty notices, which made him laugh exaggeratedly. Shanks. A fat pirate raised the meat leg in his hand and shouted loudly, "Let's have a drink for Luffy first. I didn't expect to receive news from Luffy here." Ho ha ho ho, the red-haired man laughed and glanced at the 2 bounty orders next to him. The smile on the corner of his mouth suddenly brightened. Speaking of which, it is also our luck that Luffy's bounty order can be delivered here, all thanks to Buggy. He also defeated that guy Buggy. The 2 people on the bounty orders are both important people to the red-haired man. One is his companion in his childhood, and the other is his expectation for the future when he grows up. Unexpectedly, the fate of the 2 people actually intersected. But a gentleman smoking a cigarette suddenly spoke up and mentioned another matter. The newspaper mentioned that Buggy assassinated the celestial dragon. Jory Saint, there must be something wrong. Shanks shook his head, not thinking that his companion would have such courage. Baki is only interested in treasures. How could he assassinate celestial dragons? Probably Shanks thought for a while and gave an answer. The world government threw a black pot on him. In comparison, Shanks was more concerned about Luffy's growth. His eyes fell on the newspaper, and he chuckled and said, "It's impossible that Buggy was defeated by Luffy and wanted to regain his face, so he made a big event. New World. Moby Dick. The vehicle of the Whitebird pirates. The most powerful man in the world, Whitebird, is here. Because of this man's existence, the Whitebird pirates are also known as the most powerful pirate group in the world. A more serious event than the killing of the celestial dragons happened on this ship. Marshal D. Teach, an old member who had been on the ship for more than 20 years, killed Thatch, the captain of the 4th Division on the ship, and stole a devil fruit from Thatch's room. This incident seriously violated the iron law of the ship. All the members of the Whitebird pirates present were extremely angry and distressed, especially Marshal D. Teach's Captain Portgas Diaz, who believed that this incident was his responsibility. "I'll go get him back." The young man with freckles looked ugly. He had to take his responsibility. Wait until I catch Teach and deal with him in front of Thatch's grave. Ace, a tall figure, sat on a chair. His beard was like a crescent moon, and rows of needles were stuck in his arms. It was the most powerful man in the world, Whitebird. Aging and illness have been tormenting him. Even the most powerful man in the world can hardly resist the invasion of time. Whitebird's eyes fell on Ace, and he said solemnly, Listen to me, let's stop here this time. Dad, I'm Teach's captain. Porky's attitude was very firm. He directly jumped off the Moby Dick on his small skateboard and roared loudly, "That bastard violated the iron law of this ship. We must not let him go no matter what." A group of cotters from the Whitebird pirates had heavy faces. Even if the newsbird brought new newspapers and new bounties, no one was willing to read them. They were all mourning the death of their companions. Whitebird was also sad about the death of a son, but he couldn't show his pain at this time. He reached out to take the newspaper and bounty brought by a newsbird, and he also saw the bounty for Buggy. The kid on Roger's ship. Whitebird recognized the red-nosed kid he had seen before. At that time, the red-nosed brat Buggy and red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks had already been on equal footing with him, but Buggy seemed to have disappeared and now Buggy reappeared. Whitebird looked at the news in the newspaper and remembered Marshal D. Teach, who had been hiding on his ship for more than 20 years before revealing his true face. Another brat who has been hiding for 20 years. Whitebird deeply felt the depression before the storm. In the era when he and Roger were fighting, these brats had hidden their true natures. Now, after more than 20 years, they have all surfaced. On the sea. A raft is sailing. A man with black stubble looked at the newspaper and wanted poster in his hand. He also recognized Buggy with a bounty of 730 million Baileys and remembered their encounter more than 20 years ago. It was Marshal D. Teach. This man had been hiding on Whitebird's ship for more than 20 years. He finally achieved his goal and found the most vicious fruit in the legend. Natural dark fruit. Teach's mouth grinned, and he laughed a little wantonly. Thief Teach looked at Buggy's wanted poster, as if he saw his own shadow, and his crew laughter echoed on the empty sea. Thief This guy finally showed up. I thought my only opponent was Shanks. More than 20 years ago. Whitebird Edward Newgate competed with Pirate King Gulda Roger. Marshal D. Teach, a crew member of the Whitebird Pirates, met Buggy and Shanks, trainee pirates of the Roger Pirates. He originally thought that only Red Hair Shanks was a figure, and that Buggy was just a clown, but he didn't expect that he was hiding like him. Killed a celestial dragon in the first shot. Teach held the newspaper and Buggy's wanted poster tightly in his hand, letting the wanted poster of another Straw Hat Boy fly away, his eyes only focused on Buggy. Thief Buggy, you are more courageous than me. Thief Sabeo de Archipelago. An old man wearing glasses looked at the two wanted posters with wandering eyes, feeling that something was wrong, and couldn't help twitching his mouth. Is Buggy so courageous? Facts have proved that Buggy is still very timid. However, Buggy still has a heart that wants revenge. Even though the entire East China Sea Navy is looking for his traces, Buggy is still trying to gather his old members of the pirate group, planning to make another big event in Rogue Town, and kill Straw Hat Luffy on the execution platform where the Pirate King Roger was executed. In fact, Buggy originally wanted to hide, but his subordinates thought he was a big shot, and even his partner Alrida urged him to immediately seek revenge on Straw Hat Luffy. Because he was mistaken for a hidden big shot, Buggy's identity was set up by his subordinates. In order to maintain his face, he couldn't get down. Let's go. Let's go to Rogue Town. Buggy's heart was beating a little fast, but he still waved his arms stubbornly, and said in a sharp voice, let's go to Rogue Town and kill Straw Hat Luffy. Yes, Captain Buggy. The entire Buggy Pirates suddenly boiled up. Although their strength is not very good, they have a big captain. Just as the Buggy Pirates rushed to Rogue Town, the Straw Hat Pirates were also driving their Golden Mary to the direction of Rogue Town. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, took up her post and carefully told everyone the precautions. Rogue Town is our last stop for supplies on the Grand Line, but according to the news that man told us, the Admiral of the Navy may appear in Rogue Town. We must go. Luffy didn't care about the Admiral at all. He put his hand on his straw hat and said seriously and solemnly, that's the hometown of Pirate King Gulda Roger, and we will also set off from there. I know. Nami punched him on the head and closed her eyes angrily, but you must be careful there, you have a wanted bounty on you. Speaking of which, Zoro frowned, thinking of the clown Buggy they had encountered, the red-nosed guy named Buggy. The bounty has been increased to 730 million Baileys. He and Shanks know each other. Luffy jumped out again and introduced a hat on his head. When he saw me, he hated the hat I wore, and he also knew Shanks. It seems that Shanks is not a small figure. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates were heading to Rogue Town according to their established plan, a huge ship was also slowly sailing towards Rogue Town. Konoha pirates. The purpose of this pirate group going to Rogue Town was simple. They wanted to see how strong the so-called admiral was, and by the way, help Buggy the Clown escape. After all, Buggy the Clown, the big pirate who had just been promoted, was raised by them with great effort. He should have fallen into the hands of Akihiro Kagura to help him get promoted, rather than falling into the hands of other Navy officers and becoming the nourishment for others' promotion. East China Sea 16th Branch. A small warship has also set off. As an ordinary branch lieutenant, Akihiro Kagura is not qualified to modify the warship with his own unique logo like the Vice Admiral of the Navy. He can only take a small warship. Akihiro Kagura reported the information about buggy pirates moving towards Rogue Town to the East China Sea branch, and took the initiative to apply for surveillance on the way to Rogue Town. The Vice Admiral of the East Sea branch immediately agreed to Akihiro Kagura's request and immediately reported the information to the Navy branch of Rogue Town, hoping that the Navy branch of Rogue Town would pay attention to it. Rogue Town. In the office of the Navy branch colonel. A tall figure sat in the position of the Navy colonel, with a sleeping mask on his eyes, and answered the information submitted by the East Sea branch with his eyes closed. "Thank you very much." The tall man thanked him nonchalantly, and seemed to be planning to continue sleeping in the office, but was suddenly awakened by the voice on the other end of the phone. "Who are you?" The Navy Vice Admiral of the East Sea branch immediately heard that the other party's voice was a little bit wrong. It sounded familiar to him, but also a little strange. It was obviously not Smoker's voice. And the Den Mushi seemed a little different. Because the Den Mushi would change its appearance according to the voice of the other party on the call. The Navy Vice Admiral of the East Sea branch looked at the Den Mushi and felt a little strange. "Who are you? Where is Colonel Smoker?" "I am Kuzan." The tall man's words made the other party silent. This name is familiar and strange. Perhaps compared to his name, his code name in the Navy headquarters should be more familiar to the Navy. Admiral Aokiji. The Vice Admiral of the East Sea branch immediately became excited and quickly lowered his voice. "Does the East Sea branch still need to go to Rogue Town for support?" One of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters, code-named Admiral Aokiji, this name is truly well known. If this top combat force of the Navy headquarters is stationed in Rogue Town, with a combat power of the Admiral level, there is probably no need to worry about the buggy pirates escaping. It's enough for someone to monitor their whereabouts. Aokiji muttered nonchalantly, as if he still wanted to continue sleeping, and casually ordered, "Okay, I know the matter, don't disturb my rest." Yes. The Vice Admiral of the East Sea branch quickly hung up the Den Mushi. Just when Aokiji hung up the phone and was about to continue to catch up on his sleep, the door of the office was kicked open directly, and a white-haired man with a cigar in his mouth walked in. "I forgot to take my Den Mushi." The white-haired man reached out and took his Den Mushi, then looked at the Admiral sleeping in his office, and his forehead couldn't help but twitch. This guy is surprisingly lazy. Ever since Aokiji came to the East China Sea, he hasn't gone around to patrol, and has been staying in Rogue Town. He either strolls around in Rogue Town or sleeps. If they weren't friends, the white-haired man really wanted to scold him harshly. How could such a lazy justice catch pirates? This white-haired man is none other than Smoker, a colonel of the Navy headquarters. It's okay for him to criticize Aokiji in his heart, but in fact, his nature is even worse than Aokiji. He often disobeys orders from his superiors because they are not satisfied with the orders, so he was exiled from the headquarters to Rogue Town. It's right to stay here. Aokiji took off his eye mask, looked at Smoker who appeared in front of him, and took the initiative to speak to his friend. "Bucky will come to Rogue Town soon, and a warship is monitoring him." "Got it, I'll make arrangements." Smoker bit his cigar and strode away from here. "It's best if you can catch him, don't disturb my sleep." Aokiji turned over and was about to close his eyes and go back to sleep. As a man who pursues lazy justice, Aokiji's behavior gradually became confused because of his laziness. He didn't know what he should do. He could only execute the justice in his heart and didn't care about the death of the celestial dragons. If Smoker wants to catch Buggy the Clown, just let him do it. Anyway, nothing worse will happen. Being lazy doesn't mean that his strength is lazy. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters is the highest combat power of the world government. No matter what unexpected situation occurs, it will not change the final result. "Colonel Smoker, something bad has happened." A Navy soldier hurried over and said in a panic, "Sergeant Ashiki saw a man while patrolling the port and wanted to duel with that man." "Who is that?" Smoker's face suddenly showed a hint of irritability. Although he always felt that his adjutant Ashiki was unreliable and always made him feel a little out of touch, he was not someone that could be bullied by everyone. Joracle Mihawk, the Navy soldier who came to report, mentioned this name. Smoker's face suddenly changed. Even Aokiji, who had been lying in bed, couldn't help but open his eyes again. This name is not something that can be easily ignored. Why did the world's #1 swordsman appear in Rogue Town? At the port of Rogue Town. The situation here is far from that bad. A man with a black knife on his back walked over step by step on the seawater, which shocked everyone in the port. They had never seen anyone step on the sea. That is. This scene immediately attracted the patrolling navy. Among them, the female adjutant in charge of the patrol, Dashiki, could hardly suppress her shock when she saw the man standing on the sea, the world's #1 swordsman, the 7 warlords of the sea, Joracle Mihawk. I want to challenge him. Even if I can't beat my opponent, I have to challenge him. Once this idea arises, it can't be completely dispelled. The female navy wearing glasses immediately stopped in front of Hawkeye, looking at Hawkeye Mihawk in front of her with reverence and politeness. The woman, who looked very weak, but her eyes were particularly firm, Mr. Hawkeye, I didn't expect to meet you here. Can you please teach me? Any swordsman who sees the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye will not miss the opportunity to challenge the world's #1, no matter how high or low his swordsmanship is. After all, the opportunity is really rare. Even Dashiki knows very well that she may not be the opponent of the other party, but she knows that she doesn't know when she will see Hawkeye Mihawk next time. Perhaps, besides Hawkeye Mihawk, a man that she could only see once in her life, what made Tashiji's eyes pop out the most was the black knife behind Hawkeye Mihawk. Black Knife Knight. The 12 Supreme Blades. There were only 12 supreme swords in the whole world, and the black knife behind Hawkeye Mihawk was the most famous because he was the world's #1 swordsman. Tashigi didn't even need to touch it, all the information about the Black Knife Knight would appear in her mind. The blade was a chaotic blade with a double flowered T-shaped pattern, and it could cut everything in half with one stroke. Marine, Mihawk raised his eyes and looked at the weak female navy in front of him, and said in a cold voice, if you want to challenge me, you must be prepared to die at any time. The day I held the hilt of the sword, I already had this awareness. A hint of joy flashed across Tashiji's face, and she quickly pulled out her own sword Shijure, and the blade light seemed a little dim. Mihawk glanced at the knife in the other's hand. He had no interest in either the knife or the person. Your knife needs maintenance. Mihawk's words instantly made Tashigi lose her spirit. Sorry. Tashigi apologized quickly and put her knife back into the scabbard. As a knife lover, Tashigi has always attached great importance to her Shijure. Unfortunately, the weapons dealers in Rogue Town charge too high a price, and she spends all her savings every month on knives. Mihawk raised his head and looked towards Rogue Town. It was the first time he returned here after many years. At that time, he witnessed the execution of the Pirate King here with his own eyes. At this moment, everything had changed. Just as Mihawk sighed in his heart and was about to take a walk in the town, several familiar voices appeared in his ears. This town is big, let's see if we can buy some materials for making artillery shells, and also some materials for making human puppets. I wonder if we can buy the corpses of devil fruit users. The corpses of strong people are also okay. Mihawk turned his head and saw 3 familiar figures. However, when these 3 people saw him, it was as if they were looking at a stranger, and they had no intention of greeting acquaintances. Mihawk had an inexplicable feeling that if one of them had not licked his lips while looking at him, he would have felt that the memories of these 3 people were wiped out. It's too late, too late. Rewind has been completed. Start the work in Rogue Town. Chapter 359, The Changing Situation in Rogue Town. Rogue Town is getting more and more lively. The bigwigs of the East China Sea seem to be gathering here. Even though Mihawk is one of the Shichibukai appointed by the world government, Smoker dare not ignore his existence and has to send a team of navy to guard against him. According to the privateering license between the world government and the Shichibukai, if Mihawk kills someone in Rogue Town, the navy has no way to interfere. But Smoker doesn't care about the agreement of the world government. As long as Hawkeye Mihawk dares to do something out of line in Rogue Town, he, a navy colonel, dares to fight him directly. Anyway, sooner or later, he will have to deal with the Shichibukai pirates. Compared with the world's #1 swordsman and the admiral of the navy, Akihara Kagura is just an insignificant little person in this group of people. Even Buggy and Smoker are stronger than him. Maybe even Straw Hat Luffy is more respected than him. The port of Rogue Town. 3 ships arrived in Rogue Town one after another. The Straw Hat Pirates Golden Mary arrived first, followed by Buggy the Clown's pirate ship. Akihiro Kagura's small warship was the last to arrive at Rogue Town. This small warship stopped next to a large sea ship, which looked in sharp contrast to the large sea ship next to it. It looked so shabby. Lieutenant Kagura. Karin stood next to Akihiro Kagura. Her eyes were particularly vigilant, and her eyes fell on, there are 3 troublesome guys hidden in this town. The world's #1 swordsman, the Admiral of the Navy, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Akihiro Kagura nodded and explained the other party's identity. He knew how terrifying Karin's perception was, but his eyes also fell on the large sea ship next to the small warship. There are also 3 troublesome people hidden on this ship. Karin looked at the large sea ship next to her. Karin saw Kaguya Akatsuki, Madara Uchiha, and Hoshirama Senju on the large sea ship looking down at the shabby small warship, and felt that this large sea ship was not particularly troublesome. But now is not the time to discuss any troubles. As an ordinary lieutenant of a branch, the first thing Akihiro Kagura did when she arrived here was naturally to report to Colonel Smoker of the Marine Headquarters. In addition to the Buggy Pirates, I also saw the Straw Hat Pirates pirate ship at the port. That little guy with 30 million Baileys. Smoker looked at the little Lieutenant Akihiro Kagura, with a cigar in the corner of his mouth, almost spitting smoke rings on Akihiro Kagura's face. It looks like this Rogue Town is going to be lively. Why wasn't the news reported to me in advance? We don't have a Den Den Mushi. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Smoker and took the initiative to say, there is only one Den Den Mushi in the 16th branch base. We only had time to report the whereabouts of the Buggy Pirates, and I hurriedly followed them with my men. Okay. After speaking, Smoker glanced at Akihiro Kagura and the red-haired Navy girl beside him, and said nonchalantly, you and your men are incorporated into the port force. Follow the orders of Sergeant Tashigi to cut off the retreat of these pirates. I'm a lieutenant. Akihiro Kagura quickly reminded Colonel Smoker. Huh? Just a branch lieutenant. Smoker turned back and looked at Akihiro Kagura upon hearing this, and blew a big smoke ring at a branch lieutenant, and the smoke spread to Akihiro Kagura's face. When Smoker was in front of outsiders, he still cared about his subordinates and stood up for them. Tashigi's rank is headquarters sergeant, which is 3 levels higher than the branch rank. Her headquarters sergeant is 1 level higher than your branch lieutenant. You obey her orders and dispatches. Is there any problem? Cough cough cough. No. Akihiro Kagura coughed a few times because of the smoke, and at the same time stretched out her hand to stop Karin next to her, so that Karin would not suddenly attack at this time. Tashigi, guard the port well. Smoker no longer paid attention to Akihiro Kagura, turned around and told his female adjutant, and drove his motorcycle into Rogue Town. After Smoker left, Tashigi, who was wearing glasses, came over and apologized to Akihiro Kagura a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Colonel Smoker's temper has always been. It's understandable. Akihiro Kagura waved her hands, as if she didn't care about Smoker's arrogance towards her. In the eyes of that captain of the Marine Headquarters, I'm no different from an ordinary errand soldier. Tashigi felt that she didn't know what to say. The sergeant's eyes quickly fell on Karin. When he saw the sword hanging around Karin's waist, his eyes suddenly lit up. Eh? Are you a swordsman too? What kind of sword is this? I don't think I've ever seen this kind of sword. Can I take a look at it? No. Karin frowned. Okay. Tashigi was a little frustrated for a second, then she came back to her senses immediately. Then you stay here, I'll go to the knife shop to get my shijure. I just sent it for maintenance today. By the way, the world's #1 swordsman, Joracle Mihawk, is also here. I wonder if there is a chance to see the black knife, knight, in his hand. Tashigi was unexpectedly talkative, and she didn't even notice Karin's dissatisfaction. She muttered to herself for a few sentences and walked to the knife shop in Rogue Town. As for Akihiro Kagura and Karin, the 2 of them boarded the pirate ship of the Buggy Pirates directly. On the Buggy Pirate ship, the trainer Machi and his lion Ricky stayed here. The trainer was responsible for burning the Straw Hat Pirates pirate ship in a while. He thought it was a safe mission, but he didn't expect that 2 Navy men would come here. Ricky, kill them. Machi whistled at his lion. Lion Ricky's eyes glowed red, and he rushed directly towards Akihiro Kagura and Karin. He was kicked away by Karin, and tears of pain instantly came out of his eyes. Karin, go make me a glass of pear juice. Akihiro Kagura sat on the railing, looked at the trainer Machi with interest, and asked, Are you going to have a circus performance? Of course. The trainer Machi patted his chest quickly. While the circus performance of Lion Ricky was being performed on the pirate ship, Rogue Town gradually became lively. The Straw Hat Pirates were still buying supplies everywhere, and the Clown Buggy and Alrita took their subordinates to cover their whereabouts with cloaks and searched for the traces of Straw Hat Luffy everywhere. On the execution platform in Rogue Town Square, Monkey D. Luffy finally stood here. This novice pirate who aimed to become the Pirate King looked at the scenery below the execution platform curiously, thinking about the grand scene of the execution of the Pirate King Guldo Roger. We got you, Straw Hat Boy. At this moment, Buggy the Clown surrounded them with his subordinates. A group of pirates suddenly launched an attack, opened their cloaks, and surrounded the execution platform. Kabaji, the acrobat and chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates, descended from the sky, holding a heavy yoke, and directly pressed Straw Hat Luffy on the execution platform. Buggy the Clown, a super pirate with a bounty of 730 million berries. When the entire Rogue Town Square saw this group of pirates, it immediately became noisy, and a group of civilians in the square wanted to flee in fear. This is a big pirate with a bounty of 730 million berries. Pirates of this level have not appeared in the entire East China Sea for many years. Moreover, this town has always been under the command of Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters. Civilians rarely see pirates anymore, and everyone is scared to run away. No one is allowed to leave. No one is allowed to leave. Buggy the Clown shouted loudly to stop everyone who wanted to leave. The other pirates took out their pistols and stopped the civilians who wanted to escape. Now I'm going to show you how scary I am. Buggy the Clown swept his eyes over everyone present. His eyes became particularly fierce. He stepped onto the execution platform step by step. He was going to execute Monkey D. Luffy here. In addition to a group of civilians, there were many other people in the square. For example, 3 members of the Konoha Pirates who came here to buy supplies, and the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk. They were not as frightened as the others. Instead, they all stopped where they were and did not move, quietly watching this farce. Is Buggy the Clown in conflict with a Straw Hat Boy? Mihawk watched the 2 guys who were close friends with Shanks in conflict, and subconsciously thought about which side Shanks would stand on here. Mihawk frowned slightly, thinking of the red-haired man who was always laughing. Maybe, let the people present give him face. But the current situation is not favorable to Straw Hat Luffy. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that Luffy has been directly controlled and has no ability to resist at all. Basically, he can only rely on the rescue of others. In the sky, the wind suddenly blew in the sunny Rogue Town. The atmospheric pressure of the entire Rogue Town dropped rapidly, and the strong wind rolled up the dark clouds and gradually began to spread over the sky of Rogue Town. The strange change in the weather immediately aroused Mihawk's vigilance. Mihawk's expression suddenly became serious. However, the Clown Buggy seemed to be unaware of it. He waved his command knife, stood on the execution platform, and shouted loudly, I declare that Straw Hat Luffy is sentenced to death for the crime of daring to disrespect me and anger me. Make a fuss as much as you want, and the gorgeous execution will begin soon. Yo-ho-ho. The entire Buggy Pirates immediately became lively. A group of pirates raised their pistols and fired randomly. The square immediately became as lively as a vegetable market. It's so lively. Monkey D. Luffy looked at the noisy square, with a look of curiosity on his face. This is my first time watching an execution. You are the one to be executed. The Clown Buggy held his command knife and said proudly, Straw Hat Boy, it is your honor to die in the same place as the Pirate King. Me. Luffy pointed his finger at himself in disbelief. Why not me? Buggy wants to kill me here. Luffy's body shook violently, and he wanted to get up and fight quickly, but the heavy shackles pressed on him, so he couldn't resist at all. Tell me your last words before the execution. The corners of Buggy's mouth grinned, looking very tolerant and generous. Luffy's mouth curled up unhappily, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly shouted loudly, I am Monkey D. Luffy, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. The whole square was silent. Whether it was the terrified people or the lively pirates, they all looked at the Straw Hat Kid lying on the execution platform, unable to believe what they heard. It has been a long time since a pirate in this world dared to say that he was going to become the Pirate King, right? Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, pirates have appeared under various names, and there are countless pirates who have burned, killed, looted, and occupied the land, but there has never been a Pirate King. In the sky, dark clouds, thunder, and raindrops. Fortunately, the people of the Straw Hat Pirates have heard the news that their captain is going to be executed. Zoro and Sanji, the two strongest fighters, rushed here desperately. However, the people of the Buggy Pirates stopped them and refused to let them get close to the execution platform. The clown Buggy also realized the trouble and was about to execute the Straw Hat Kid immediately. Straw Hat Luffy's expression gradually became serious. The 16-year-old captain saw that his companions were unable to rescue him in time. His eyes slowly calmed down, and he suddenly said, "Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Namiha." Zoro and Sanji were stunned at the same time. "Sorry, I'm going to die." Straw Hat Luffy suddenly grinned, as if accepting his fate, quietly waiting for the sharp blade on his neck to fall. On a tower. A group of Navy was lying in ambush here. Navy Captain Smoker held a telescope and quietly observed the Straw Hat Luffy, who was about to be executed. He still had a cigar in his mouth and ordered nonchalantly, "When the Straw Hat Boy's head falls to the ground, we will immediately surround the Buggy Pirates." A tall figure wearing a sleeping mask on his head appeared on the tower. His palms were still rubbing his eyes, looking like he hadn't woken up yet, but he was mumbling something in his mouth. "I guess we won't see that guy's head fall to the ground." Huh? Smoker looked at the tall man who appeared in surprise. Why did Aokiji suddenly want to get up? Did he say that he would give me the task of arresting Buggy? It's really noisy on a thunderstorm. Aokiji rubbed his forehead and said nonchalantly, "Just let the Straw Hat Boy go after a while, and you can help arrest Buggy." Huh? Smoker immediately became dissatisfied with Aokiji. "Anyway, we can't catch him this time." Aokiji muttered again, and seemed to say indifferently, "Now a guy who is more troublesome than Buggy and Straw Hat Boy has appeared. With this abnormal weather, there will definitely be a man who makes the world government feel dangerous." Smoker's attitude was very firm. He held a cigar in his mouth and said, "We can't let a pirate leave my rule." After that, Smoker picked up the telescope in his hand again and looked in the direction of the execution platform. He saw Buggy the Clown waving a sharp blade to chop off Luffy's head, and the smile under the straw hat. It was a smile that calmly accepted his own death. Smoker's heart tightened, and he suddenly remembered the scene he saw before the death of the Pirate King. At this moment, the Straw Hat Boy was just like the deceased Pirate King. This guy. Smoker's face suddenly changed. "If you don't take action now, I will do it." Aokiji rubbed his forehead with a headache, and muttered, "After all, watching the Straw Hat Boy die here, I feel a little sorry for Mr. Garp." On the execution platform, Buggy waved the command knife and slashed down. Everyone present saw the smile of the Straw Hat Boy before his death. Joracle Mihawk, who had been watching, seemed to see the passage of time at this moment. He seemed to have returned to more than 20 years ago and saw the scene of the execution of the Pirate King with his own eyes. "It's so similar." Senju Tabirama frowned slightly, as if he saw the figure of a yellow-haired boy in Luffy. "Even death can be accepted calmly. This is a very outstanding person." Senju Tabirama has seen many people who calmly accept death, and he himself is one of them, but only he can understand what these people who calmly accept death are thinking. "I can't accept it." Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Only eternity is art." Scorpion of the Red Sand was also unwilling to accept death, and said calmly, "When he dies here, I will make this kid into a human puppet." Boom. A thunderbolt suddenly fell. A strange flame suddenly burned on the entire rack of the execution platform, and it burned in the next moment. The rivets broke, and the execution platform collapsed suddenly in an instant. In the rain, a straw hat flew high. When the straw hat was about to land, a figure in a red vest grabbed the straw hat and slowly put it on his head. Sure enough, he is still alive. Straw Hat Luffy pressed his straw hat, and a lucky smile appeared in his eyes. "Do it now. We can't let these pirates leave here." Smoker ignored Aokiji's thoughts, his face full of shock, and ordered in a deep voice, "Especially don't let the Straw Hat Boy leave Rogue Town. He is more dangerous than any pirate." The next moment, a group of Navy surrounded the square from all directions. Smoker's figure jumped down from the window of the tower and rushed towards the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy Pirates. What a trouble. Aokiji sat by the window of the tower, shook his head and said as if talking to himself, "What are you doing here?" Seeing off a man. A figure wearing a hooded cloak stood on the top of the tower. The thunder illuminated his face, revealing a red tattoo on half of his face. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "No one can stop a man from running to the sea, right? You make a lot of sense." Aokiji sat by the window of the tower and said slowly, "In view of Mr. Garp's kindness to me, I can let his grandson leave here." When Aokiji said this, he sighed, "Although you are Mr. Garp's son, maybe I should let you go at this time, but I can't explain to the world government that I let the most dangerous man in the world go so lightly." The next moment, Aokiji's palm suddenly fell on the stone. Aokiji's body instantly turned into ice and spread on the stone towards the top of the tower. On the top of the tower, the spreading ice quickly formed a tall human figure. This tall human figure quickly turned into Aokiji, and his palm directly grabbed the hooded man standing on the top of the tower, and a ball of cold air spread along his palm. A strong wind blew. The whole rogue town was blown by a strong wind, blowing wildly along the streets of Rogue Town, and the cold air in Aokiji's hand was also blown away by the strong wind. In the square of Rogue Town, the buggy pirates were captured by the Navy using a special seastone bullet net. Smoker had already used his ability to turn into a ball of smoke and directly caught Straw Hat Luffy. When the strong wind blew, both the smoke and the man were blown away by the strong wind at this moment, and the Navy didn't even have time to chase Luffy. Luffy jumped onto a railing, and quickly used his rubber elasticity to bounce his body directly, and by the way, he led several of his companions to fly directly to the port. The man standing on the top of the tower looked at the Straw Hat Boy who was going away, and the smile on his mouth became more intense, as if he didn't care about the threat of the admiral in front of him. Yugai Aokiji sighed helplessly, and a chill gradually came out of his body. "Since you have sent your son away, I can only use you to give an explanation. I know." The man with tattoos on his face chuckled and stretched out his palm. A ball of black armed color domineering appeared on his palm. "If you want to explain, then use this to tell them." His fingers bent, and the whole palm was like a black dragon claw. He punched Aokiji's body and knocked the admiral out on the spot. Aokiji seemed to have no power to resist, and suddenly fell down the tower. His body suddenly turned into ice when he landed. The temperature of the entire Rogue Town dropped rapidly at this moment. Snowflakes slowly floated in the sky, and raindrops turned into hail. Joracle Mihawk, who had been watching like a passerby, suddenly became serious. "The Admiral of the Navy is here too." "Is that the Admiral of the Navy? He looks very powerful. He can actually change the weather by himself. It's not easy to defeat him. His body can turn directly into ice, and you may be frozen if you are not careful." The three passersby who had been watching noticed this scene, and they also expressed their opinions, and even thought about how to defeat a Navy admiral. "There's no rush for the battle. They'll probably have to fight for a long time." Scorpion of the Red Sand took a look at the battle between Aokiji and the tattooed man, and then looked at Buggy and the others who were caught by Smoker's smoke ability again. "Let's think of a way to rescue Buggy and send him back to his pirate ship." "Let me do it." Orochimaru stood up, raised his fingers, and made a hand seal. His eyes suddenly changed. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind appeared in the entire square again. This gust of wind directly blew away Smoker's smoke, and the Buggy pirates were immediately rescued. Mihawk frowned. Why did this group of people frame Buggy the Clown while rescuing Buggy the Clown here? What secrets are hidden in Buggy the Clown? Mihawk's eyes narrowed. He felt that Buggy the Clown seemed to be more important than the Admiral of the Navy? Is it because of the great secret treasure that Buggy the Clown had seen? Start. A little late. Chapter 360. The target of the Konoha pirates is not Buggy, but Admiral Aokiji. Buggy the Clown doesn't care about that. The red-nosed guy was simply terrified at this moment. It would have been fine if a group of Navy officers were arresting him, but he didn't expect that Admiral Aokiji would also appear here, which frightened him so much that he fled frantically after being rescued. That's Admiral Aokiji. Buggy the Clown was so scared that he was about to cry. His snot and tears were frozen in the rain and snow, and he hurriedly ran to the port with his men. Buggy's strength is not that good. Smoker's figure reappeared in a cloud of smoke. He glanced at Buggy who was going away, and then looked at Orochimaru who saved Buggy, and his face gradually became serious. But this man who saved Buggy, his ability seems to be surprisingly weird. Who are you? Smoker frowned and stared at Orochimaru coldly. He slowly grasped the weapon behind him, jutsu, and guessed the other party's identity. Are you Buggy's subordinates? Not really. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, spit out a sharp Kusanagi sword, and held it in his hand. I just don't want the secret of the great treasure to fall into the hands of the Navy. It seems that he is also a pirate. Smoker shook his head and stopped thinking about the other party's identity. He just wanted to get rid of Orochimaru in front of him immediately, and then chase Buggy, who escaped. The next moment, Smoker's lower body turned into smoke directly, and his body flew up directly, and hit Orochimaru's head heavily. Orochimaru raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and blocked Smoker's attack. The two of them started a fierce battle in an instant, and the sound of metal clashing quickly echoed in the wind and snow. The Kusanagi sword in Orochimaru's hand showed a dark armament haki. His swordsmanship was particularly tricky. He suddenly twisted his hands and caused a blood flower on Smoker's shoulder. Armament haki. Smoker's face suddenly became ugly. The whole rogue town started fighting. Neither Smoker nor Aokiji had ever thought that this situation, which was originally a sure win, would have such an accident. The two of them are currently the two strongest navy in Rogue Town, but they are tied up here and have no way to chase the pirates. It's troublesome. Aokiji looked at the tattooed man fighting with him, and then looked at Smoker and Orochimaru fighting in the square, and couldn't help frowning. No matter what, he must arrest Buggy. This is the order of the Navy Marshal Sengoku. Whether it is the assassination of the Celestial Dragons or the possibility that the clown Buggy holds the secret of the great treasure, Buggy must not be let go. But now it seems that they are at a disadvantage. Aokiji only took a quick look and could tell that Smoker was no match for him. The man with the sword in his mouth had a strange strength and seemed to have mastered the armament haki. This was not a pirate that could be seen in a place like the East China Sea. This was not good. Aokiji was fighting fiercely with a tattooed man in front of him while scanning the situation in the square. He saw a man in gorgeous clothes. Joracle Mihawk? Is this man really here too? Joracle Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Aokiji's voice was still lazy, and he said softly, "Now I am recruiting you to participate in this battle in the name of the world government. This is not within the agreement between me and the world government." Mihawk directly rejected Aokiji's call and even wanted to leave here on his own. "I just happened to pass by Rogue Town and came here to take a look at the hometown of Gold Roger. This battle looks like a losing battle, and I don't need to participate." Yes, it is definitely a losing battle. If the Navy wants to win this battle, it should at least send out the 3 admirals. The strength of the Konoha pirates is not ordinary, so why should they get involved in this muddy water? Instead of staying here, it is better to catch up with Buggy the Clown and explore the secrets behind Buggy the Clown and the Konoha pirates. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk also has the right to refuse to participate in the battle. He is not a lackey of the world government and the Navy. They are just mutually beneficial. Aokiji felt a headache. However, Aokiji will not have to worry about it soon. At the port of Rogue Town, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates have assembled and left here with the wind. The Buggy Pirates and Alrita frantically avoided the encirclement of the Navy, and finally came to their pirate ship, intending to escape from the dangerous Rogue Town immediately. However, the scene on the ship shocked them. A Navy sat on the railing, holding a glass of pear juice in his hand, and a red-haired female Navy stood next to him. They watched the performance of Lion Ricky and Tamer Machi on the ship. Captain Buggy. When Machi and Ricky saw Buggy appear, they almost cried with excitement and couldn't wait to say, "You are finally back." If Buggy hadn't come back yet, he and Ricky would be exhausted. "Kill these 2 Navy officers," Buggy ordered angrily, and hurriedly said, "Let's set sail and leave here quickly. There is a Navy admiral hiding in Rogue Town who is here to capture me." Fortunately, Aokiji was stopped by someone. Buggy was somewhat relieved in his heart. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to take action, and he was about to go to the cockpit to set sail. The next moment, Acrobat Kabuji rushed up with a sharp blade in his hand. Karin, who was standing next to Akihara Kagura, raised her foot and kicked Kabuji away. One golden chain after another stretched out from Karin's back, tying everyone present in place. Whether it was Alrita, the user of the slippery fruit, or Buggy, the clown, who had the split fruit, they were all entangled by the golden chains at this moment. They even felt that the devil fruit abilities in their bodies were being blocked and could not be used at all. Akihara Kagura watched Karin finish the battle, reached out and put down the cup in her hand, and sighed faintly. "Luckily I got a strong subordinate in the recruitment, and fortunately I caught Buggy, the clown, who had a bounty of 730 million Baileys." When the admirals and captains of the Navy were all entangled, an ordinary lieutenant of the branch achieved the established goal of the Navy, which was as precious as gold in a pile of ashes. As for the capture of Buggy, a lot of people knew that Buggy's strength was not high anyway. At least Captain Smoker of the Navy headquarters already knew that Buggy's strength was not very good, so it was natural to catch Buggy. While Akihiro Kagura and Karin were waiting here, Mihawk appeared on the pirate ship. He looked at the captured Buggy pirates, and then glanced at the two Navy officers Akihiro Kagura and Karin, and his eyes became weird. These two Navy officers are really brave. The Navy of Rogue Town will definitely be defeated immediately. Whether it is Admiral Aokiji or Captain Smoker, the two natural fruit ability users can't be the opponent of the Konoha pirates. Even Aokiji couldn't deal with the tattooed man. Once the battle in Rogue Town is over, the Konoha pirates will see that the two Navy officers have a captured Buggy the Clown, and they will definitely execute the two Navy officers without mercy. Especially the Konoha pirates' large sea ship is right next to them. Whether it is Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama on it, they can easily crush the two Navy officers to death. Leave this ship, Navy. Mihawk looked at the two brave and lucky Navymen, and rarely spoke to persuade them. You are not qualified to catch them yet. The Navy has already lost the battle in Rogue Town. No. The Navy will definitely win. Akihiro Kagura's eyes were extremely firm, as if she firmly believed that the Navy in Rogue Town would win. We will get support soon, and all enemies will be defeated by the Navy. And in this world no one is more qualified than me to catch Buggy. Akihiro Kagura glanced at Mihawk and said nonchalantly, a pirate with 730 million Baileys can at least allow me to be promoted directly from a lieutenant in a Navy branch to colonel in the Navy headquarters, and perhaps brigadier general is not impossible. Is this Navy crazy for promotion? Mihawk's eyes gradually became indifferent, and he didn't want to pay attention to this Navy who was seeking his own death. He knew that the Konoha pirates would definitely come and take away the clown Buggy soon. But there was a little surprise in what he was thinking. No one from the Konoha pirates came to take Buggy away. Isn't it for Buggy? Mihawk's eyes suddenly became weird. He looked at the huge ship and felt something strange. If the Konoha pirates didn't want to get the secret of the great treasure from Buggy's mouth, what was it for? In Rogue Town, the tattooed man may have seen that the Straw Hat Pirates ship had left, and no longer fought with Aokiji, and left Rogue Town quickly and decisively. However, the battle between Smoker and Orochimaru had already been decided. Orochimaru forced Smoker to retreat again and again, and spit out a cloud of poisonous mist at Smoker, which instantly merged into Smoker's smoke. This ability was too restraining for Smoker. The strong smell of poisonous mist made Smoker cough repeatedly, and his body was poisoned and fell to the ground in an instant. An ice cone shot towards Orochimaru quickly. After forcing the tattooed man to retreat, Aokiji quickly appeared beside Smoker and looked down at Smoker's injuries. Smoker was poisoned by a strange poison. If you want to detoxify, the medical conditions in Rogue Town alone may not be enough. Hand over the antidote. Aokiji rushed towards Orochimaru, exuding a heart-pounding cold air, and quickly froze the poisonous mist spit out by Orochimaru. The ice began to spread instantly. Orochimaru's body had to retreat quickly. If it was just Smoker, Orochimaru still had the confidence. If it was Aokiji, his strength was still more than a little bit worse. We should retreat too. Senju Tobirama grabbed the shoulders of Orochimaru and Scorpion of the Red Sand. Under Aokiji's gaze, the three of them quickly disappeared from the spot. Aokiji's face changed, and he quickly opened his observation haki. Aokiji has sensed the traces of the three people. The three people actually appeared on a huge sea ship. He also sensed that there were more terrifying people on the ship, and also sensed that the Buggy pirates had not left here yet. But there was no time to think about it. Aokiji's figure quickly jumped towards the outside of Rogue Town. The sea ship slowly set sail, as if it wanted to leave here. It's really troublesome. Aokiji complained about the trouble of this mission. If another colleague of his was here, at least he could guarantee the problem of chasing the enemy. It's not convenient to chase him now. But he couldn't help chasing because Smoker was obviously poisoned. If he didn't have time to send Smoker to the Grand Line for treatment, he had to find a way to get the antidote for the poison from the enemy. On the ship of the Buggy pirates, Akihiro Kagura and Karin were still here to watch over Buggy and his gang. Akihiro Kagura stared at Mihawk with a vigilant look on her face, as if she was worried that this person would help rescue Buggy or something. I warn you, don't try to rescue Buggy from here. The Navy's support will be here soon. Mihawk shook his head helplessly. This Navy who wants to be promoted is really crazy. But the plan seems to be really problematic because the Konoha pirates' large sea ship is about to set sail and leave, and it seems that they don't care about Buggy at all. They directly pull up the sails, and the 9-headed wooden dragon floats from the water, intending to leave the port just like that. However, Aokiji obviously has no intention of letting the other party go. Just as the Konoha pirates' ship set sail, Aokiji's footsteps stepped on the sea, and the sea surface quickly turned into an ice surface, and his figure quickly chased after it. The ice surface quickly began to spread in the port. The pirate ship of the buggy pirates was directly frozen in place. Obviously, Aokiji did not forget his mission. The admiral of the navy still chased after the escaped sea ship. The navy will definitely win. Akihiro Kagura seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. No. Their target is the admiral of the navy. Mihawk's eyes suddenly became sharp, his brain was spinning rapidly, and he jumped directly onto the ice to chase the large sea ship together. No. The navy will indeed win. But Admiral Aokiji will lose. The target of the Konoha pirates is not Buggy. That powerful pirate group is likely to target Admiral Aokiji. Mihawk immediately figured out everything. This is all a trap. The purpose of the Konoha pirates' secret assassination of the celestial dragons is to lure over a navy admiral. That pirate group is luring Aokiji to chase them. Aokiji will never be their opponent. As long as they leave the land, Aokiji will never be their opponent. Akihiro Kagura looked at Mihawk's receding figure, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's not that there are no smart people in this world. At least we guessed half of it right. It's a pity that the real correct answer was given to him at the beginning. Akihiro Kagura glanced at her trophies, then at the ice on the sea, and her voice became gentle. Karin, go to the branch in Rogue Town to borrow their Den Mushi and report to the Navy headquarters. We have captured Buggy the Clown. I hope the Navy headquarters will give the credit to me instead of to Admiral Aokiji, who attacked casually. After all, Aokiji, the Navy Admiral, did try to steal the credit. A dignified Navy Admiral actually stole the credit from a branch lieutenant. Whether it was Buggy's bounty or the credit for capturing Buggy, Akihiro Kagura had put a lot of thought into it to get to this point. If Aokiji wanted to steal the credit from here with a cold breath, then don't blame the Konoha pirates for not doing things decently. 10,000 words today. Everyone go to bed early, I'm going to eat. Chapter 361, Admiral Aokiji. If apologies are useful, what is the use of the Navy? Facts have proved that the Navy Marshal Buddha Sengoku was really unfair. Although it was Akihiro Kagura, a lieutenant of the branch, who caught Buggy the Clown, Buddha Sengoku still believed that Admiral Aokiji used his freezing ability to seal the sea surface. There is no other way. Even if a Navy errand boy caught Buggy the Clown, as long as the Admiral took action once, the credit would still be attributed to the Admiral. In the eyes of Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji was the real main force in catching Buggy, and Akihiro Kagura and Karin, two branch Navy officers, were just two people responsible for tying the ropes. Well done, Lieutenant Kagura. After listening to Kagura Akihiro's detailed report, Marshal Sengoku did not completely deny the contribution of this lieutenant, although it was the Admiral who took action. You have been bravely monitoring the Buggy pirates, ambushing on the Buggy pirates' ship in advance, and even charging at the forefront of the battle. You are still a Navy worthy of the name of a hero. Lieutenant Kagura is promoted to Lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters, and Sergeant Karin is specially promoted to Sergeant of the Navy Headquarters. You are responsible for assisting Admiral Aokiji in escorting the clown Buggy to impale down, and accompanying Aokiji to the headquarters in Marineford to report for further training. Yes. Kagura Akihiro agreed, almost gritted his teeth. Because at this time, it was really inconvenient for him to argue that he was the main force in capturing Buggy. Such words would reduce Marshal Sengoku's impression of him. Besides, Sengoku would not believe it. Akihiro Kagura's rank was directly promoted to second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, and he was transferred to the headquarters for further training. In theory, his position was promoted by 3 levels, and at least he had some future prospects. Second lieutenant of the Navy branch, second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters, system prompt. Congratulations to the host for being transferred from second lieutenant of the branch to second lieutenant of the Navy headquarters. The bonus skills are Navy 6 styles, Navy 6 styles, swimming skills, and Navy 6 styles, life return. The host's life energy has been greatly developed. Navy 6 styles, life return, the highest stage of the Navy 6 styles, including shaving, moon steps, storm kicks, finger guns, iron blocks, and paper painting. It perfectly combines multiple abilities such as attack, defense, and speed. You can use the combination of Navy 6 styles and life return at will, and you can focus your consciousness on any part of your body and freely control any part of your body to fight. Akihara Kagura can clearly feel that his hair can grow freely. Under his strong control, even a hair can be used to kill people. The life energy that has always been infinitely powerful seems to have been developed at this time. At least it is clearly felt that the power that can be exerted is significantly stronger. The 6 styles of the Navy can be advanced to the highest level of life return in one go, which is a useful ability for me. At least this kind of physical skill is very useful for the development of life energy. But this reward is not enough. This is far from what Akihara Kagura had imagined. According to Akihara Kagura's estimation, after this battle, I will at least be promoted to Colonel of the Marine Headquarters, and even a Rear Admiral is not too much. As a result, a lieutenant from a branch was transferred to a lieutenant from the headquarters and was sent away. All of this was because a certain admiral froze the sea surface casually. He didn't need to freeze the sea surface at all, and the buggy pirates couldn't escape. Akihara Kagura worked so hard for such a long time, directed Buggy's assassination of the Celestial Dragons, and organized the grand event in Rogue Town. As a result, the Navy Marshal still believed that Aokiji was the most important fighting force. The headquarters only promoted him from a branch lieutenant to headquarters lieutenant. This reward was completely disproportionate to his efforts. Not to mention his efforts, this little reward was not worthy of the blame that Buggy had taken, the dead Celestial Dragon Jolly at Saint, and even the cannons and shells that the Konoha pirates had diligently moved over. All of this was because Aokiji casually intervened and made things superfluous. The worst thing was that until the end of this report, Akihara Kagura could still vaguely hear the Navy Marshal and the Vice Admiral staff over there discussing Buggy's arrest. Kuzan has arrested Buggy the Clown. It seems that no matter how lazy that guy is, he still remembers to do his job. Akihara Kagura hung up the Den Mushi with a gloomy look in her eyes. This Admiral of the Navy really has a problem with his brain. He thinks that only admirals can accomplish great things. With this group of insects, when will the great pirate era end? Where is Colonel Smoker? Akihara Kagura sighed, and by the way, she also cared about Smoker, the stubborn but reliable Navy colonel. Although Smoker had blown smoke rings on her face, Akihara Kagura was a generous person and still cared about this poisoned man. After all, the reason why Smoker was poisoned was because of his own people. Unconscious A Navy who was listening showed a trace of worry on his face, and took the initiative to explain to the new officer, "We have found the best doctor in Rogue Town, but we are still helpless about Colonel Smoker's poisoning. We can only send him back to the Grand Line for treatment. I heard that there is a Drum Kingdom in the Grand Line." Akihara Kagura frowned and took the initiative to mention something. This is also Akihara Kagura's purpose. It is not enough to just let Smoker be poisoned. Smoker must be detoxified. Only the Doctor Country in the Grand Line can help detoxify. That famous Doctor Country. The eyes of a group of Navy officers suddenly lit up. Yes. Akihara Kagura nodded and said in a deep voice, "It just so happens that I was originally going to assist Admiral Aokiji in escorting the clown buggy to impel down. I was ordered to report to the Marine Headquarters in Marineford. I can just send Colonel Smoker to the Drum Kingdom for treatment." "That's really great." A Navy sergeant from Rogue Town showed a touch of joy on his face. "Emergency order." Just at this time, the female adjutant Tashiji rushed over and hurriedly said, "Colonel Smoker is awake. Let us all gather and prepare to set off. Prepare the warships immediately and go to the Grand Line to hunt down the Straw Hat Pirates." Huh? The entire Rogue Town base was in chaos. All the Navy believed that they should indeed go to the Grand Line, just to treat Colonel Smoker's poisoned body, not to hunt down a pirate. But Smoker's attitude was very firm. The Navy colonel woke up, regardless of his severely poisoned body, and even put his cigar in his mouth again. "Even if I die on the road, I must catch the Straw Hat boy. That boy is more dangerous than all the pirates I have ever seen." Yes, Straw Hat Luffy is an extremely dangerous pirate. Smoker believes that once Luffy enters the Grand Line, he will definitely complete his transformation in the Grand Line. That guy already has the possibility of becoming a king. However, Smoker's subordinates have different opinions. They respect their boss very much. "Colonel Smoker, even if you want to capture the Straw Hat Boy, you have to heal your body first. We think we can go to the Drum Kingdom in the Grand Line first. Anyway, it won't take too much time." Smoker frowned, feeling pain all over his body. He did not respond to these subordinates who loved him, but just opened his mouth and muttered an order. "Go prepare the warships." Yes. A group of Navy men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Smoker did not say it explicitly, he at least tacitly agreed to the plan of going to the Drum Kingdom for treatment first. But there's also the matter of Buggy the Clown. A sergeant major took the initiative to introduce what happened after Smoker fell into coma. Lieutenant Kagura led his men to ambush on the ship of the Buggy pirates in advance, and took advantage of the opportunity of Admiral Aokiji freezing Buggy and successfully captured all of Buggy's gang. Lieutenant Kagura. Yes. The sergeant major introduced a matter of Akihara Kagura again. Lieutenant Kagura has reported everything to the headquarters. He was promoted to lieutenant of the headquarters and assisted Admiral Aokiji in escorting Buggy the Clown, and then went to the headquarters in Marineford to report for further training. This time, it was Lieutenant Kagura who took the initiative to escort Colonel Smoker to the Drum Kingdom for treatment. When we came here, we happened to talk about this matter. That guy? Smoker raised his eyebrows, thinking of the guy who was monitoring him, and said indifferently, I see, is Kuzan back? Admiral Aokiji. A sergeant in the Navy couldn't call the Admiral by his name like Smoker, so he could only shake his head and say, he's probably been chasing for 12 hours and hasn't come back yet. That guy is probably hiding somewhere and sleeping. Smoker muttered, and then ordered, go and take Buggy's pirates with you. When we catch the Straw Hat pirates, we'll send the pirates of these two pirate groups to Impel Down together, and let that lieutenant go with us. We'll just go from Impel Down to the Gate of Justice to send that guy to the Marine headquarters in Marineford to report. This was a favor that Smoker took the initiative to accept. Lieutenant Akihara Kagura took the initiative to propose a plan to escort him to the Drum Kingdom for treatment. Since it was unknown when Admiral Aokiji would return, he, a colonel in the Marine headquarters, simply helped to send him to Marineford to report. Anyway, there are only a few routes on the Grand Line. Straw Hat Luffy's strength is not that good. After he goes to the Drum Kingdom to detoxify, the Straw Hat Kid will not be his opponent. This journey will definitely not waste too much time. Aren't you waiting for Admiral Aokiji to come back? The Navy sergeant was a little worried. The order says that Lieutenant Kagura is responsible for assisting Admiral Aokiji in escorting Buggy. After all, he is a pirate worth 730 million Baileys. Both Buggy the Clown and the Straw Hat Kid are not very strong. Smoker laid down and continued in a deep voice, I have personally tested it. Whether it is Buggy or the Straw Hat, they are not strong guys. I guess Kuzan is hiding somewhere to sleep. Maybe he will never have time to return to Rogue Town in this life. Go prepare the warships. It should be said that he is worthy of being Colonel Smoker. How could a normal person dare to criticize the Admiral of the Navy headquarters like him, and even complain about the laziness of an Admiral so unscrupulously? The relationship between the two seems to be very good. But there is another troublesome problem. A naval sergeant looked at Smoker cautiously and asked proactively, Rogue Town is under the jurisdiction of Colonel Smoker. Once Colonel Smoker does not return here after he recovers, and leaves for too long, the Navy headquarters will ask about these things. Then tell them. Smoker snorted coldly, his brows still tightly furrowed. You, a sergeant, can't stop me, a colonel of the headquarters, from doing things. The rest is none of your business. Okay, I'm going to sleep for a while. After Smoker gave his order, he felt a little headache, his head was a little dizzy, and his spirit was a little weak. He waved his hand and said, but don't worry about my problems, do everything according to my plan. It has to be said. A boss's temper can affect many people. Smoker has always been like a local tyrant in Rogue Town. The entire Rogue Town Navy branch did not dare to disobey his orders and immediately prepared warships to go to the Grand Line. During this period of time, Admiral Aokiji has not returned. No one knows what happened to the Admiral, and the Navy headquarters had to make a Den Mushi call, hoping to find out where Admiral Aokiji is. But Aokiji's Den Mushi has not been connected. Navy headquarters, Marineford, Marshal's office. Navy Marshal Buddha Sengoku called Aokiji many times in a row, hoping to get news from Aokiji, but Aokiji did not answer any of them. That bastard. Sengoku felt himself go crazy, and he punched the table in anger, causing the documents and Den Mushi on the table to jump up. He didn't even answer the Den Mushi. Does he think he can take a vacation after completing the order to arrest Buggy? Can't he? A tall man wearing sunglasses and yellow clothes sat on the reception chair in the marshal's office, drinking black tea leisurely, and looking at the Navy marshal in surprise. That's almost enough for you, Borsellino. Sengoku looked at the tall man angrily, wishing he could throw the documents in his hand at him, But unfortunately he really couldn't find out what mistakes he made. But he was really no less lazy than Kyuzen. Headquarters still needs intelligence. Sengoku clasped his palms together and said in a deep voice, I heard that the most dangerous man in the world, Dragon, appeared in this battle, and someone defeated Smoker, who has the ability of the natural smoke fruit. This kind of thing is information we must know. Didn't Kyuzen go to chase the other party? Vice Admiral Churu, the naval staff officer sitting on the other side, took a sip of tea and replied softly, he should be back soon, right? Maybe we can push those pirates into the city. Smoker is Kyuzen's good friend. I heard that Smoker was seriously injured and even had to go to the Drum Kingdom for treatment. No matter how lazy Kyuzen is, he will not sit idly by and watch his friend get hurt. Then wait another day. Sengoku sighed helplessly. However, the naval headquarters could never think of it. Aokiji was not unwilling to answer the phone, but he really didn't dare to answer the phone when he had time. If he could answer the phone, Aokiji would not have thought of so many concerns and would immediately ask for help from the Navy headquarters. He knew that the pirate group he was chasing might be a troublesome pirate group, but he did not expect that this pirate group would be so powerful and dangerous. Calm belt. The sea surface in this sea area has been completely frozen by ice. A huge sea ship was also directly frozen in place by Aokiji and could not move. Aokiji jumped up and wanted to jump onto the pirate ship. Will Grave, by Anayu. Accompanied by a dull low roar. Aokiji felt that he was inexplicably hit by the air and flew directly backwards and fell on the ice. He didn't even see the person who attacked him. You want to hunt us down? We can understand this kind of thing. A red-haired boy appeared on the railing of the sea ship, his face full of gloom and dissatisfaction. But, you guys froze the port of Rogue Town. Aokiji felt that there was something wrong with this pirate group. What's wrong with freezing the port of Rogue Town? Is there something wrong? Aren't you worried that Buggy the Clown's pirate ship will escape? 1.5 months all the results have been wasted by you. The red-haired boy even had some suppressed anger on his face, and looked at Aokiji with cold eyes. You bastard, do you know how much trouble you have caused us? Well, sorry. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The admiral didn't know what happened. Even though they were enemies, he still apologized politely. But obviously this apology would not be accepted. Humph! The red-haired boy looked at Aokiji coldly, refusing to accept his apology at all. If apologies are useful, why would the world need the Navy? That Aokiji frowned, looked at the other person strangely, and had to take the initiative to remind him, Sir, I roughly understand what you mean, but I seem to be the Navy Konoha, starting from the Hyuga experiment Konoha 54 years. The Third World War was over, the fourth Hokage had passed away, and Orochimaru was already alive. As a result of Orochimaru's boredom, Kagura Udazoa, a Hyuga experiment who had become a root thug, was lost in thought as he watched the system tasks one by one. A few years later, Danzo let out a soul cry, I'm not dead yet, why are you already crying? Chapter 362, a Navy admiral who came to join us. There was silence on the sea. Everyone could clearly feel the awkward atmosphere. When Aokiji claimed that he was a Navy, a hearty laugh appeared on the ship, and it seemed that the place would soon become joyful. Ho ha ho ha, this person is really a Navy. The captain of the Konoha pirates, Hoshirama Senju, held his stomach and laughed loudly, but no one was willing to agree with him, but their eyes were slightly weird. Brother, stop laughing. Tsubarima Senju could feel that the situation was a little weird, and he persuaded in a deep voice, now is not the time to laugh. The red-haired boy glanced coldly at the hardy man who laughed a little loudly, and then looked back at Aokiji on the sea. His face seemed to become more gloomy. Admiral Aokiji, you are indeed a Navy, and even a Navy admiral with the ability of a natural fruit, but do you know how difficult it is for a Navy without any background and not from a training camp like you to get promoted? Aokiji frowned again. In fact, promotions in the Navy are all based on military merits, not special abilities. As long as they can get enough military merits, anyone can get a promotion. But there are still differences. At least for those who have natural fruit abilities, it is very easy to get military merits. They can easily complete the orders of their superiors. Other Navy officers who are not strong enough will always sacrifice a Navy officer who has no special abilities or is not good at fighting. It is rare for such Navy officers to be promoted to Vice Admiral. That's not right. Aokiji quickly reacted. What does the promotion of the Navy have to do with you pirates? Moreover, these pirates don't look like unknown little people. How could ordinary pirates let an admiral like him be injured before he could even see the enemy clearly? These pirates shouldn't appear in the East China Sea, and they were even a bit undervalued in the first half of the Grand Line. That? Aokiji frowned and asked subconsciously, it seems a bit strange that your pirate group is paying attention to the promotion of an ordinary navy. Catch him first. Scorpion didn't want to argue with Aokiji about this issue anymore. He just raised his palm and waved, saying, soak him in the sea and have a good chat with him. Even if he wanted to have a good chat with Admiral Aokiji, he couldn't do it at this time. At least he had to do it when Aokiji had no ability to resist. God of Airstrike. A pitch-black fist flew out from the ship. This huge fist suddenly hit Aokiji's body. Aokiji raised his fist, and at the same time, the fist was covered with armed color domineering and punched it. However, cracks appeared on the ice under Aokiji's feet. Aokiji couldn't even block this ordinary attack. Aokiji's eyes instantly became serious, and his body rolled sideways to avoid the dark fist covered with armed color domineering. The ice surface was instantly hit by the fist and a hole was created. Ice ball. Aokiji turned over and climbed up, raising his hand to release 5 icicles towards the sea ship. Water style, water array wall. A figure appeared at the bow of the ship, opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of water waves, instantly forming a defensive water wall, and the water wall was instantly frozen by the icicles and turned into an ice wall. What? Aokiji looked at the ice wall in surprise. Crash. The ice wall suddenly burst open. Uchiha Madara stepped on the ice on the sea, brazenly broke through the ice wall, and rushed towards Aokiji. His eyes seemed particularly disdainful. It's in the way. Uchiha Madara disdained other people's help. He had seen Aokiji and the tattooed man fighting at the port of Rogue Town. It was the time when he was excited to see the prey. Aokiji was not afraid either. He went straight to the other party. The fists of the two collided in an instant, and the entire ice surface trembled at the moment of collision. Above the sky, cumulus clouds began to roll in the air. The domineering aura on Uchiha Madara looked particularly terrifying. Aokiji's face suddenly became more serious. He clearly felt this terrifying domineering pressure, this domineering aura of supremacy. This level of domineering aura, even the monsters in the second half of the Grand Line, may not be able to have the arrogance of the person in front of him. But Aokiji had never seen the other party. Tall guys are really troublesome. Uchiha Madara grinned, and a hint of oneness flashed in his eyes. The skeleton of Susanoo suddenly opened on his body, and a hint of black appeared on Susanoo's fist. Bang! Aokiji's tall body was directly knocked back by a punch. The moment the admiral landed, his arm suddenly raised up. Ice cube, burst pheasant mouth. Aokiji's right hand turned into ice in an instant, and an ice bird that looked like a phoenix exuded cold air and flew towards Susanoo. Is that all you can do? Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to enter the second form again. A long sword with a blue glow appeared in Susanoo's hand, and it slashed directly at the flying ice bird. The sword energy instantly split the ice bird in two, and flew towards Aokiji with the remaining momentum. Is this a swordsman? Aokiji's body could only quickly enter the elemental state and turn directly into a pile of ice cubes. The slashing sword energy instantly split a pile of ice cubes in two. The body of the admiral slowly reappeared, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes, and he vaguely felt the thorny part of the problem. Ice Age. Aokiji's palm fell on the ice. The cold air on the ice surface quickly began to spread. Groups of ice thorns appeared on the ice surface, and these ice thorns continued to spread in the direction of Uchiha Madara, and froze Susanoo in an instant. Aokiji's figure quickly appeared in the frozen Susanoo, raised his fist, and punched a huge ice block, and the entire Susanoo and the ice turned into fragments. Once an object is frozen, their bodies will be as fragile as ice. However, Uchiha Madara's body was wrapped in Susanoo, as if it was not affected at all, and even a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, la 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 la. Your power seems to be more interesting. Aokiji rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. I have never seen an ability before, an animal-type fantasy beast species that is more troublesome than the natural system. Humans often cannot accept things that they cannot recognize. Once strange things appear in the world, they will use familiar things to replace them, and the admirals of the Navy are no exception. Anyone who sees Uchiha Madara's Susanoo form will subconsciously think that he has the ability of the mythical beast fruit. After all, such a person would not be able to eat any ordinary fruit. Who knows? Uchiha Madara chuckled. What a troublesome guy. Aokiji stretched out his palm and ruffled his hair. What is your purpose in appearing in the East China Sea? Can you satisfy my curiosity a little? Want to know this from my mouth? Uchiha Madara's eyes became mocking, and he opened his mouth to propose a plan, then take out a little power that makes me feel a little satisfied. How arrogant. Aokiji narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the Admiral's fist suddenly clenched, and the armed color domineering quickly wrapped around his fist, and his figure appeared in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant. Aokiji waved his fist and punched Uchiha Madara, who was shorter than him, with a heavy punch. This punch seemed to be able to directly smash Uchiha Madara. The ice surface was shaken by the strong air pressure brought by this heavy punch, and even the ice under Uchiha Madara's feet was directly shattered, and countless ice fragments flew under this impact. Whether it is the power of the Admiral himself or the outstanding armed color domineering that Aokiji has practiced for many years, it is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even Uchiha Madara did not dare to use the armed color domineering that he had practiced in such a short time to fight Aokiji, not to mention that he also had more comfortable power to use. The domineering color domineering in Uchiha Madara's body was vented again unscrupulously, and the icicles and thorns on the entire sea surface were directly blown away by his domineering. The dark clouds in the sky began to surge again. A gust of wind was directly dispersed from Uchiha Madara's body, and the frozen sea ships were shaking violently at this moment. Uchiha rebound. Uchiha Madara raised his palm calmly. The domineering color domineering in the center of his palm was like red lightning and scattered. Aokiji punched the air and felt a terrifying recoil force. The powerful recoil force from his fist made Aokiji's body tremble. Haki is just a special kind of energy. No one can play with energy like a ninja. Uchiha Madara likes to use the domineering haki very much. Whenever he uses the domineering haki, he feels surprisingly happy. He is very good at using this haki to fight. Is it the same application as the entanglement of the domineering haki? Aokiji's body involuntarily wanted to element and split. In order to avoid continuing to bear this recoil force, Aokiji directly used this recoil force that was about to defeat his body to retreat quickly. The usual laziness in the eyes of this Admiral of the Navy was gone. A group of cold air appeared in Aokiji's hand. When his body retreated, he threw it towards Uchiha Madara. The group of cold air was defeated the moment it approached Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's palm clenched into a fist again, and he punched Aokiji through the air. His fist of Conqueror's haki hit Aokiji directly through the air. Aokiji suddenly oozes blood from the corner of his mouth. Shave. The Admiral of the Navy endured Uchiha Madara's blow, and after stabilizing his body, his figure disappeared from the spot. A tall figure suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. In Uchiha Madara's perspective, a tall shadow appeared on the ice. This guy's Conqueror's haki is too terrifying. Aokiji knows very well that if he continues to fight, the confrontation between armament haki and Uchiha Madara's haki is quite unstable, and even the outcome may be unknown. There are still many powerful pirates on the ship in the sea. He can consume all his haki on Uchiha Madara, the first opponent. There are many opponents behind. The only way to decide the outcome as soon as possible is his powerful devil fruit ability. Aokiji raised his arms and was about to hug Uchiha Madara directly. His body also turned into ice at this moment, and he wanted to take the opportunity to freeze Uchiha Madara. Huh? Want to sneak attack me? Uchiha Madara just turned his head slightly and gave him a contemptuous look, as if he didn't care about Aokiji's attack at all. Aokiji's body instantly stopped stiffly in place. What's the matter? I can't move. Aokiji's eyes suddenly widened. He felt an invisible and strange force controlling his body, making his body unable to move at all. However, he couldn't perceive this power at all. Even the observation haki couldn't detect it. This feeling was exactly the same as when he wanted to board the sea ship, but was directly knocked away by an inexplicable attack that suddenly appeared. What kind of damn ability is this? This is an attack that cannot be seen or perceived at all. Naturally, it is also an attack that he can't guard against or resist at all. He can only passively endure this attack. Uchiha Madara slowly turned around, and a yin-yang escape black stick appeared in his hand. This black stick suddenly pierced Aokiji's shoulder. Aokiji instantly felt that one of his arms could not use haki, and even the freezing ability in his body was a little stagnant. What the hell is this black stick? Bang! 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 3 black sticks in succession directly penetrated Aokiji's body. The blood instantly dyed his white shirt completely red, making the Admiral of the Navy look a little embarrassed and miserable. The 4 black sticks were even more troublesome than the power of Sea Stone, making the devil fruit power and haki in his body seem to be locked by the 4 black sticks. Aokaji's body lay directly on the ice, and the blood slowly began to flow along the ice. He felt like he was nailed to the ground. Was he going to die here? Don't kill people, a voice stopped Uchiha Madara's rampage. A pair of black mechanical wings grew out of the back of Scorpion's body. The mechanical turbines on the wings kept spinning, making his body fly up and slowly land in front of Aokaji. The red-haired boy's eyes seemed to be emotionless like a machine, and he said calmly, "The captured admiral has many uses. At least it can also be exchanged for Mr. Buggy." Aokaji raised his head directly. He looked at the red-haired boy standing in front of him, but in his heart he was thinking about what secrets were hidden in Buggy. It seems that something is wrong. Why didn't these guys take Buggy away from the port of Rogue Town? Did they not want to see Buggy, or did they have other secrets? It seems Aokaji didn't care about his own pain, and sighed as if he didn't care. The clown Buggy seems to have a huge secret, even making a pirate group like yours go through so many circles to rescue him. In fact, it didn't have to be so troublesome. The red-haired boy shook his head slowly. His voice was as rigid and ruthless as a machine, but because of a certain admiral's casual action, things became very troublesome. Admiral, the red-haired boy lowered his head and looked down at Aokaji, who was lying on the ground, looking at the admiral lying in front of him. You have the ability of a natural devil fruit in your body, you have a good teacher to teach you, and there are many Navy seniors who take care of you. Then do you know an ordinary Navy with no background and no ability, relying entirely on his luck and wisdom? How much effort does he have to put in to get promoted? Aokaji's eyes twitched. Why bring up this topic again? The blood of a celestial dragon, a crew member on the Pirate King's ship, Asai appeared in Shirato Scorpion's voice. This is the best promotion opportunity for an ordinary Navy, but you ruined it. Aokaji's brain suddenly felt like it was electrified. There's an undercover agent of this pirate group in the Navy. This so-called operation to capture Buggy is all for that undercover Navy. This dangerous pirate group has been able to hide all this time. It turns out that they have their special channels, and the Navy has always been tipping them off. Whether it's Buggy or Buggy's assassination of the celestial dragons, Aokaji frowned tightly, as if he had figured out something. It's all for the spies you planted in the Navy to be promoted to headquarters officers. A Navy with no ability and no background is unlikely to be able to enter the headquarters of the Navy. If you want to enter the headquarters, you must get a strong military exploit as a proof. It just so happened that the assassination of the celestial dragons made the world government very angry. If an ordinary Navy officer could capture Buggy the Clown, he would surely be promoted quickly and occupy a high position in the Navy, providing the pirate group with intelligence from within the Navy, thus preventing the pirate group from attracting the world's attention. Sure enough, have you caught the person? Isn't the purpose of this incident to capture the Admiral of the Navy? It turns out that it is to plant spies within the Navy. A familiar voice appeared in this frozen sea, walking towards this side step by step along the ice. A man with sharp eagle eyes came over with a black knife on his back. He didn't seem to be surprised at all that Admiral Aokaji was captured. Perhaps what surprised him was that the Admiral of the Navy, Aokaji, was defeated so quickly. Aokaji's eyes turned slightly away. The world's greatest swordsman, the 7 warlords of the sea, Joracle Mihawk. This guy has a pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he is actually involved and connected with this pirate group. Is he a spy planted in the 7 warlords of the sea? Mihawk, are you one of them too? Aokaji's voice seemed to become lazy again. The Admiral seemed to have seen through the truth and didn't care about anything anymore. He probably guessed how this pirate group would treat him. If nothing unexpected happens, this pirate group should let him go and ask him to be their spy planted in the Navy. After all, his identity as a Navy Admiral should be very useful to this pirate group. He can also take this opportunity to understand this pirate group, spy on their internal situation, and find out what the purpose of these horrible people gathering here is. This world is really terrible. Both the Navy and the pirates are using power or force to kill indiscriminately. He doesn't know which side he should stand on. It's not bad to find out the purpose of this pirate group first. Anyway, he has been confused and has not found out where his power should be used in the future. Aokaji's brain became lazy again. When his thoughts began to drift rapidly, the voice of the red-haired boy appeared in his ears. Let's go, we'll go to the Grand Line via Upside Down Mountain. Let's soak this guy in the sea and hang him on the stern to drag him for 2 days. Huh? Aokiji looked up with some surprise, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Wait a minute, shouldn't you want to let me go back and be your spy in the Navy? We do think so. The red-haired boy shook his head and gave him a helpless expression. But your actions have offended many people, Mr. Mihawk contributed a lot to Buggy the Clown's assassination of the Celestial Dragons. Mihawk, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Wasn't this the man who leaked his involvement in the assassination of the Celestial Dragons to the Admiral? You really were the ones who killed St. Joliet. Aokiji didn't care at all about Mihawk's involvement in the assassination of the Celestial Dragons, and he started to mutter in a long-winded manner, well, forget it, if that's the case, then soak me in the sea for 2 days, just as a thank you for helping me solve a problem. After all, if a Celestial Dragon scum who likes to patrol the world dies, many people in this world will no longer be harmed by that scum. I fell asleep last night, so I'll make up for it. Aokiji seemed to be very confused for a while, and then this guy joined the Blackbeard Pirates not long after the martial battle. This is really unexpected. I didn't think of it when I wrote about the mastermind. Chapter 363. How can today's young people capture the admirals of the Navy? Late at night, the Konoha pirates gradually became quiet. Some people hid in the cabin to sleep, and some stood on the watchtower to patrol. As for Jorkle Mihawk, due to his inconvenient identity, he helped to cook a meal and then got off the ship again. He was going to the second half of the Grand Line. As for Admiral Aokiji, this admiral was really soaked in water. But even if he was soaked in water, he could still fall into deep sleep. Scorpion stood on the watchtower. He had to convey the orders from Akihara Kagura at any time, and pass on all the whereabouts here to Akihara Kagura at any time. As a human puppet, he did not need to rest. A long-haired figure floated behind him. Kaguya Akatsuki was suspended in the air, and in the moonlight she was like a god descending to the earth. Her voice was so small that it was almost inaudible. Shurdao, is he very angry? He's just taking the opportunity to vent. Shurdao Sasori turned his head, but did not look at Kaguya Akatsuki. Instead, he looked at the sleeping Admiral Aokiji vigilantly. When we enter the Grand Line, we must also let people see the embarrassment of this Navy Admiral, and let people see the arrogance of this pirate group. I'm not really angry in my heart. One of the purposes of killing the Celestial Dragons is to lure out a Navy Admiral to be a chess piece, but unfortunately the Navy Admiral who came is a lazy guy. Aokiji cannot be completely trusted by us. There is a high probability that he may be our undercover agent lurking in the Navy, and also an undercover agent of the Navy lurking in this pirate group. I see. Kaguya Akatsuki immediately distinguished the changes in the person in front of her. She didn't care much about Admiral Aokiji's problem, and nodded slowly to herself. During the day, many people on this ship were a little nervous, and they were also worried about you. But it's all for the Admiral to see. Shirato Scorpion's voice was still mechanical, as if it had no emotion. After all, if you want to make use of his Admiral status, at least you have to let him know that the undercover in the Navy is very important. He will definitely care about the undercover hidden in the Navy. It is likely that when he returns to the Navy, the Admiral may take the opportunity to clean up the spies hidden in the Navy of the Konoha pirates, saying that he is a spy of the Konoha pirates and does not need other spies. He thinks that you will eventually choose to forgive his actions and continue to rely on him as a source of intelligence. Finally, at that time, your information will all come from this Admiral, and it is very likely that you will become a tool in his hands. This conjecture is actually quite accurate. After Aokiji chose to agree to become their spy hidden in the Navy for this pirate group, he immediately thought of what he should do. First, try to gain their trust. Secondly, clean up their spies lurking in the Navy. Finally, while using the Konoha pirates to deal with some troubles that the Navy was not convenient to deal with, he also tried to find out the real purpose of the Konoha pirates. No pirate group in this world would be willing to give up an admiral-level combat power, let alone an admiral spy lurking inside the Navy, when he wants to clean up the spies in the Navy headquarters. Scorpion's eyes fell on Aokiji, and he said coldly, let him experience despair for a while. I think he will probably become much more honest. Before that, we have to squeeze out his value first. Is that so? Kaguya Akatsuki didn't understand, and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she nodded slowly, as if she understood everything. Wait a moment. Before letting him leave, a small white snake climbed up the watchtower and slowly turned into the appearance of Orochimaru. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, Can I and the second generation draw some blood for research? This is a natural fruit ability user, no need to report such a small matter. Shirato Scorpion waved his hand indifferently, and even provided them with other ideas. When you take this admiral to trade with the Navy, you can also ask the Navy to exchange a few prisoners as your experimental subjects. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. However, the future is the future. The present is the present. Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama are both research madmen. After obtaining permission, the two got up at night and drew a tube of blood from Aokiji, who was still asleep, and began to return to the cabin for their experimental research. The genes have all mutated. Has the ability of the devil fruit changed his genes? Don't worry about it. First, fuse his cells with the first generation cells to see whose cells are stronger. Let's see the power of the devil fruit itself until dawn. Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama were still in the laboratory. We are almost at Upside Down Mountain. A voice interrupted their research and took the initiative to remind them, you'd better stop your experimental research for a while and save the precious experimental items first. The journey may be a bit bumpy. Upside Down Mountain. This is the entrance to the Grand Line. Most ships that want to enter the Grand Line need to take the Upside Down Mountain route, ride the rising currents that converge in the Upside Down Mountain Canal, be washed up to the top of the mountain by the seawater, and turn into the Grand Line. This is a great and dangerous route. For any ship, if the navigator on the ship does not have good driving skills, it is possible to directly hit the solid red soil continent and completely turn into a corpse on the seabed. Rogue Town is the closest to Upside Down Mountain. However, the Navy of Rogue Town rarely climbs Upside Down Mountain by ship, but this is the closest sea route to the Drum Kingdom. Smoker is poisoned and urgently needs a skilled doctor. It's amazing. Karin watched the warship ride the current and climb up the red soil continent little by little, like climbing a mountain. The shock in her eyes was simply difficult to conceal. Tashigi also had a look of amazement on her face. Since the warships were innovated, the Navy rarely went to Upside Down Mountain. When we went there, even if Upside Down Mountain was dangerous, it was much safer than facing large sea kings in the calm belt. Be careful, a sergeant reminded the navigator on the warship, muttering, I remember there was often a huge island whale at the entrance of the Twin Towers. If we had it, we'd be finished. It seems there's no more. The Navy in charge of Lookout turned around. Just when everyone finished talking about this topic and were about to rush down Upside Down Mountain, they saw an extremely terrifying island whale floating up from the sea. The head of this island whale was covered with scars, and on the scars was a huge and sloppy graffiti mark of the Straw Hat Pirates. Huh? Smoker woke up for a while and saw the Straw Hat graffiti on the island whale's head, which made him hate it so much that his teeth itched. That's the Straw Hat Pirates' mark. That kid. They dared to leave their marks so brazenly. Just go and catch the Straw Hat Kid. Cough cough cough. Smoker slapped the railing angrily, not wanting to care about his injuries at all. The Navy captain was furious. Colonel Smoker, it's more important to treat him first. As long as the Straw Hat Kid enters the Grand Line, we will definitely be able to stop him. A group of Navy officers hurriedly stepped forward to persuade their superiors. Although the Straw Hat mark left by the Straw Hat Kid on the head of the island whale is indeed very irritating, but at this time, life is in danger at any time. The Navy, who have followed Smoker for many years, was afraid that he would be angry, so they hurriedly helped him back to the cabin to rest, fearing that he would see any mark and continue to be angry. Twin Cape. 2 lighthouses are lit here, because the 2 lighthouses here will allow ships passing by Upside Down Mountain to find the entrance to the Grand Line. When the warship passed the lighthouse keeper Crocus looked at a lively warship passing by, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just when Culicus was about to look away, he saw a young lieutenant standing on the bow of the warship. The lieutenant was calm throughout the whole process. This young man. Culicus shook his head and continued to lower his head without paying attention. It was only when Culicus saw that not long after the warship passed, a huge sea ship almost squeezed the channel and slowly floated down from the Upside Down Mountain. 9 huge wooden dragons swam upside down to help the sea ship slow down when going downhill. Huh? Culicus looked at the sea ship with some surprise. There was a pirate's skull with a whirlpool mark on the sea ship. It was also a group of pirates coming to the Grand Line. This pirate group seemed to perform better than other novices entering the Grand Line. However, when Culicus saw that there was even a tall figure tied to the stern of the ship rising and falling in it, his face finally collapsed. Why do I seem to have seen that guy tied to the back of the ship? Crocus' brain quickly recalled, and he was thinking seriously about when he had seen him before. It seems to be following Garp, etc. Crocus immediately remembered the young man who had been following Garp. He had already become an admiral of the Navy headquarters many years ago. He had also seen the guy in the newspaper. He was an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Are you kidding? Crocus' eyes were about to pop out of his head. Even though he could be considered knowledgeable, how could this pirate group that entered the Grand Line directly tie up an admiral of the Navy headquarters? It should be fake. Crocus shook his head to himself, feeling that he must be old and blurry. How could an admiral of the Navy headquarters be? Ice ball. Just at this moment, Admiral Aokiji, who was tied to the back of the ship, finally had a chance to escape from the sea after ups and downs. Aokiji quickly raised his palm and froze part of the seawater, and the seawater quickly turned into an ice ball, allowing his body to hide in the ice ball and sleep more comfortably. Crocus immediately knew that he was not wrong. This magical freezing ability, coupled with that familiar appearance and tall body, can only be done by the admiral of the headquarters in the whole world. Why did this pirate group capture a Navy admiral to enter the Grand Line? Or was this pirate group regarded as a favorable ship to enter the Grand Line by the Navy admiral? However, Crocus soon saw the members of this pirate group. The 9-headed wooden dragon pulled the sea ship to stop next to the lighthouse, and a red-haired boy grew a pair of mechanical wings and slowly flew in front of Crocus. Sorry, I may bother you. A red-haired boy took out a compass and asked politely, why is our compass out of service? Answer other people's questions before asking them. Crocus pointed to the ice ball towed behind their pirate ship. Can you tell me first why there is a person towed behind your ship? Oh, that's a Navy admiral. The red-haired boy didn't care much about this and took the initiative to ask. He is quite strong. The three of us on the ship couldn't deal with him together. It was our vice captain who caught him. We planned to use him to exchange for the captured clown buggy from the Navy. Crocus was inexplicably silent. Are these guys really a group of pure novices? This pirate group doesn't seem to know much about the Grand Line, and they haven't even prepared a recording pointer, but they seem to have really captured a Navy admiral? Today's young people are really more amazing than each other. The Straw Hat Pirates were a group of young people with dreams. This pirate group had not been to the Grand Line yet, but they had captured a Navy admiral first. It was inevitable that they were overdoing it, right? Crocus sighed in his heart and reminded in a deep voice, the magnetic field here is chaotic, and you need a recording pointer to sail to other islands. Perhaps you can ask the Navy admiral if he has a recording pointer, or if he has a more precious eternal pointer that can point to a designated island. Thank you very much. The red sand scorpion thanked him politely. Then let me remind you one more thing. Crocus looked at the red sand scorpion in front of him and said, you want to get Buggy, but you want to get the secret of One Piece from Buggy, right? Backy Crocus took a deep breath, remembered the red-nosed kid he had seen, shook his head and said, I have never seen any One Piece. I know, thank you. The red sand scorpion immediately became more polite. Crocus looked at the red sand scorpion flying again. The lighthouse keeper watched the red-haired boy return to the ship. One of the people on the pirate ship seemed to have heard something, broke the admiral's ice ball, dragged him directly onto the ship, and searched his body for the record pointer. As a result, not only did they find the record pointer, they even found a golden den den mushi, a black den den mushi, and a white den den mushi on Aokiji's body. Hey, Aokiji looked at the group of people speechlessly, and had to remind them, don't press the golden den den mushi casually, it is used by the Navy to launch the demon-slaying order. Once used, the Navy will launch an indiscriminate attack on the area where the signal is sent until it is completely destroyed. Isn't this interesting? Madara chuckled and suddenly felt it was interesting. Okay. Scorpion returned all the den den mushi to Aokiji nonchalantly, and took the initiative to remind him, contact the Marine headquarters first to see how much the Marine Marshal is willing to give for an admiral of the Marine headquarters, and take the opportunity to find a reason to let you go back. Beige the clown is a must. Orochimaru came over immediately and said quickly, we need 100 devil fruits and 100 devil fruit ability users to do the experiment. Hey, don't ask for too much. Aokiji's eyes twitched, feeling that these guys overestimated his value. At this price, then I don't need to go back. Ask for a sky-high price and pay back the low price. Scorpion never thought that they could get much. Really, can't you just let me go back? Aokiji followed suit and started bargaining, even making an attractive proposal. If I go back, I can help you raise more money. If the news of being captured by pirates gets to the headquarters, I may not be able to become the Admiral of the Navy in the future. There was no change in Scorpion's eyes. Because not being able to make you the Admiral is itself a goal of the plan. Anyone who has the potential to become the Admiral of the Navy will be brought down, lest these guys really compete to become the Admiral of the Navy. An excellent layout. It is never achieved overnight. It is about bringing all the small events together, like grains of food fermenting into wine, to create a shocking event. Buggy the Clown seems to have seen Ace. Where was Ace defeated? It doesn't seem to be in Alabasta. Chapter 364, The Secret of the Navy Marshal, We Can Eat It for a Lifetime. The Konoha pirates were busy on the ship. Uchiha Madara had already opened his Sharingan, staring carefully at the white Entai eavesdropping Den Mushi in front of him, and began to transcribe the sealed memory with his Sharingan. Because the Konoha pirates were going to have their first exchange with a Navy Admiral, this was also the first conversation with the other party's top leaders, and they had to record this first contact with the top leaders. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Navy Admiral Buddha Sengoku leisurely drank black tea and ate his favorite senbei, enjoying the happiest short time before work began. Before work began, he also received a good news report from Lieutenant Akihara Kagira. The warship responsible for escorting Buggy the Clown had crossed the inverted mountain and entered the Grand Line. They would stop at the Drum Kingdom to treat Smoker, and arrest Straw Hat Luffy on the way, and send Straw Hat Luffy and Buggy the Clown to impale down together. I hope Garp won't be too sad. Just as Sengoku comforted his old friend in his heart and was about to call Aokiji to ask about his news, a phone call came to him. Pulu Pulu, the voice of Den Mushi, was a little dull. Zanguo reached out and put down the senbei, and answered the call directly. He saw that his Den Mushi gradually changed into Aokiji's. Kyuzan, do you still know how to report? Zanguo's voice was mixed with some dissatisfaction, and he scolded in a deep voice, since the incident in Rogue Town, I have been waiting for your news and detailed intelligence. Sorry. Aokiji took the initiative to apologize to Zanguo, and said sincerely, the situation has changed a little. I was captured on the way to pursue the enemy. Don't make such a joke. Zanguo's face drooped quickly. There is no enemy in the world who can capture Aokiji. The combat power of the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters is at the top of the world. Even if he is defeated, he can't be captured by the enemy. Is this guy deliberately teasing him with this joke? He actually used such a shabby excuse to avoid not answering the phone for a few days. It's not like he doesn't know him. At most, he just scolded him a few words. Can he punish him at this time? Okay, no need to make excuses. I won't pursue what happened to you these past few days. Sengoku skipped this exchange and asked in a deep voice, tell me what happened in Rogue Town first. I heard that bastard dragon also appeared there, and an unknown pirate injured Smoker. Sorry. Aokiji did not answer Sengoku's words, but his voice became depressed. Marshal Sengoku, I was not joking just now. Give me the Den Mushi. A voice sounded on the other side of the Den Mushi. Someone took Aokiji's Den Mushi away and said directly and neatly, is it Marshal Sengoku? This is the Konoha pirates, and your admiral is in our hands. Sengoku's brain went blank in an instant. How could someone capture the Admiral of the Navy? But what we are concerned about now is not the capture of the highest combat power of the world government. This matter is more shocking than the killing of the celestial dragons. Once people know about this, the whole sea will be in chaos. The reason why the sea is still balanced is the balance between the world government and the 4 emperors of the New World. The capture of a Navy admiral has broken this balance. What do you want? Sengoku quickly calmed down. As a mature Navy admiral, he cares more about the stability of order and never cares about embarrassing issues such as compromising with pirates. Release Buggy the Clown first. The voice from the Den Mushi was calmer than that of Buddha Sengoku. It seemed that he had thought of something and said casually, well, then prepare 100 devil fruits and 100 devil fruit users. Talk about something realistic. Sengoku interrupted him coldly. It's better to save your dreams. Even in the entire ocean, devil fruit users are quite rare, and the Navy is not a devil fruit producer. How can they get so many fruits? Make a bargain. The person on the other side of the Den Mushi directly gave Sengoku a suggestion. Buddha Sengoku was silenced by his words. Of course I have to bargain. But the price you are asking is too high. At least you guys have offered a reasonable price first, so I can continue to bargain reasonably. But the situation is not particularly bad. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly. He could probably tell that this pirate group urgently needed Buggy the Clown. Other things should be additional, but Buggy the Clown was not really suitable for exchange. Because Buggy the Clown killed a celestial dragon, the whole world knew about it. The world government had clearly ordered that Buggy the Clown must be executed as a warning to others. If even Buggy the Clown cannot be dealt with, how can the celestial dragons and the world government maintain their dignity? Who would still take the celestial dragons seriously? Sengoku could only use this negotiation to find a way to gain their trust. As long as he rescued Aokiji from this pirate group, he would personally mobilize the admirals and vice admirals of the navy to quickly eliminate this emerging pirate group. If you want to gain the other party's trust through negotiation, you must use some skills, and you can't just do whatever the other party says. After all, empty talk seems insincere. Then the price I offer may not be within your psychological tolerance. Sengoku gritted his teeth, thought for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Within my authority, I can only prepare 1 or 2 devil fruits. And I can't hand over Buggy the Clown to you. Buggy the Clown is an extremely evil pirate that the world government has named to be executed. He knows too much. Goodbye." Den Mushi seemed to be about to hang up. "Wait." Sengoku quickly stopped the other party and couldn't help but roared loudly, "You guys should also bargain a little. You can't let me keep bidding. Don't think that my proposal is not sincere. The ransom you just asked for is also not sincere. This is a problem that both buyers and sellers want to make money. When the market price of the admiral of the navy is not transparent, both sides can only carefully try to test the psychological bottom line of the other party. Only in the constant tug of war can a suitable negotiation bottom line be left in the hearts of both parties. Admiral Aokiji is like a commodity, placed on the negotiation table by Buddha Sengoku and Konoha pirates, but this is a pure seller market. But the seller really wants to make this deal." A steady mechanical voice came out of the Den Mushi. "The navy should release Buggy the Clown first to show your sincerity. That's the pirate that the world government has named for public execution." Sengoku took a deep breath. It seemed that this pirate group must have Buggy. They are most likely after the secret of One Piece that Buggy the Clown told them. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to speak to the Den Mushi at hand. "Buggy the Clown killed the celestial dragons and angered the world government. He also hides the secret of One Piece. His life is much more important than Kuzen's life. It seems that this deal can't be done." The Konoha pirates seemed to be about to hang up the Den Mushi. "Wait." Sengoku immediately felt out the other party's bottom line and continued to maneuver, "But, I'm the admiral of the navy, and everything is for the navy. As long as you are willing to guarantee the return of Kuzen, I can try my best to disobey the orders of the world government and hand over Buggy the Clown to you. After all, your bottom line is Buggy the Clown. It should be for the secret of the so-called great treasure, right? Devil fruits and so on are just extras for you, right? That's not bad, but it's not easy to catch a navy admiral." The answer in the Den Mushi explained everything, as if sighing quietly, "Maybe we won't have the chance to catch the navy admiral in the future, since there's a high probability that we will only do business with the navy this time. If we don't open for 3 years, we will have to make a living for 3 years after opening, right? Then I will try my best to raise devil fruits and pirates with devil fruit abilities." A sharp edge flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and he said softly, "And your bottom line is Buggy the Clown. Even if the warships responsible for escorting them come here non-stop, it will take Buggy the Clown half a month to get here. Half a month is enough time for Admiral Akainu to return to the headquarters from the G1 branch in the New World. Admiral Kizaru has always been in charge of the headquarters of the Navy. Half a month." The Konoha pirates seemed to be a little hesitant, as if they were worried about something. "You won't mobilize the Navy to besiege us in half a month, right? I am the Admiral of the Navy." Sengoku's voice immediately became steady, as if he wanted to use his own reputation as a guarantee. "If the Admiral of the Navy breaks his promise to you, it is equivalent to breaking his promise to the world. Then the world government can just change another Admiral of the Navy, right?" The Konoha pirates' words directly exposed Sengoku's little thoughts. Crunch, crunch. Sengoku crushed his senbei hard, feeling a little angry that his little thoughts were exposed, and said angrily, "I use my reputation to guarantee it. If you don't trust me, why come to negotiate with me?" The Konoha pirates were silent. Obviously, the Admiral of the Navy seemed to be really angry. "Okay. You have a point." The voice in the Den Mushi also became hesitant, and once again poked the hole in Sengoku's words, "But we still want to ask, Compared to the reputation of the Navy, compared to the lives of his subordinates, a qualified Navy marshal should think that his reputation is worthless, right? Sengoku's heart fell silent. If he could use his reputation to save the lives of his subordinates, and use his reputation to exchange for the reputation of the Navy, Sengoku never minded throwing his reputation directly on the ground and letting others trample on it. But how could such words come out of the mouth of a pirate? Okay. Let's talk about something serious. The Konoha pirates seem to have given up this bargaining and directly stated the real bottom line: we can only give you 2 days to find a way to get the world government to declare in the newspapers that Buggy the Clown is not guilty. As long as we get the news recorded in the newspapers, we will release the admiral of the Navy headquarters. That's impossible. Sengoku immediately thought of the faces of the 5 elders. How can the life of a mere admiral be compared to the deterrence of the celestial dragons to the world? Wait a minute, Sengoku's face suddenly changed. At this moment, he suddenly understood the other party's purpose. No, you are not after the secret of One Piece. Sengoku's body was a little heavy, but his voice was still steady as he stated the other party's purpose. You want to kill the celestial dragons and stir up hatred against them all over the world. Your goal is to target the celestial dragons. As long as a pirate who kills a celestial dragon is not executed, the safety of the celestial dragons will plummet from then on. Any enemy who hates the celestial dragons and the world government will have the courage to kill the celestial dragons. At that time, even the Navy will not be able to protect them. The world government will never want to see this happen. They need to execute Buggy the Clown with a fierce method to deter all the thieves who dare to destroy the majestic ruling order of the celestial dragons. Wait, this seems to be not bad. A sudden realization flashed in Sengoku's eyes. Once the celestial dragons are killed indiscriminately all over the world, if the Navy cannot protect them, those celestial dragons who have killed innocent people all over the world will probably have to stay in the holy land of Marijoa for their own safety. The member states of the world government will no longer have to worry about being persecuted, and the Navy will no longer have to feel aggrieved for always being scolded as the dogs raised by the celestial dragons in order to protect the celestial dragons. But the 5 elders will definitely not agree to this. Because in the eyes of the 5 elders, the Navy is the dog of the celestial dragons. Once the Navy cannot protect the celestial dragons, whether it is a funding issue or power, the Navy will probably be slowly deprived by the world government, but this will be a long political compromise process. In the context of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy is an important tool for the world government to maintain its rule, and it is impossible for the world government to ban it. Buddha's Warring State's brain started to work at a high speed at this moment. He almost immediately thought about the pros and cons of this matter, but he was unable to make a decision. It was really difficult to make a decision because it was almost a godsend. After all, the person in charge of escorting Buggy the Clown is Colonel Smoker of the headquarters. That bastard is always famous for being a troublemaker who disobeys orders. In order to save Kuzan, he might make a deal with the pirates, but the matter of making a deal with the pirates cannot be put on that bastard's head. After all, that guy also bears the name of Justice. The only possibility is that the world government may be extremely angry about this, but this kind of thing doesn't matter, as long as all the charges are placed on the Konoha pirates. The world government will never publish it in the newspaper. A light flashed across Sengoku's lens, and he carefully used his observation haki to sense the surrounding situation, and lowered his voice to Den Mushi. He could guess that the other party should be a smart person, hoping that the other party could understand his difficulties. All I can do is tell you the information of the warship escorting Buggy, but you must release Kuzan and not allow any Navy to be harmed. Understood. The people of the Konoha pirates are quite smart. He seems to understand the difficulties of the Navy Admiral very well. The steady mechanical voice soon came over. The Konoha pirates rescued the clown Buggy, and Admiral Aokiji rushed to the rescue in time, but only had time to save the Navy on the warship. Mr. Marshal, is this script okay? Sengoku felt that he was a little comfortable dealing with smart people. He always quarreled with Garp, the idiot, and made himself dizzy. At this time, he felt that his brain was clearer than ever. There are actually these pirates in this world who dare to do anything. This kind of powerful pirate group willing to target the celestial dragons is too rare. They themselves are a natural target, and they are even willing to be such a target. But all this must first ensure the safety of Aokiji's life. Aokiji is the junior that he is very optimistic about, and is also the future admiral of the Navy that he recognizes. Speaking of which, Sengoku spoke carefully. But his words were a little too demanding. Can Kuzan capture one of your people, so that Kuzan can also submit reports more conveniently? If he can have one of the other party's people, he can get more relevant information. Of course, it doesn't matter if he can't catch him, as long as he can get Kuzan, the strongest fighter, back first, and get some specific information from Kuzan's mouth, and think about how he can use this pirate group, and how the Navy should get rid of this pirate group after it is really possible to achieve the goal in the future. The order framework of the world government cannot be destroyed. However, the dirt of the world government can be cleaned up. It seems that people can't be too shameless. The Konoha pirates seem to be shocked by the shamelessness of this Navy admiral. It would be fine if he only used the message to let them release Aokiji, but why did he want them to lose someone? Okay. Buddha's warring states could only give up his naive idea helplessly, and said in a deep voice, the warship escorting Buggy the Clown should arrive at the Drum Island in the first half of the Grand Line soon, but my subordinates must all come back alive, otherwise I will not let you go. Happy cooperation. The Konoha pirates hung up the Den Mushi directly. The first half of the Grand Line. On the ship of the Konoha pirates. After the red-haired boy hung up the Den Mushi, he looked back in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Did the transcription seal record all this memory? Huh? This Navy admiral is really brave. Uchiha Madara stretched out his palm, stroked his eye sockets, and sneered, I was lured into the trap like this. The celestial dragons also gave him a headache. Senju Hashirama stood beside Uchiha Madara and shook his head. Mr. Madara, show Admiral Aokiji the transcribed sealed memory. The voice of the Red Sand Scorpion was still mechanical and ruthless, as if he was indifferent to everything. As long as this admiral answers our call, he has fallen into the trap we set in advance. After all, his personality is not so extreme. He wants to work with us to deal with the celestial dragons. This secret we can eat it for a lifetime. The next moment, Uchiha Madara looked at Aokiji. A scarlet glow appeared in Aokiji's eyes. The admiral instantly repeated the memory just now, and his eyes revealed confusion and despair. This group of people actually used a special ability to record the conversation of this Den Mushi. This is evidence of the collusion between the admiral and the pirates. Admiral Aokiji, the red-haired boy, seemed to feel that Aokiji understood the situation, and whispered, now you can leave this ship, but you don't want the admiral who protects you to be defined as a traitor by the world government, right? In a real sense, this record of collusion has little impact on the Buddha warring states. Even if this record is released, Buddha Sengoku's reputation will be completely ruined. He was flawless in this communication, and at most he was charged with trading with pirates to save the admiral. However, the admiral of the Navy was good at speaking, and he could definitely turn the tables. However, Aokiji, the admiral of the Navy, did not think so much. Aokiji only understood what Buddha Sengoku and the Konoha pirates were doing. They reached a cooperation that could overthrow the order of the celestial dragons. Once this kind of thing is discovered by the world government, the admiral will definitely be scolded by the world government as a dog that bites its master, and may even be executed by the world government. However, Aokiji, one of the beneficiaries, could not sit idly by and watch all this happen. The admiral's eyes gradually lost a trace of confusion, and seemed to become more resolute, as if he wanted to be with the darkness. I won't reveal your secrets. Aokiji, the admiral of the Navy, looked at Uchiha Madara's pair of red eyes and took the initiative to offer his own handle. After all, our purpose of solving the celestial dragon should be the same. I can cooperate with your actions in the Navy. We won't make it particularly difficult for you. The Red Sand Scorpion raised his palm and gently printed it on Aokiji's arm, leaving a curse mark on his arm, and we won't let people help for no reason. This power is considered an advance reward for you. This is Aokiji frowned and looked at the dark leaf mark. Chakra. A magical ability like Haki. Scorpion looked at Orochimaru nearby and said softly, Mr. Orochimaru, help him get a scroll of the ice escape technique so that he can master a technique before getting off the ship. After all, he is half of our own. This is also a power that can instantly restrain Aokiji's actions. After all, the chakra in the curse seal all comes from Akihara Kagura's Senjutsu chakra. Come with me. Orochimaru's mouth curled up, and he took Aokiji to the cabin. When they left the deck, the smile on Uchiha Madara's face seemed to be weird. If nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Madara looked into the eyes of the Red Sand Scorpion, as if he could see the person controlling him through his eyes. This guy colluded with us, and you can use the Marine Admiral who is obsessed with protecting his subordinates, right? Akihara Kagura? You just forged a trap. Uchiha Madara already knew Akihara Kagura very well, and grinned. They will take the initiative to help you build this fake trap into a bottomless abyss, and jump in on their own initiative, thinking they are saving people. People are always moved by their own actions, so they always fall into the trap of self-touching. The voice of the Red Sand Scorpion is calm and slow, as if he is also thinking slowly. The Navy Admiral is not an exception, and the Navy Admiral is naturally no exception. Is it messy? Are there too many characters? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. The Straw Hat Pirates are so despicable, they are still doing good things. Near the Drum Kingdom's waters, Smoker's Colonel warship arrived here. The Admiral of the Navy seemed to be very concerned about the escort of Buggy the Clown. He would call from time to time to inquire about their journey, and even arranged for Admiral Aokiji to assist them in advance. It can be said that he attached great importance to this escort. Bage the Clown looks quite important. Tashiji frowned, and looked at Smoker on the hospital bed with some worry after he hung up the Den Mushi. Colonel Smoker, do we really not need to send Buggy the Clown to impale down first? The Straw Hat Kid is more dangerous than him. Smoker was lying on the hospital bed, still stubbornly holding the cigar in his mouth, and he exhaled a puff of smoke. That guy has the same will as Golda Roger. But when Smoker said this, his brows were also frowned tightly. Maybe we can send Buggy back first, and we can go back from Marineford and intercept him in advance along the route taken by the Straw Hat Pirates. Just when Smoker was about to give up, a sergeant major hurried over to report. Colonel Smoker, we have seen Drum Island, and the Straw Hat Pirates are also on this route. Their ship is parked at the port of Drum Island. When Smoker heard this, his eyes immediately became energetic, and regardless of his weak body, he got up to check out the situation. What about sending Buggy the Clown back? Now that the Straw Hat Pirates are right in front of us, even if we have to fight with injuries today, we must arrest them. It's just right to end this troublesome matter here. But the warships were a little late. The Straw Hat Pirates had already planned to leave. The weather on the Grand Line is extremely bad. If you slow down one step, you may slow down every step. If you're lucky, you may catch up soon. The Straw Hat Pirates entered the Grand Line all the way, passing through the Twin Capes, Whiskey Peak and the small garden of the ancient island. They also caused a lot of trouble along the way. In order to help the Alabasta Princess Vivi, who met to protect her country, they directly provoked Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, even if they didn't provoke Crocodile, he would not take the small Straw Hat Pirates seriously, and sent his Baroque works to clean up the small pirate group that had just entered the Grand Line. As a result, I didn't expect that the Straw Hat Pirates were not many, and they were a bit difficult to deal with. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was also quite stubborn. The Straw Hat Pirates, who had just entered the Grand Line, ran into the 7 warlords of the sea and even thought about going straight to Crocodile's lair in Alabasta to get rid of him. However, their navigator Nami fell ill in the small garden of the ancient island and had to rush to the Drum Kingdom for treatment. By the way, they also found a ship doctor here. On Drum Island. Snowflakes fell on this ice and snow island. Under the warm welcome of the Straw Hat Pirates standing on the deck, Chopper, a little reindeer walking upright, braved the snow and stepped on his little footprints, wiped his snot and tears, and said goodbye to the old lady Dr. Kuliho, who had been taking care of him on Drum Island with his luggage, boarded the Straw Hat Pirates' pirate ship, and became the ship doctor of this small pirate group. It's a pity that this little reindeer has not experienced the joy and freedom of being a pirate, but has experienced the danger of being hunted by the Navy. A cannonball fell directly next to the pirate ship. The Navy is coming. Usopp hurriedly reminded everyone on the ship loudly. The little reindeer was so scared that he ran around everywhere on the ship. Why did the Navy come when I just became a pirate? I just got on the ship and became a pirate. Why was I being chased by the Navy? Chopper, calm down. Zoro quickly grabbed the back of its neck, ignoring the fact that he was kicked by the little reindeer's hooves, and rubbed its head. Don't worry, let's get out of here first. That person seems to be. Luffy looked at the Navy Captain Smoker, who walked out of the cabin tremblingly, scratched his head, and thought about the name of the Navy Captain. Luffy's face immediately fell, and he shouted to Nami, who had just recovered, Hey, Nami, let's start the boat quickly. It's the Smoke Man in Rogue Town. There is no way to hide him. Faced with the ability of the natural system, Luffy was really powerless. At least at this time, he had not thought of how to get rid of Smoker's smoke ability. I know. You're so noisy. Nami angrily stopped the noisy Luffy, and she gritted her teeth and reminded him, don't worry, the weather on the Grand Line is bad, and we can only rely on the record pointer to guide the sea route. This navy has just come to the Drum Island, and they need to use the record pointer to collect magnetic force. They must replenish the magnetic force for the record pointer on the Drum Island. Nami's mind is quite clear. When a group of guys are panicking, she can still calmly and steadily call everyone to set sail. She is confident that she can get rid of this group of navy. Straw Hat Boy, don't try to escape. Smoker's body directly tried to fly up and rush towards the Straw Hat Pirates, but he was exhausted as soon as he turned into smoke and almost fell on the deck. That navy captain seems to be ill too. Usopp saw Smoker, who was unable to move, and a trace of relief flashed across his face. We should be fine. Is there a patient? The little reindeer's head immediately came over. Okay, don't worry about the patient. Zoro glanced at the furry reindeer beside his legs and said softly, there are doctors on this island who can save him. When he said this, Zoro looked at Tashigi standing in front of Smoker. He had fought with Tashigi, the stubborn female navy, and grinned. It looks like we can save a big trouble this time. Almost. Usopp looked at the navy on the ship and saw that they really couldn't do anything to them. He finally relaxed and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead behind him. They almost caught us. These guys. Smoker punched the side of the ship angrily, angry that he hadn't prepared everything, and shouted his own orders, chase them and shoot down their ship. It was obviously too late for this, because the Straw Hat Pirates directly tore open the sails and ran away. Tashigi hurriedly stopped Smoker and reminded her boss, Colonel Smoker, we still need to use the recording pointer to collect the magnetic force of the next stop on Drum Island. It is better to stop here to heal the wounds. If we chase them rashly, we will not be able to find the way back. Smoke Man, we will see each other this time. Luffy stood at the stern of the Golden Mary and even waved goodbye to Smoker in a friendly manner, which made Smoker even more angry. This bastard Smoker bit his cigar and wanted to eat Luffy alive. There was nothing more irritating to him than watching pirates slip away in front of him. However, the next stop of the Straw Hat Pirates should be Alabasta. Smoker gritted his teeth and ordered the Navy warships to anchor at the port. All of them boarded the Drum Kingdom, intending to find a doctor who could help with treatment here. Unfortunately, the best doctor in the Drum Kingdom, Kureha, has a bad temper. The little reindeer Chopper, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, is like a child she raised. He was almost caught by the Navy as soon as he boarded the pirate ship. Dr. Kureha certainly said she didn't care about these things, but she was determined not to help Smoker with the treatment. She has always been like this. Treating patients depends on her mood. Once she is in a bad mood, no one cares. A Navy looked at the old lady in the castle who turned them away and came up with a bad idea. This doctor must be colluding with the pirates. Shut up. Smoker glared at the Navy with dissatisfaction. If everyone who has any intersection with pirates is defined in this way, innocent people around the world must be better off from being pirates. Pirates appear in a country, and the Navy cannot appear in time to protect the people. After the pirates leave, the surviving people are labeled as colluding with pirates by the Navy. This behavior is more hateful than pirates. Smoker wanted to curse that subordinate to death immediately. While this group of Navy was trying to find a solution here, Akihara Kagura took Karin to inquire about the situation in the town of the Drum Kingdom, and also found out what happened in the Drum Kingdom. Obviously, things seemed to be a little magical, because a very interesting pirate group appeared in the Drum Kingdom. The Blackbeard Pirates. Many years ago, the king of the Drum Kingdom, Wapol, only kept a part of the doctors who obeyed his orders, and drove the other doctors out of the Drum Kingdom. From then on, Wapol used his doctors to exploit and oppress the people, and did not allow doctors to treat any people he did not like. As a result, a terrorist pirate group named Blackbeard invaded the Drum Kingdom some time ago. Wapol and his trusted men were so scared that they fled directly. The Drum Kingdom nominated the captain of the guard, Dalton, who has the ability of the bold bull fruit, to protect the country. However, after the Blackbeard pirates left, Wapol slipped back to the Drum Kingdom and wanted to continue to be the king to exploit and harm the people. Naturally, the Straw Hat Pirates could not stand this kind of thing. Luffy drove Wapol away neatly and helped the Drum Kingdom get back on track. The Straw Hat Pirates are not evil pirates. Guard Captain Dalton was very frank and took the initiative to tell the Navy in front of him everything. They are not like other pirates who burn, kill and loot. I know. But they are more dangerous than any other pirates. Akihiro Kagura shook his head. He spoke from the standpoint of the Navy. Other pirates say they are just talking about becoming the Pirate King, but Straw Hat Luffy's a little different. This guy looks like he really has the potential to find the One Piece and become the new Pirate King. Mr. Navy actually thinks so too. Dalton's eyes lit up, as if he heard something that made him extremely happy. Mr. Luffy will become the new Pirate King. Forget it. I won't discuss so much with you. Akihiro Kagura waved his hand and took the initiative to say, go and persuade Dr. Kuliho to help save Colonel Smoker. Straw Hat Luffy is indeed not an unforgivable pirate, but Colonel Smoker is not a bad guy either. Yes, I'll be there right away. Dalton hurried to persuade Dr. Kuliho. In the entire Drum Kingdom, perhaps only Dalton, who is devoted to his country, can convince Dr. Kuliho. At least Smoker was finally carried into Dr. Kuliho's castle. Thank you, Lieutenant Kagura. Tashigi glanced at Akihiro Kagura and Karin with gratitude. Go take care of Colonel Smoker first. Akihiro Kagura acted very generously, as if she had only done something insignificant. I just know the Straw Hat Pirates better, and I roughly know what stories they will leave in the local area, but don't think they are not dangerous people. Huh? Tashigi didn't quite understand what Akihiro Kagura meant. But it sounds like the Straw Hat Pirates are not bad people? Why do you say the Straw Hat Pirates are dangerous people? The Straw Hat Pirates' actions are shaking the ruling order of the world government. Akihiro Kagura shook her head and sighed faintly. A group of pirates are expelling the evil king. The world government and the Navy have not done anything to help ordinary people. Instead, these pirates are doing it for the citizens of these countries. It seems that the world government and the Navy are a group of bad guys who sit back and do nothing. This is their danger. Tashigi felt that something was wrong. Is there any problem with this? In fact, aren't the world government and the Navy the bad guys who sit back and do nothing? Tashigi's eyes were a little confused. She felt that her thoughts were a little scary. She hurriedly ran into the castle to take care of Smoker. She just wanted to collect the famous swords in this world and didn't want to let herself continue to fall into such complicated thoughts. When Tashigi left, Akihiro Kagura and Karin were still standing there, quietly looking at a quiet snow island and a world full of white. Alalala, this is really an unprecedented dangerous statement. A voice appeared in the ears of Akihiro Kagura and Karin. A tall figure slowly emerged from the snowfield, and looked down at Akihiro Kagura in front of him, as if he felt a headache. Is this guy a little too extreme? Or is he deliberately using this rhetoric to satirize the world government? However, Aokiji couldn't tell whether the other party was overly inclined to the world government, or was taking this opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction with the world government. Forget it, let's not talk about such a dangerous topic. Aokiji looked at Akihiro Kagura in front of him, and asked casually, when I went to Rogue Town to chase the enemy, who found out the loopholes and helped catch Buggy the Clown? Akihiro Kagura frowned. Akihiro Kagura seemed to think for a while, and when he raised his head and looked at Aokiji, he showed a knowing smile to Aokiji on his face, as if the two sides were in contact, and everything was in this smile. The one who caught Buggy the Clown. It was me. Good night. Chapter 366, Mr. Buggy. There's a golden underground palace built by the ancestor of the celestial dragons in Alabasta. Is this the spy that Konoha pirates planted in the Navy? Aokiji recognized Akihiro Kagura's identity at the first time. Except for some seniors and friends in the Navy, who in the normal Navy dared to smile at him, the Navy Admiral? I heard that the spy that Konoha pirates planted in the Navy was not very powerful. Aokiji looked at Akihiro Kagura, as if he wanted to see what was worthy of attention about this person. Why was he placed in the Navy by Konoha pirates? If he was really just a guy with an evil personality but no power, then find an opportunity to clean him up in the future, and Konoha pirates probably wouldn't break up with him for this. You want to kill me? Akihiro Kagura smiled and revealed Aokiji's thoughts. Ah, did you figure it out? Aokiji supported his forehead and did not want to deny his thoughts. Some things are not so valuable if you have too many of them. One of these things is enough. I think the more the better. Akihiro Kagura chuckled, but did not care about Aokiji's killing intention, and even took the initiative to give a time, but at least not on Drum Island. Why don't you let me give you a time? If you want to kill me, It's best to do it before I get the thunder fruit. The laziness in Aokaji's eyes suddenly disappeared. Thunder fruit. This guy actually has news about the thunder fruit? Even among the natural devil fruits, the power of the thunder fruit is at the forefront, and its speed and power are even better than the flash fruit. The most important thing is that once this guy gets the thunder fruit, the Navy will definitely pay attention to powerful natural ability user. If this guy works hard to train in the Navy headquarters in the future, he will most likely become a Navy admiral. Do your best. Akihara Kagura looked up at the tall Aokaji and encouraged him. I will probably get the thunder fruit this month, you don't have much time left. After that, Akihara Kagura took Karin and left here directly. This lieutenant of the Navy headquarters didn't care whether his behavior was polite enough to a Navy admiral who was showing off. Less than a month. Aokaji could only watch Akihara Kagura's figure go away. If Akihara Kagura got the power of the thunder fruit, the Konoha pirates might not be willing to let them kill him. Even under the terrifying natural fruit ability of the thunder fruit, it would become an impossible task to kill him. Something happened. A navy hurried to the castle, wanting to seek reinforcements for support, but unexpectedly saw Admiral Aokaji sent by Sengoku. Has Admiral Aokaji arrived? There is an urgent message from the warship. A pirate group wants to take away Buggy the Clown. I'll rush over right away. Aokaji calculated the time in his mind. According to the plan he and Marshal Sengoku discussed with the Konoha pirates, he only needed to rush over at the most critical moment to stop the other party from rescuing Buggy the Clown, and then block the other party's fatal attack on the Navy. It was just a not-so-splendid performance. At the port of the Drum Kingdom, the Navy on the warship fell into panic. Because they didn't have a commander by their side, they were no match for the enemy at this time. Of course, even with a commander, it was unlikely to defeat the enemy. A wooden dragon emerged from the water and directly entangled the warship. Vines spread from the wooden dragon's body and tied up the Navy one by one. What kind of ability is this? Fire. Fire. The Navy responsible for staying behind had no power to resist at all. The Navy responsible for guarding Buggy on the entire warship were all tied up by vines. While Buggy the Clown and his gang were still wondering, the cage in the cabin was suddenly opened by a vine, releasing all the pirates inside. You can leave now. The vine slowly condensed into a human figure, and turned into a man with long black hair. He whispered, "We are here to save people. Have we been rescued?" Everyone in the Buggy Pirates was so excited that they burst into tears. Since they were captured, they have been imprisoned in a dark cabin. They couldn't believe that they still had hope of escaping from here. I can't repay your great kindness. Buggy the Clown was very excited. He was very afraid that he would be punished for killing the celestial dragons. At this moment, he seemed to see the hope of surviving. What are you talking about repaying? This honest man seemed a little embarrassed and took the initiative to say, "We have prepared a ship for you. You'd better leave here quickly. The Admiral is coming soon." Is the Admiral coming? Run quickly. All the pirates were so scared that they rushed out immediately. Buggy the Clown and Alrida took the lead and rushed to the front. The Konoha pirates treated them well. They really prepared a ship for them, even prepared supplies on the ship, and gave them a secret message about the treasure. "We admire the hero who killed the celestial dragons. I heard that you like treasures. We just happen to know the information about a treasure. A certain generation of kings in Alabasta was one of the 20 kings who founded the world government, so their royal family also lived in the celestial dragons outside. For unknown reasons, he and his descendants did not live in Marijoa, the holy land where the celestial dragon should live. It is said that before the death of the royal ancestor of Alabasta, he used gold dust to build a large-scale secret underground palace in the desert. The underground palace made of gold dust alone is enough to buy the entire Alabasta." Gulp. Buggy the Clown swallowed his saliva involuntarily. There is actually an underground palace made of gold dust in Alabasta. The materials for building the underground palace alone are enough to buy the entire Alabasta. So what about the treasure in the underground palace? Can the treasure stored in the underground palace buy the whole world? Buggy the Clown instantly imagined that he would get the treasure and become rich overnight. He could sleep on a mountain of gold and drink from a golden cup. The underground palace hides treasures that are unimaginable to humans. The red-haired boy did not explain the treasure in detail, but continued to talk about the ancestor of the Alabasta royal family who built the gold palace, and used his identity to describe how amazing the treasure inside was. Theoretically, the royal ancestor of Alabasta is also one of the ancestors of the celestial dragons. He once ruled the world together. In that era when everything in the world was taken by the 20 kings, his treasure must be richer than the current celestial dragons. It's just because of the majesty of the celestial dragons that no one has ever dared to look for that underground palace, and this matter has been completely buried by history. Probably only the legendary heroic pirates who dared to kill the celestial dragons would dare to covet the treasure left behind by the ancestor of the celestial dragons, right? The stars in Buggy the Clown's eyes disappeared, and he woke up from his fantasy. Although the underground palace made of gold is very attractive, that is the ancestor of the celestial dragons. Once the treasure inside is stolen, there is a high probability that he will be hunted down and intercepted by the world government. Buggy the Clown clenched his fists in entanglement. Although it was very nice to be praised as a hero among pirates, especially when the pirate who praised him looked very strong, he was very timid and didn't dare to provoke any celestial dragons again. However, that was one of the 20 kings who founded the world government in the legend. A big man of that level must have hidden a very terrifying treasure, right? Just when Buggy the Clown was struggling here, the pirates under him immediately lifted him up with excitement. Only Captain Buggy deserves such a treasure. It's just the 20 kings who founded the world government. Captain Buggy killed the celestial dragons as easily as killing a bug. How could he care about a dead celestial dragon ancestor? The Buggy pirates immediately became lively. A group of pirates believed that this treasure was simply a gift from God. Only heroes like Buggy the Clown who dared to kill celestial dragons were qualified to find the treasure of the celestial dragon's ancestors. No, Buggy the Clown widened his eyes, watching a group of his men clamoring to go find the treasure of the ancestor of the celestial dragons. He was so scared that he swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Don't do this. I don't have that much courage. Tears began to accumulate in Buggy the Clown's eyes. He looked at the group of men who flattered him with tears in his eyes. He hoped that his men would shut up quickly. But the Buggy pirates would not shut up. Everyone even looked at Buggy the Clown with hope, hoping that Buggy the Clown, the hero who killed the celestial dragons, would take them to find the treasure left by the ancestor of the celestial dragons. Captain Buggy, let's go. Hurry to Alabasta and take out all the treasures in the underground palace. Buggy the Clown was almost scared to death. Why did his own men also regard him as the murderer who killed the celestial dragons? You have already killed a celestial dragon anyway. Alrita looked at Buggy the Clown and touched her hair. It's not a big deal to steal the treasure hidden by another celestial dragon's ancestor, right? Buggy the Clown vaguely felt that what his partner said made sense. Something seemed to be wrong. But there was nothing wrong. He had been wanted by the world government as the murderer of the celestial dragons, so it seemed that there would be no problem in stealing the treasure in the underground palace left by the celestial dragon's ancestor. Guys, set sail. Buggy the Clown raised the long knife in his hand. His face suddenly became crazy. Let's take away the treasure hidden by the celestial dragon's ancestor. Yes, Captain Buggy. The entire Buggy pirates suddenly became lively, and quickly began to get busy on the ship provided by the Konoha pirates, preparing to go to Alabasta in a mighty manner. Everyone in the Konoha pirates watched this group of pirates happily embark on a new journey to find treasure, and their moods suddenly became complicated. Are these guys so stupid that they were fooled? Senju Tobiramus for a jumped, feeling the stupidity of these pirates. No, this is not stupidity, this is the persistence in pursuing their dreams. Scorpion stood on the deck of the Konoha pirates, looking at the direction where the Buggy pirates were going away. We can't let a person with dreams down, so you'd better go faster, so that I can rush to Alabasta and help him build a gold sand underground palace. But the underground palace is not important. Madara had already understood his style, and his eyes jumped. The important thing is the identity of the ancestor of the celestial dragons who built the underground palace, right? Everyone has seen this kind of operation. Basically, all the people on the Konoha pirates ship have been victims of this. There is no way. There are too many things left behind by the great figures of this world. We don't know what has been left behind in this world, so we can only create the history of the past. One of the 20 kings who created the world, the history he left behind will definitely be trusted by most people in the world. This is inevitable. After all, when the history hidden in this world cannot reveal the truth, the false history fabricated by humans will emerge and become popular. Even if those whose names exist in history tell the history of the past in person, it is likely that they will find it difficult to gain people's trust. Yes, even if someone comes forward to tell the story, this kind of thing may not be of any use. Because people will only see the history they want to see. When the whole world is full of false history, even if someone who has truly experienced that period of history stands up to explain the truth, people think that what he says must be false. After all, people have not experienced it personally. Only those who have experienced it personally will believe what happened in the past. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we don't understand the ancient writing left over from this world. The ancient writing recorded on the stone tablet is the real history. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Since we don't understand the historical text, let's first overthrow the correct existence of the historical text, overthrow the real history and turn it into false history, so that the world government can jump out and reveal their hidden stories. The water is turbid. The fish will jump out. The world is turbid. The people hiding in the dark will emerge. Alabasta is Crocodile's territory. He must know something. Chapter 367. Someone is fabricating 100 years of blank history. A person's identity has a great impact on society. The royal ancestors of Alabasta once participated in the establishment of the world government. The golden palace that has been hidden must hide a grand history. Of course. This history must be a false history. A history that is enough to anger the entire world government and the celestial dragons. However, this history must make most people in the world believe that it is true. This history must be grand enough to make anyone doubt the world. Since the world government erased a period of history 800 years ago, so that the people of this world do not know what happened 800 years ago, it is better to make up a fake history story to directly replace the real history story. If you don't know the real history, won't you make up a false history? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the world government that erased the history. But the world government must know that the history is false. Then they will definitely go crazy looking for people who forged history. In the town of the Drum Kingdom, when a group of Navy followed Admiral Aokiji to the support port, Akihara Kagura took Karin to sit in a warm snack bar, thinking about their actions. There may not be so much gold in the desert of Alabasta. Akihara Kagura's fingers tapped on the table, as if he didn't hear the fierce battle at the port, and was still thinking about who would be the scapegoat for falsifying history. First of all, the scapegoat must stay in Alabasta for a long time, and must also hate the world government, and want to use the hidden power of Alabasta to rule the world. Is there any need to think about this? A person immediately emerged in Akihara Kagura's mind. Crocodile, Crocodile. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government, Crocodile has been entrenched in Alabasta for a long time. He seems to really want to get the hidden secrets of Alabasta. But Crocodile's courage is still too small. As a 7 warlords of the sea, a man who once challenged the world's strongest pirate Whitebird, he must learn to let go of his courage a little. He can't just think about wanting to override the world government in terms of strength, but also think about attacking the legitimacy of the world government from all aspects. Manipulate the yellow sand to build an underground palace, then use gold to stick on the sand palace to disguise it as a golden underground palace. In this way, we can fool a lot of people in the early stage, and forge a blank 100-year history in the golden underground palace, and let Mr. Buggy publicize the unofficial history. When the world government sends people to Alabasta to investigate who is forging history, they will probably find that the underground palace is actually built by the ability of the sand fruit, and they will know why strange unofficial history has been circulated. Akihara Kagura took a cup of hot pear juice from Karin's hand, made her own preliminary plan, and suddenly felt relieved. On this island covered with ice and snow, I can still drink hot pear juice, which is really a pleasure now. The most important thing is the 100-year unofficial history in the golden underground palace. For Akihara Kagura, this is also a skillful job. Because Akihara Kagura knows very little information about the blank 100 years, she can only rely on her imagination to write it out of thin air. It's still early. At least during the time he was rushing to Alabasta, Akihara Kagura was able to slowly think about and perfect the details. He did know a name. Nefertari de Lily, one of the 20 kings who participated in the establishment of the world government 800 years ago. It was obvious. This person must be the owner of the so-called Golden Palace. In addition, there are also people in historical records who need to be fabricated. These are difficult problems, such as the story of Joey Boy and who once opposed each other. Anyway, it is a wild history forged by Mr. Crocodile. Akihara Kagura had already thought about it in his heart, and took the opportunity to put the blame on the future scapegoat. Even if there are too many false contents and too few true ones, it has nothing to do with me. If the celestial dragons want to scold someone, they should scold Mr. Crocodile. Karin. Akihara Kagura stopped Karin and said softly, "Go get a pen and a stack of paper, I'll tell you, you write it down." Yes, Karin nodded without raising any questions. While Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters was fighting with the Konoha pirates at the port of Drum Island, Lieutenant Akihara Kagura of the Navy headquarters had already made up a wild history. In ancient times, this world was still a vast ocean, and people could only live on scattered land and islands, dealing with the horrors brought by nature with their flesh and blood. Due to the unpredictable weather and magnetic field of the world, there was even no way to travel between islands, and people were forever confined to a piece of land the day they were born. The climate and environment on each island are different. Some land islands also have terrifying beasts, which are called demon gods and disasters. Some demons even control the terrifying power of nature, making the islands unsafe. In order to resist natural disasters and demon disasters, humans on many islands began to evolve slowly, and giants, long-handed tribes, and three-eyed tribes began to appear one after another. There are also people who want to leave their harsh homes and hope to sail to the other side of the sea, but anyone who wants to enter the sea will never be able to return to their homes. Because the ocean belongs to the world of large sea kings, most people who enter the ocean will be completely swallowed by the ocean, and only a few humans are lucky enough to survive. During this period of time, some people reached the clouds in the sky and discovered the world on the cumulonimbus clouds. Some people dived deep into the seabed and discovered islands wrapped in bubbles. Milky people and sky people slowly began to appear in this world, but their suffering will not end because of this. The resources in the sky and the deep sea can never support too many people, and sky people and fish people are constantly dying and being born again. More people have been living on the rich land islands. However, humans on land islands will not be safe forever. With the changing weather around the world, a sea breeze may set off a huge world-destroying tsunami. That tsunami will sweep all the land islands, and gradually submerge all the humans living on the islands like a plow. Only the tall giants and demons on land can survive the world-destroying tsunami. After the extinction of the land people, some of the fish people and sky people were forced to return to the land due to limited resources, and began to gradually degenerate over time, causing useless organs in their bodies to degenerate and disappear, and they lived on land again. The world always goes on in cycles like this. Humanity is cycling through birth, reproduction, evolution, degeneration, and extinction, forever living in ignorance, never able to see their own future, and perhaps humans don't even understand what the future is. Until one day the goddess of the rabbit descended on this world. The goddess of the rabbit pitied the continuous cycle of birth and extinction of mankind, and used her power to create two long calm belts, isolating the bad weather in the ocean between the two calm belts. She also used her power to create the towering red soil continent, allowing the world's unpredictable magnetic field to return to normal, and also allowing humans to have a new habitat. The demons and disasters from all over the world were also sealed up by the goddess of the rabbit. The red earth continent and the doldrums isolated all dangers for other humans on the sea, allowing the sea to evolve into 4 mild seas, and thus the 4 seas appeared. The narrow ocean in the gap of the doldrums has become the most dangerous and magical ocean in the world due to too many unpredictable climates and magnetic fields. Ordinary humans will never be able to set foot in it. Some brave people who want to challenge the sea call this narrow sea area the Great Root. Some humans even choose to live in it and want to challenge this great root from generation to generation. The brave can be rewarded. However, the danger of the world's destruction has never disappeared. The doldrums created by the goddess of Mao with her own power will one day dissipate, and then the entire sea will return to its original appearance. Large sea kings will reappear on the land where humans live and grow into new terrifying monsters. The towering red earth continent will eventually be destroyed by endless tsunamis one day, and the whole world will return to the cycle of destruction. In order to allow humans to have the power to protect themselves and transform their homes into a place suitable for permanent habitation, the goddess of the rabbit established a human civilization supported by gods on the Grand Line, hoping to gather the brave men of mankind to protect the world. The goddess of the rabbit distributed her divine power to the world, and sealed the power of gods, natural disasters and demons into various fruits of magical abilities, which were scattered on the sea and given to the brave men of mankind as a reward for their courage to challenge nature. After this human civilization obtained divine power, it made the world undergo a great evolution in just 100 years. With the power of God, they finally did something that ordinary people could not achieve, and they could even transform huge creatures for their own use, just like the goddess of the rabbit. building giant creatures and machines and transforming the world from then on. Human civilization has undergone earth-shaking changes. Humans have mastered 3 major weapons, which are enough to destroy all disasters. Even if the world-destroying tsunami comes again, it cannot destroy human civilization at will. Humans no longer have to worry about the extinction of civilization, but will only keep moving forward. In order to thank the goddess of Mao for her act of creation, they built a prosperous city at the highest point of the Red Earth continent, and named that prosperous city at the top of the world Mercenary, the holy land where the goddess of Mao lived. They also built a void throne for her among the lush and gorgeous flowers, implying that the gods came from the void. However, some humans began to be unable to tolerate the appearance of a high god above their heads, the gods pointing fingers at humans, the gods dividing humans into different levels, and even more unable to tolerate the fact that their power came from the gift of gods, and they would even be taken away by gods because of a little mistake. Humans can't stand it. Why does human civilization have to obey the orders of God, even though it is no longer in danger of overthrow? Humans who yearn for freedom are forced to build machines, and humans with ambitions are also forced to transform the world. Such a day-to-day life makes it impossible for all human races to see the end. Some people yearn for freedom, and some people have ambitions. 20 human kings with ambitions and desires, for their own purposes, united with the liberated people to seal the goddess of the rabbit, and sealed the power of the goddess of the rabbit to Raftel, the final point of the Grand Line. From that day on, humans completely mastered the power of God. Even if the power of God disappears in a person, it will be reborn in the form of fruit on this sea. However, before being sealed, the goddess of the rabbit cursed everyone. Those who obtained the power of God will be cursed by the sea. Once they enter the sea, they will lose all their strength. Those who betrayed God will die in the world-destroying tsunami. From then on, the fruit sealed by God is called devil fruit, and humans call the God who brings them hope the devil who destroys hope. Humans who want to use the power of God to resist the world-destroying tsunami no longer dare to enter the sea. After the war against God ended, a new struggle began within the human race. The king of the world, who had the ambition to rule and control the world, and the god of freedom, who had the will to be free and unfettered, began a new struggle. 20 kings who wanted to replace God and rule the world united to create the world government, completely erased the name of the goddess of the rabbit from all history, killed the servants who believed in and respected the goddess of the rabbit, occupied Marijoa where the goddess of the rabbit lived, and began to regard themselves as the creator in the name of God, and began to treat the world with powerful power and more cruel means. They also completely established their dominance at this moment. One of them was named Im. With his cunning and insidiousness, he stole the fruits of this battle and even borrowed the power of the surgery fruit mastered by one of them to gain eternal life. From then on, he sat high on the empty throne belonging to the goddess of the rabbit, hid himself in the darkness, and began to regard himself as the king of the world and God. The first thing was naturally to carry out a brutal purge of the servants who believed in the goddess of the rabbit and knew the compassion of the goddess of the rabbit. Then the humans in this world seemed to have forgotten that the power of the goddess of the rabbit would eventually run out, the calm belt would eventually dissipate, and the Red Earth continent would eventually collapse no matter what. At least the rulers who were high above Marijoa were the last to perish, and they had enough time to survive. New gods appeared. New oppression and slavery appeared. New freedom fighters also reappeared. In order to get this world, which was heading towards a life worse than death under the control of Im, back on track, Joy Boy, who had mastered the power of Nika, the goddess of freedom, began a new battle. He began fighting all over the world, but he was too weak to defeat the enemy. Joy Boy had to put his hope back on the gods who once hung the curtain over humans, trying to unlock the seal on the goddess of the rabbit. Joy Boy could not succeed. Joy Boy used his power to seal the goddess of the rabbit, but the divine power was not enough to break the seal. Only the second warrior who obtained the power of freedom could revive and awaken the goddess of the rabbit. In order to liberate and free the world again, Joy Boy sealed his will in his divine power before his death, hoping that this power would forever influence the next person who liberates the world. The servants of God who once controlled the huge kingdom had to live in anonymity. Except for some stubborn people, most people gradually buried the surname D, which was once given to them by God and symbolized glory, in the past. One of them realized the mistake he made in this matter and dared not occupy the former residence of God or use the anonymous surname given by God. This person who had made a big mistake hid the Pluto he used, contacted the Kazuki clan who created the historical text, and left clues to the place where Pluto was hiding in the historical text that ordinary people could not understand. The historical text cannot be destroyed, and the ancient text on it was once the text brought by the goddess of the rabbit. The meaning of these texts will definitely be destroyed by the world government that wants to erase the message of the goddess of the rabbit. Only some servants of God will inevitably leave the inheritance of ancient texts. However, there is still one person in the world government who has mastered the ancient text. Imu has obtained eternal life, and he must have mastered the true meaning of ancient characters. In order to prevent all historical texts from being secretly seized by Imu and the world government, all historical texts about the blank past created by the Akatsuki clan no longer mention the name of the goddess of the rabbit. We have hidden all the history about the goddess of the rabbit, hoping that this will allow Imu to relax his vigilance against the historical texts. In all historical texts, the historical records about the blank past are all to cover Imu's sight. Only by doing so will Imu relax his vigilance about what I have done and think that as one of the 20 kings, I have never betrayed. Alabasta is a country in the desert. Anyone who possesses the power of the sand fruit will come here. Only here can the true power of the yellow sands be awakened and the power to truly compete with the strong can be obtained. I believe that the Nefertari clan, who are kind and love the people, will be respected by those who have the ability of the sand fruit. Only the sand fruit can turn the desert upside down, open the door of this underground palace, and see the history I left here. If anyone sees the truth I left here, I hope you can see the real past of this world. This world is still on the brink of destruction. All the peace in the world is just a blessing left by the goddess of the rabbit god. Please allow me to use the glorious surname you bestowed on the Nefertari family for the last time. I still believe in you and will always believe in you until the moment I die. I hope to pray for your forgiveness here, pray that you will forgive the mortal's momentary thought, and pray that after you are revived, you will still be willing to have a compassionate heart that loves the world. Nefertari D. Lily. Is there anything to add to this history? If there is anything to add, I will help Mingo do something in Dressrosa. I quite like Doflamingo. Chapter 368, Just a name is enough to shock the world. Facts have proved that there should be no blanks in the history of any civilization. Once a blank period of history appears, kind-hearted people will take the initiative to help fill in the history. The history filled in by these kind-hearted people does not matter whether it is true or false, and will slowly replace the past history and replace the real history. The authenticity of the history written by Akihiro Kagura is definitely questionable, because its significance is that it is the product of a scapegoat criticizing the world government, and it will only be accepted by the general public who do not know the truth. But this is enough. It will be difficult for the world government to clarify the rumors. Unless they can find the legendary great treasure, or let the king of the world hidden in Marijoa take the initiative to come forward and tell the history of the past. But what's the use? Who knows whether what they say is true or false? Anyway, everyone knows that the world government is no longer trustworthy. That's about it. Akihiro Kagura glanced at the stack of papers Karin had written down, and began to tap the table with her fingers. Why hasn't the battle at the port of Drum Island ended yet? Anyway, no one will die, so let's end it quickly. It should be over. Karin closed her eyes, and her perception was enough to cover the entire island. Admiral Aokaji is unable to stop it. The Konoha pirates have retreated, and everything that happened at the port is going according to Lieutenant Kagura's arrangement. At the port of the Drum Kingdom, when Aokaji led the navy to support, he happened to see that the Buggy pirates had set off again, and the purpose of letting Buggy the Clown go had been achieved. Ice Age. The powerful cold air released by Aokaji directly and neatly froze the entire sea area, but it could not stop the Konoha pirates from escaping. All the navy present could only watch as the 9 huge wooden dragons broke through the ice and floated out, dragging the huge sea ship to the distance. Aokaji leaped up, and with the help of the moon step, he chased after the large ship. A series of sharp sword ki flew out in an instant and slashed Aokaji's body. The body of the admiral of the navy instantly broke into pieces. Aokaji had to transform into elements, and turned into ice fragments and fell on the ice surface. The ice on the ice surface quickly spread and merged, and slowly gathered his body again. Obviously, everyone can see that it is impossible for Aokaji to catch up with the opponent alone. The admiral of the navy seems to have tried his best. The whole port was frozen and could not stop the opponent. Huh? Aokaji looked back at a group of shocked navy, but did not see the figure of Akihiro Kagura, and ruffled his hair. Allah, I will report this to the headquarters. And you don't have to stay here any longer. Go and do what you should do. Admiral Aokiji. A group of Navy did not know how to speak. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Navy Marshal Sengoku was also a participant. In a sense, Boda Sengoku can also be called the mastermind of Buggy the Clown's escape. He took the initiative to report the location of the warship that was escorting Buggy the Clown to the Konoha pirates. In the office of the Navy Admiral, Sengoku finally felt relieved when he learned that Aokiji had been released. Don't worry about the trouble caused by Buggy's escape. Go back to Marineford and tell me in detail about the information of that pirate group. I want to know more about that pirate group. After Sengoku received Aokiji's Den Mushi, he did not vent his anger on Aokiji being captured by the Konoha pirates. He was not a pedantic marshal and would not blame Aokiji for this. Sengoku was more concerned about Aokiji's safety and the information of the Konoha pirates. As long as Aokiji was released and returned, it would be the most worthwhile deal for the Navy. The only trouble was probably the blame from the 5 elders. There was no need to worry about this kind of thing. Anyway, the Konoha pirates had agreed to take the blame. As long as Sengoku gets the information about the Konoha pirates, he will go directly to Mirajoa to report to the 5 elders, claiming that a powerful pirate group has appeared that specifically targets the celestial dragons. Then this trouble should be a headache for the 5 elders. At least Sengoku doesn't want to cause this trouble during this period. But I want to find out where they are. Aokiji held a Den Mushi in his hand, worried about the trouble of Akihara Kagura. He was worried that Akihara Kagura would get the Thunder Fruit. Now he only has less than a month to deal with Akihara Kagura. Just as Aokiji was thinking about whether he should talk to Sengoku about Akihara Kagura, he saw Akihara Kagura holding a glass of pear juice in his hand, squinting his eyes and smiling as he walked towards him, and made a silent gesture to him, as if he didn't want him to continue chatting with Sengoku. I'll rush back to Marineford after I find out where they are. After Aokiji finished speaking, he hung up Sengoku's Den Mushi. Do I need to tell you where they are going? Akihara Kagura looked at Aokiji's actions and said with a smile, after all, you are one of us, so it seems that there is no need to hide this from you. They found some secrets left by Nefertari Lily, one of the 20 kings who participated in the establishment of the world government. Wait, this surname Aokiji frowned tightly, and his face changed in an instant, and his eyes twitched. If I remember correctly, the surname Nefertari seems to be the royal family of the kingdom of Alabasta, but the royal family of Alabasta did not live in the holy land of Mirajoa. They going to Alabasta. Aokiji immediately thought that Alabasta must be hiding a huge secret. Because over the years, Aokiji has been paying attention to the little girl who survived the O'Hara tragedy 20 years ago, and he knows that the little girl is hiding in Alabasta. 20 years ago. O'Hara is a world-famous archaeological holy land. Archaeologists in O'Hara were studying ancient texts in that holy place, trying to study the past history through ancient texts and historical texts. This was naturally not tolerated by the world government that wanted to erase history forever, and they directly launched a demon-killing order against O'Hara, ordering the Navy to destroy the entire O'Hara. All the scholars who studied ancient texts were destroyed in the disaster created by the Navy. There was even a tragedy in which a vice admiral attacked a refugee ship in order to get rid of the scholars hiding among the civilians. It was in that disaster that Aokiji gradually became confused and could not find the direction of his life. However, O'Hara was destroyed. The seeds of archaeologists are still growing stubbornly in the world. Aokiji released a little girl named Nico Robin in that disaster. However, Nico Robin had been carrying the title of Devil's Child and a bounty of 79 million Baileys since she was a child, which made her unable to find a job to make ends meet. Nico Robin chose to enter the dark underground world, hiding in various forces and surviving by betraying others. However, all this came to an abrupt end 4 years ago. 4 years ago, Nico Robin took refuge with Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who lived in Alabasta, and has not betrayed Crocodile so far. Nico Robin is an archaeological genius who has mastered ancient characters since childhood. She will definitely not cooperate with Crocodile for no reason. This must be a secret of Crocodile. Or Crocodile knows the secret of Alabasta. Nico Robin must also want to unravel the secrets hidden in Alabasta. The little girl is already 28 years old and has grown into a beautiful woman, but she is still holding on to the dream of an archaeologist. The royal ancestors of Alabasta participated in the establishment of the world government. The land where they have lived for generations must be hiding the history that the world government does not want to be known to the world. Those histories are likely to be revealed by Nico Robin in Alabasta. The Konoha pirates, Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the archaeologist Nico Robin, these people gathered together. Once the secrets hidden in Alabasta by one of the former 20 kings were excavated, it would become a big event that could break the sky. Alabasta is likely to become the origin of the future world pattern change. The whole world will be affected by the secrets hidden in Alabasta, and all the participants will definitely be regarded by the world government as a danger that must be solved. Especially Nico Robin, the only surviving Ohara archaeologist. She will definitely become a tool for the Konoha pirates or Crocodile to solve the secrets covered by the world government for these dangerous people. The world government will never let her survive again. Similarly, the whole world will definitely set off huge waves because of Alabasta. No one knows how shocking those secrets are. Perhaps the secrets inside will make the whole world go berserk. On the Drum Island. It is still snowy here. Aokiji is also a natural ice fruit ability user. He should be the calmest person in the world, but he is also shocked by the big event that may break out. If it was just Crocodile and Nico Robin, this matter might not be worth Aokiji's attention. He might think that there wouldn't be too much trouble. But the Konoha pirates wanted to get involved. What kind of amazing secrets were hidden in Alabasta that would make a terrifying force like the Konoha pirates get involved? The Konoha pirates were enough to compete with the 4 emperors. Such a powerful force also went to Alabasta at this time. They must know how big a storm the secret hidden in Alabasta could cause on the sea. Aokiji's face gradually became serious, and he asked word by word, among the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago, the one who belonged to the Alabasta royal family, what secret did he leave in his hometown? Aokiji had no doubts. No one could doubt it. Who would doubt one of the 20 kings who founded the world? What's more, the king of Alabasta did not let his descendants live in Merijoa, and the royal family of Alabasta did not destroy the world like the celestial dragons of Merijoa. This also means that the king is not arrogant. Aokiji kept thinking in his mind. There must be something about the blank 100 years that the world government wanted to seal up. He just didn't know how much information was in it, nor where it was hidden. Will Admiral Aokiji be curious about those secrets? Akihara Kagura's mouth curled up, and her smile became mysterious. Is there anyone who is not curious? Aokiji's voice was a little depressed and hoarse. He wanted to know those secrets from Akihara Kagura, at least some information, so that things in the future would not end up in an uncontrollable situation. I'm sorry. That has to wait until we find the underground palace built by the king. The news about the underground palace is extremely secretive. Even the royal family of Alabasta didn't know that their ancestors built an underground palace in the vast desert. 800 years of wind and sand covered it, causing the already secret underground palace to completely disappear in history. However, there are still some sporadic news circulating. Among these sporadic news, just a few names that have been erased from history by the world government are circulating in these news. Just picking out one of these names is enough to shock the world's strong people. Aokiji's eyes flashed with confusion. Just a few names can shock the whole world? This kind of thing inevitably sounds a little incomprehensible. Even Aokiji couldn't imagine it. It's just a name. No matter how much information is revealed in it, can it still surprise people? Nefertari D. Lily. Akihara Kagura mentioned the name casually. This is the name we know of, the real name used by the king who left the underground palace. This name seems to have been erased in history, and the royal family of Alabasta has also given up continuing to use the anonymous name D. Aokiji's pupils suddenly shrank. Aokiji did not hear what Akihara Kagura said later, he only felt that his brain nerves were like being electrified in an instant. As a Navy admiral, Aokiji has heard some news. The D clan is surging on the sea, and there will always be some people who are powerful enough to subvert the world. The celestial dragons have always regarded the D clan as their natural enemy. The world government gradually eliminated many big figures from the D clan from history, and even some people who could not be eliminated, such as the pirate king Gul D. Roger. Because his influence was too great, the world government changed his name to Goldo Roger. But how could the royal family of Alabasta be from the D clan? The ancestor of Alabasta was one of the 20 kings who founded the world government. He could even have made his descendants become celestial dragons who regarded themselves as gods and creators and lived in the holy land of Merijo 800 years ago. Celestial dragons and the D clan seem to have always been natural enemies who could not tolerate each other. Aokiji's brain was in a mess. At least at this time, Aokiji was completely sure of one thing. The spy named Akihara Kagura was right. Just a name is enough to shock the strong men on the sea, not to mention that person also left behind an underground palace that has been hidden for 800 years. The underground palace must explain the relationship between the celestial dragons and the D-clan. It seems that we have to rush to Alabasta as soon as possible. Aokiji made up his mind. He thought of the little girl who once struggled to survive in the suffering of the world. Don't cause any big trouble when I'm not there, Nico Robin. I don't want to kill you again. It's too damn hard to write. Just make some unofficial history and replace the real one with a fake one to avoid being backstabbed again. The latest intelligence tips, Red Hair's life experience, the commander of the Celestial Dragons Knights of God may be Red Hair's father. Okay, the second generation of Celestial Dragons has appeared. In the future, we can't say Luffy is the second generation. He is obviously the third generation. Chapter 369 The Choice of the Five Elders. Aokiji wanted to rush to Alabasta immediately. There was a great possibility that something earth-shattering would happen in that desert kingdom. Fortunately, the poisoning problem of Smoker was solved by Dr. Kureha of the Drum Kingdom, and he would lead his navy to Alabasta to hunt down Straw Hat Luffy and Buggy the Clown. Did Monkey D. Luffy go to Alabasta as well? When Aokiji got the news, he suddenly felt strange, and felt that the secret of Alabasta might really get out of hand. Pirates, Buggy the Clown and his gang. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang. Crocodile, Devil's Child, Nico Robin. And the strongest Konoha pirates. Navy, Admiral Aokiji, Double Agent, and his Lieutenant Akihara Kagura, Spy, and Sergeant Karin, Spy Deputy. Smoker, Colonel of the Navy, and Tashigi, the Navy's commander, and a fixed fleet of colonel warships under his command. Alabasta will definitely not be peaceful. Come to think of it, the Konoha pirates are not weak. Akihara Kagura mentioned the pirate group she secretly controlled, and took the initiative to remind Aokiji. Once they really find the king's underground palace from 800 years ago in Alabasta, the secret of the underground palace will definitely be revealed by a group of pirates. Since Alabasta will probably have some uncontrollable major events because of the Konoha pirates, it is not convenient to rely on the power of our navy alone, and we don't have enough power to stop all this from happening. We will definitely be blamed in the future. Can Admiral Aokiji apply for support from the world government in advance before rushing to Alabasta, so as to avoid uncontrollable events? What kind of mess is this? Aokiji's eyes fell on Akihara Kagura, and he seemed to not know how to speak. He could only sigh deeply, as if he was a little helpless. Does this guy want to listen to what he is saying? How can a spy sent by the Konoha pirates teach the Navy how to do things? But what Akihara Kagura said also makes sense. The guys in the Konoha pirates have the leverage over Marshal Sengoku, and they cannot stop the Konoha pirates by themselves, so they can only rely on the reinforcements sent by the world government and the Navy. If the world government and the Navy did not send reinforcements to Alabasta, Smoker, the user of the natural smoke fruit, would definitely be easily beaten up by the Konoha pirates. Whose side are you on? Aokiji took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became deeper, trying to see through Akihara Kagura's true face. Why do you want me to request reinforcements to encircle the Konoha pirates? Aren't you their spy? Aren't you worried that I will be blamed by the Navy? Akihara Kagura looked up at Aokiji and continued with a smile. What if the world government brazenly kills all the insiders because the secrets of Alabasta are leaked? Wouldn't I be in trouble too? So we need someone to help bear the risks and responsibilities. It would be even better if we could summon big figures like the Five Elders. What is this guy dreaming? The Five Elders are the rulers of the world's highest power. How could such people condescend to go to Alabasta to command this operation? Aokiji looked at Akihara Kagura's smiling face and couldn't tell what he was really thinking. He could only ask tentatively, aren't you afraid that the Konoha pirates will be besieged and destroyed by the Navy? Although their strength is indeed very strong, they want to fight. Admiral Aokiji. Akihara Kagura narrowed his eyes and interrupted Aokiji, aren't you curious? Who is stronger between the Konoha pirates and the world government and the Navy? Just to be the strongest. Aokiji felt that this spy wanted to see a joke. Of course it's more than that. Akihara Kagura's smile deepened, and she said slowly, if the Konoha pirates defeat the world government and the Navy in Alabasta, the entire ocean will fall into chaos and war in order to guard against a major pirate forces around the world. Then I will have more opportunities to make meritorious deeds, and it will become very easy to get promoted. The world government will definitely conduct a large-scale conscription, And once I get the power of the Thunder Fruit, I will undoubtedly be the focus of training by the world government and the Navy. Aokaji's cheeks couldn't help twitching, and he subconsciously said, what if the Konoha pirates lost to the world government and the Navy? Akihiro Kagura touched his chin and really thought about it subconsciously. What if the Konoha pirates lost to the world government and the Navy? This kind of thing. Why should we think about this kind of thing? A pirate group that is powerful enough to destroy a country. Anyone has the power to destroy a country, and there is even a mascot that has the power to destroy the world. They will not lose. Akihiro Kagura trusts the power of the Konoha pirates very much? You really believe in them? Aokaji was still looking at Akihiro Kagura's expression, as if he wanted to ask for more information. It seems that their strength is indeed a bit amazing, so you can't imagine the possibility of their defeat. That's wrong. Akihiro Kagura shook his head and said slowly, as far as I know, they are not really invincible, because they have lost to the same person before, and the price of losing that time was quite painful, which made them lose the possibility of ruling the world. Aokaji's pupils suddenly widened. Will those guys lose too? No, I haven't even thought about this question. Although I just said that the Konoha pirates might fail, I really can't imagine who the guy named Uchiha Madara would lose to. This secret is a bit too amazing. And that pirate group actually has a chance to rule the world, so the person they lose must not be an unknown person, and it doesn't look like those guys are aging. Aokaji felt a headache. The admiral decided to seek support. Aokaji took the initiative to call the Navy Marshal Buddha Sengoku in front of Akihiro Kagura, and informed him of the purpose of the Konoha pirates, hoping that the Navy Marshal could send out support, and it would be better if the world government could also send some reinforcements. Marineford. Sengoku soon learned this shocking news. The Navy Marshal did not dare to stop for a moment, and directly called the 5 elders, hoping to learn some secrets about Alabasta from them. If there are not too many secrets in the country of Alabasta, Sengoku plans to treat this matter as a regular pirate attack. If there's really a problem with Alabasta, Sengoku can only throw this troublesome problem to the 5 elders. Holy Land. Mirijoa. This holy land is located high above the Red Earth continent. It lies at the center of the Grand Line and the Red Earth continent, as if it is the center of this world. In fact, Mirijoa is indeed the center of the world. Most of the officials of the world government will stay in Mirijoa, even including the 5 elders, the world's highest authority, and the world's noble celestial dragons. Pangu City. This is where the 5 elders handle things. As the highest authority, the 5 elders usually stay here. Unless something big happens, they rarely choose to step out of Mirijoa. Sengoku, an old man with a thick white beard, seemed a little dissatisfied with a call from Sengoku. Hasn't the clown who dared to kill the celestial dragons been sent here yet? There's a problem. Sengoku lowered his voice and reported the truth about Buggy the Clown. There may be other hidden reasons for Buggy the Clown to kill the celestial dragons. A pirate group deliberately framed him for killing the celestial dragons. They sent people to kidnap Buggy the Clown on the way to the warship escort. What an incompetent person. The old man shook his head and continued nonchalantly, forget it, then send the admiral to capture the man behind the scenes and Buggy the Clown and execute them together. These guys said everything as if it was easy. Sengoku was silent for a while, and had to take the initiative to speak, relying solely on the strength of Aokaji. It seems that he is not enough. According to the information I got, Aokaji was no match for the other party before the pirate group even went all out. The first time they met, they were almost killed by the other party due to carelessness. The second time they failed to stop the other party from rescuing Buggy the Clown. This is language. If something really happens in the future, no one can think that the Navy Admiral is lying. Aokaji is indeed not the opponent of the other party, otherwise he would not have been captured. Oh. The old man's voice changed quickly, and he scolded softly. The Navy headquarters has not experienced any dangerous battles in these years, and even the admirals have fallen. The other party is a very dangerous person. Sengoku was dissatisfied with the 5 elders' criticism of his subordinates, and quickly spoke to defend his subordinates. Their strength is enough to compete with the monsters in the New World. Relying on Aokaji alone, it is indeed not enough. We know. The 5 elders don't care about this. One of the old men wiped the knife in his hand and said nonchalantly, then send Kizaru and Aokaji to go together. Not enough. Sengoku knew very well how difficult it was to capture an admiral of the Navy headquarters alive, and continued to explain, because that pirate group is extremely dangerous, their purpose is probably to subvert the entire world, and they have even begun to do so. Humph! The five elders snorted in dissatisfaction. Times have really changed. Does anyone think they can subvert the world? Just having a little power, they want to subvert the world or something? The group of old people were very dissatisfied with Sengoku's words, thinking that Sengoku was exaggerating, that the pirate group was just a little bit powerful, and there was no need to be too nervous about it. But according to the news sent by Aokiji, Sengoku simply revealed the secrets he knew. The Konoha pirates have discovered the secret of one of the 20 kings who once founded the world government. The Konoha pirates have rushed to Alabasta, wanting to unravel the secret left by the king of Alabasta 800 years ago in his hometown. The faces of the five elders suddenly changed. The five old men who have always held the power of the world became completely serious, looking into each other's eyes, as if thinking about something in their brains. If it were just other royal families, it would be fine. The five elders could completely regard Sengoku as talking nonsense. However, the problem is that the king of Alabasta 800 years ago did not live in Mirajoa. She might really have left some secrets in Alabasta. These secrets are also what the five elders have always wanted. Once the pirate group grasps the secrets left by the king of Alabasta, it really has the possibility of subverting the world, or at least it will cause a big mess in the world. This is a huge crisis. They have been sitting high in Mirajoa, but they have not been able to understand the source of this crisis, and have not even found any traces of this pirate group. Where did they come from? An old man couldn't help but ask Buddhist Sengoku, "Sengoku, tell us all the information you know about this pirate group." The first time they appeared was in Rogue Town in the East China Sea. Sengoku felt that the atmosphere on the other end of the Den Mushi was a little wrong, and it seemed that the place where the five elders were located had also become dull. It is said that the assassination of Saint Joliet by Buggy the Clown was their work. They have been secretly protecting Buggy the Clown, the murderer of the celestial dragons, in an attempt to use this to set off a storm of assassination of celestial dragons throughout the sea. Rogue Town in the East China Sea. One of the five elders seemed to have suddenly realized something, and he seemed to understand something. It seems that the pirate group went to Gall D. Rogers' hometown. Okay. One of the five elders seemed a little impatient, and interrupted their communication coldly. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hang up the phone first. We have to discuss matters. Sengoku. The old man with a thick beard who had been chatting with Sengoku calmed down and said coldly, "Immediately recruit all the admirals of the Navy and have them rush to Alabasta. We can't let the situation get out of control. We will call you back later." Wait a minute. Sengoku quickly stopped the other party and asked in a deep voice, "Is there really any secret in Alabasta? The actions of that pirate group are not groundless. This is not something you should ask about." The five elders ignored Sengoku's questioning and even warned him, "Don't know things that you shouldn't know. Don't know these things that shouldn't be known to others." After that, the five elders hung up the phone directly. There are some secrets of this world that even they can't know. Maybe it's information about Pluto. After hanging up the phone, one of the five elders took the initiative to talk about this. Did the pirate group find out the whereabouts of Pluto? Didn't we confirm that Alabasta is not the hiding place of Pluto? No matter what, we can't let it go easily. Another of the five elders shook his head and said in a deep voice, "What if the king of Alabasta 800 years ago really left behind the whereabouts of Pluto?" The whereabouts of Pluto is indeed important, but it is not important at this time. One of the five elders sat upright and said calmly, "In comparison, the pirate group that secretly controlled Buggy the Clown to kill Saint Joliet and wanted to subvert the world order are the real troublemakers. We must never have such dangerous thoughts. No matter whether the other party can find the whereabouts of Pluto, they are troubles that must be eliminated. This must not be tolerated. As long as we get rid of that Konoha pirate group, all troubles will be solved, and the doubts that have troubled us will end. If necessary, we can also send people to capture the other party ourselves." I fell asleep again last night. Chapter 370. The strong wind blowing towards Alabasta. The whole sea was surging. No one knew that the wind direction of the world was slowly blowing towards Alabasta. However, this ancient desert kingdom was also suffering from disasters. Many places had not seen rain for years. The farmlands in the desert oasis were dry everywhere, and pirates would even appear from time to time on the coast and rivers to land in the kingdom and rob the people. All these disasters were caused by the fact that Nefertari Cobra, the king of Alabasta, secretly used a dancing powder that could make artificial rain, causing the rain in the entire kingdom to fall on Albana, which caused droughts in other parts of the kingdom. Due to the selfishness of King Cobra, some people in the kingdom spontaneously showed signs of rebellion. They gathered together to organize a rebel army to overthrow the king, and even many of the king's army chose to join the rebel army. King's army, rebel army, drought, pirates. The entire Alabasta kingdom was also in chaos. La Ravana. In this town of Alabasta, a group of pirates had just landed in this town, clamoring to rob treasures here. Fortunately, a figure fell from the sky. There was a horizontal suture scar in the middle of this person's face. He was wearing a black coat, a cigar in the corner of his mouth, and a golden hook like a scorpion on his left hand. Obviously, he didn't look like a good thing from his appearance, and was even more frightening than these pirates, but he took the initiative to help the people solve this group of pirates. Crocodile. Crocodile. The people of La Ravana spontaneously cheered each other's name, looking at the figure who solved the pirates and left alone with admiration. As for the king's army who came late to solve the pirates, they could only watch this scene happen. They were once again one step behind Crocodile. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a pirate appointed by the world government, is like the guardian of Alabasta. He always helps the people solve the invading pirates first, which also makes him trust and support of the people of Alabasta. Crocodile left the town with a bag of treasure on his back, with a scornful smile on his lips. It is not known whether he was mocking the weakness of the pirates or the stupidity of the people. He rushed back to his base camp. Rainland. This is the oasis city of Alabasta. Because of its extreme wealth, this city is called the Dream City. Most of the casinos in Alabasta are opened in the Rainland. The largest casino is called Rain Feast, which is also the base camp where Crocodile stays for a long time. Similarly, this is also the real base camp of Baroque Works. A woman wearing a top hat and dressed beautifully and capably smiled when she saw Crocodile coming back. "Are you back from the show?" "Ah, a bunch of idiots." Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth and blew out a smoke ring nonchalantly. "Every time we deliberately let the pirates plunder the town, and then I would take care of the pirates. Now my reputation in Alabasta should be higher than that of the king, right?" "Almost." The woman in the top hat nodded with a smile, took out a stack of portraits and placed them in front of him. Although this kind of performance goes smoothly, there will still be some troublesome people who come to mess up. This stack of portraits is exactly what the Straw Hat Pirates look like. The Straw Hat Pirates destroyed the base of Baroque Works at Whiskey Peak, and thwarted Baroque Works' idea of attacking them at the small garden of the ancient island. Now the Straw Hat Pirates are heading straight to Alabasta. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, has only a bounty of 30 million Baileys, but he has defeated several senior executives of Crocodile's Baroque Works, and even several powerful devil fruit users including MR3. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates have learned from Alabasta Princess Nefertari Vivi that Crocodile himself is the mastermind behind Baroque Works, and they even know Crocodile's secret actions in Alabasta. There is no doubt about it. The purpose of the Straw Hat Pirates, a group of rookie pirates who have just entered the Grand Line, to come to Alabasta must be to challenge Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile, holding a cigar, did not take the other party seriously at all. "Since they came to Alabasta to die, I don't have to continue to chase them. Maybe they are more troublesome than we thought." The woman in the tall hat looked at the conceited 7 warlords of the sea and had to mention the Baroque Works for Crocodile. First of all, in order to complete the plan to seize Alabasta, all the people of Baroque Works are gathering here. The senior cotters MR5, MR3, Miss Golden Week, etc. who failed to attack the Straw Hat Pirates at Whiskey Peak and the small garden of the ancient island have been abandoned by you. The only senior cotters we can mobilize now are MR4, MR2 and MR1. I know. Crocodile didn't care about this. He didn't care about the cotters who lost to the Straw Hat Pirates. He grinned and showed a cruel smile. There is no need to keep the failed waste. Aren't there still 200 candidates? Just pick some to fill in. Baroque Works has a clear class division. The top of the entire Baroque Works must be Crocodile and his partner, followed by senior cotters codenamed MR and Miss. Of course, senior cotters may be abandoned by Crocodile at any time because of failure and weakness, so naturally they also need substitutes. For this reason, Baroque Works has up to 200 candidates. These candidates are called billionaire elders. Below the billionaire elders are 1,800 millionaire elders, who are mainly composed of pirates or thugs with good skills. The entire Baroque works has more than 2,000 people in total. Even though most of them are small fry and there are only a few devil fruit users, it can be called a big force. The problem is, I received the latest news. The woman in the tall hat shook her head and sighed faintly. During the time you were away, someone reported something to me. Buji the clown is here. Crocodile's eyes suddenly became sharp. Buji the clown. If Buji the clown was just an unknown little pirate in the past, then Buji the clown has almost become the talk of the world now. Because this pirate dared to kill the celestial dragons. With the feat of killing the celestial dragons, Buji the clown's bounty has reached 730 million Baileys, a bounty number that is extremely rare even in the Grand Line. Pirates have a very special view on strength. They just think that some pirates have high bounties posted by the Navy, so they know that the other party must be difficult to mess with. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government has already abolished his bounty. Before the bounty was abolished, Crocodile's bounty was not even more than 100 million. Although Crocodile knows that his strength must be more than this, the clown buggy with a bounty of 730 million Baileys will definitely cause him trouble. Damn, the Straw Hat Pirates are fine. After all, I wanted to kill the Straw Hat Pirates first, but Buggy the Clown also came to join in the fun. And this kind of thing should have been exposed earlier. Otherwise, I shouldn't give up MR3 and his group of guys. Maybe I can make use of MR3's group of trash, but the strength of that kind of trash should not be of any use. If Buggy the Clown is willing to abide by the rules honestly, it's fine. If Buggy the Clown refuses to be honest, I have to try to kill that guy. But is this possible? Buggy the Clown even dares to kill celestial dragons, not to mention that he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There is bound to be a huge conflict between the two. By the way, you sent MR2 Von Clay to clean up MR3 Galdino and others, but the task was not completed. I suggest that you don't clean up MR2 at this time because of the failure of the mission. The woman in the top hat looked at Crocodile, whose face was gradually getting angry, and added, MR2 brought back a message that MR3 surrendered to Buggy the Clown and seemed to have been protected by Buggy the Clown. I'm not that stupid. Crocodile felt irritated and muttered subconsciously, MR2 Von Clay's imitation fruit is very useful. Where is MR1 Das Bonus? Das Bonus is a powerful killer in the West Sea and a user of the superhuman quick-cut fruit. Crocodile's attitude towards MR1 is pretty good, because he thinks that the other party is a useful person who can help him deal with the problems of the Straw Hat Pirates. On the way to Alabasta, the woman in the hat finally provided a good news, and also provided a bad news, but MR1 reported that the Navy is also rushing to Alabasta Navy. Crocodile's eyes suddenly became fierce. He knew that the appearance of the Navy must mean trouble, but it doesn't matter. As long as we get Pluto, I no longer need the position of Shichibuke, and the world government will also be under me. Urge all senior cadres to gather immediately. Our Utopia operation plan must start as soon as possible. On the sea. Crocodile would never have thought. From MR1 Boz Danis, MR2 Von Clay and MR3 Gallons Dino who was abandoned by him, they were all on different pirate ships at this time. Buggy pirates. Buggy and his gang originally wanted to rush to Alabasta to find the Golden Palace, but they happened to meet MR3 Gallons Dino who was fleeing, and invited him to board the ship. Originally, MR3 Galdino wanted to go back and bypass the pursuit of Baroque Works, and take the initiative to meet the boss of Baroque Works to see who the other party is. However, the appearance of Buggy the Clown made MR3 Galdino realize that Buggy the Clown must have some ideas when he came to Alabasta, and perhaps it could also become a place of refuge for himself. As a result, MR3 is indeed a senior agent. After staying in the Buggy Pirates for 2 or 3 days, MR3 basically knew everything about the Buggy Pirates. He felt that the 730 million Baileys of the bounty offered by Buggy the Clown might be a bit watery. After all, the entire Buggy Pirates did not look like a strong man. MR3 is just a user of the candle fruit ability, but he feels that he can hang up the pirates on this pirate ship and beat them. He plans to take this information about Buggy the Clown and go to the boss of Baroque Works to plead guilty. This is Buggy the Clown worth 730 million Baileys. Just the bounty they got from capturing Buggy the Clown and giving it to the Navy is enough to offset their sins. Moreover, Alabasta actually hides a huge golden palace left by the king of Alabasta 800 years ago. This more shocking information will definitely save the lives of MR3 5. Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week. Mr. 3 Galdino has a Kindle-like hairstyle. He quietly hides in the corner, watching Buggy and his gang who are still reveling in the future to find the Golden Palace. As long as this information is reported to the boss of Baroque Works, it should be able to offset our previous failures. Everyone will definitely survive. On the other side, Straw Hat Pirates. On the Straw Hat Pirates vehicle, the Golden Mary, Mr. 2 Von Clay accidentally fell into the sea and was rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates. In return, he showed his ability to the Straw Hat Pirates. Imitation fruit. Anyone touched by Von Clay can imitate the other person's face. Unfortunately, Alabasta's Princess Vivi was also on the ship. When Mr. 2 Von Clay was performing, she saw that he actually showed the face of her father, King Cobra. This means that this guy has pretended to be the king. When Mr. 2 Von Clay left, Vivi immediately told the Straw Hats about this, and everyone was alert. They already knew Von Clay's camouflage ability, and left a white cloth band on their arms in advance to prevent others from pretending to be companions and lurking in. The last side. On the sea ship of the Konoha pirates. The sea ship was surrounded by hull fragments. They had just finished a leisurely battle like afternoon tea, and the 9-headed wooden dragon directly crushed the opponent's hull. However, the opponent did not seem to have completely lost the ability to resist. A man with a resolute look, his arm suddenly turned into a sharp knife, and rushed towards the people on the deck of the Konoha pirates. This is a devil fruit ability user. Several researchers of the Konoha pirates immediately became interested. Although they have also captured a devil fruit user, and the other party is even a rare natural ice fruit user, it is inconvenient to study him because of his identity. Flying Thunder God Slash. Senju Tobirama instantly appeared beside the enemy, raised his hand and cut a wound on the other party's iron-hard body with a knife, and blood flew out directly. This guy is Mr. 1 Bosdanis, a superhuman fast-cut fruit user, a senior cadre of Baroque Works, who can help us complete the plan faster. A dull sound came out of the mouth of the Red Sand Scorpion, and he said softly, "We can keep the person on the ship for a few days to do experiments, and then put him back when we arrive in Alabasta, and let him act as a spy for Baroque Works. By the way, I have been approved to use your ability to conduct a transformation experiment." The Red Sand Scorpion flew to the side of Bosdanis, looking at the man they captured with lifeless eyes. "Do you have any opinion on this?" Mr. 1 Bosdanis. First update. Chapter 371, Will Kizaru, who has been slacking off as an actor, also have a day to be acted out? On the sea. While the pirates were taking action, the navy was not idle either. A warship set out from the Drum Kingdom, carrying Admiral Aokiji, Colonel Smoker and Lieutenant Akihara Kagura, heading straight for Alabasta. A warship also set out from the Marine Headquarters, Marineford, carrying Admiral Buddha Sengoku and Navy Staff Vice Admiral Churu, carrying the Eternal Record Pointer to Alabasta, heading towards the Desert Kingdom. Admiral Kizaru, who had been stationed at the Marine Headquarters, did not choose to take the warship, but instead used the speed of the Flash Fruit ability user to fly over. He had to get to Alabasta first, or at least hold the other party back. As for the last Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Akainu, the Admiral was still on his way from the New World G1 branch to Marineford. When the Marine Headquarters Admiral was away from Marineford, Admiral Akainu would take over the Admiral's position in Marineford. There was nothing that could be done. After all, the situation was too urgent. If the Navy had been waiting for Akainu, it might not be able to catch up. Basically, the big events were over, and Akainu might still be on his way back to Marineford. The 5 elders were urging him anxiously. Sengoku could only choose this tactic of moving troops. In this way, the 2 admirals Aokiji and Kizaru would definitely be the first to arrive. The 2 admirals were enough to hold back the Konoha pirates. Even if they were fighting against the 4 emperors' pirates, the 2 admirals might not be able to win the battle, but at least they could stop the other party's conspiracy. As long as the 2 admirals held back, when the Navy Marshal Sengoku arrived, they would be able to fight against the Konoha pirates. But there was another problem. The Konoha pirates had too little information. In order to avoid the situation getting out of control when he arrived, when the Navy Marshal Sengoku boarded the warship, he urgently ordered Vice Admiral Garp, who was patrolling in the East China Sea, to return to Alabasta immediately, claiming that a major event that would change the world was about to happen. Ha, isn't that great? Garp was still at the East China Sea 153 branch base. He ignored Sengoku's orders. He recruited 2 menial soldiers at the 153 base and planned to bring them back to the headquarters to train them well. Garp, stop messing around. Sengoku scolded his friend coldly, and reminded him, Alabasta is now like a powder keg that may explode at any time. The Konoha pirates want to subvert the world, and they, Konoha, have already rushed over to ignite the gunpowder. Garp chewed the donut in big mouthfuls. He didn't care at all about Sengoku, who was extremely nervous in the Den Mushi. He even thought that this kind of thing was not a big problem. Didn't you rush back with Kuzan, Borsalino and the others? With this amount of combat power, when Garp said this, he could clearly feel how many people the combat power of this group of high-ranking naval officials could suppress. The old guy Whitebird can't get any benefits, right? There's still a little less intelligence. Sengoku's voice suddenly became cold. He knew very well how difficult the other party was. He continued in a cold voice, what we have to do is not to compete with the opponent, but at least to be able to suppress the opponent. You'd better hurry over, you've had enough. Garp was still biting the donut stubbornly. If you must think so. Sengoku's image of Den Mushi immediately became calm, and he calmly mentioned another thing. It is said that a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy is also heading to Alabasta. It is enough for an old guy like me to catch that little pirate. Gulp. The sound of Garp chewing the donut stopped, and he swallowed the donut into his stomach in one gulp, and casually returned to the previous topic again. Speaking of which, is that guy who has never shown up really as troublesome as you said? Maybe more troublesome than what I said. Sengoku's voice became calmer, and he began to talk to himself, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I heard that Portgas Ace, the captain of the Whitebird Pirates 2nd Division, may also be in Alabasta. If we can't stop the Konoha pirates, if we catch a Fire Fist Ace, I can also go to report to the 5 elders. I'll be there right away. Garp felt a headache after hearing this. He sighed and said, you are the admiral of the navy. Just take the young guys like Kuzan and Borsalino to deal with the troublesome guys. I, an old guy, will go and teach those 2 bastards Ace and Luffy a lesson to loosen up their bones. You'd better be faster. Sengoku knew his old friend very well. He was the admiral of the navy with a big picture view. He would not bother with his old friend over a small matter at such a critical moment. If you come too late, Sengoku had to remind his old friend, hoping that he could understand the seriousness of the matter, either help me and my 2 old friends collect the bodies, or go to Impel Down to look after the 2 little pirates, Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace. Turn around and go back to the Grand Line and rush to Alabasta immediately. Garp hurriedly ordered his dog-headed warship to return to the Grand Line. He didn't even rush back to his hometown. He immediately took the comm belt to rush to Alabasta. After Garp finished his order, he smiled again. Hey, Sengoku, come to think of it, we 3 haven't fought together for a long time, right? Humph. Sengoku snorted in dissatisfaction, revealing his attitude towards his old friend. Don't try to get close to me at this time. Don't forget we are the Navy. You bastard, always remember your identity. You are a Navy veteran, a veteran who joined the Navy to eliminate pirates. Got it. Garp's face showed a complex expression. He reached out and hung up the Den Mushi in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, and lay down on his chair to take a nap. At this moment, Garp seemed to have returned to the past. Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy are both his grandsons. However, everyone in the world is busy, some have died, some are working hard to change the world, only he, a Navy veteran, is still free. However, as a veteran of the Navy, he also had to perform military duties most of the time, so he could only entrust the 2 little guys, Ace of the Fire Fist and Luffy of the Straw Hat, to be raised by the bandit dad in his hometown. Speaking of which, it seems that he, as a grandfather, has not done much for the 2 little guys, and he is not even as good as the tavern owner in his hometown in taking care of the children. Luffy Ace, why do you want to become a pirate? Garp put his hand on his eyes, seeming to be in pain and depressed. His voice became a little old. This world is indeed depressing and worse than death. I don't know when it will end, but when pirates are rampant, most people don't even have hope of survival. On the other side, on Vice Admiral Churu's warship, Sengoku looked angrily at the peacefully resting Den Mushi. He didn't expect that Garp, this bastard, would dare to hang up his phone when he needed his help. This bastard. Okay. Vice Admiral Churu comforted Sengoku and said softly, now, that guy should be very uncomfortable. Don't you still have to report to the 5 elders? Sengoku fell silent, and a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion appeared in his eyes. I thought they would be alert to the trouble that the Konoha pirates might want to subvert the world. Maybe the 5 elders really care about something. However, they did not tell him, the Navy Admiral, but just asked him to honestly get rid of the Konoha pirates and bring back Buggy the Clown. Anyone suspected of killing the celestial dragons must be executed. Even if Buggy the Clown is just a scapegoat who was pushed out, he must be caught and killed. Forget it. Sengoku shook his head and said in a deep voice, we must keep the news of our trip to Alabasta secret for now, so as to avoid any unusual movements in the new world. But they also gave me some power. When we arrive in Alabasta, if necessary, we can recruit the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile to join the war. There are so many candidates for the war. It seems that there will be no problem if the 5 elders do not accept it. In fact, the 5 elders did think about taking the initiative to take over. However, Sengoku directly applied for the dispatch of 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters, and even added him, the Navy Marshal, to act together, and also let Vice Admiral Garp act together. By the way, he also secretly recruited the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile after arriving. The 5 elders originally intended that one Navy Admiral could not solve the opponent, and directly dispatching 3 Navy Admirals could crush the opponent. As a result, Sengoku went even further than they thought. This Navy Marshal was too cautious. 2 admirals, a marshal, a heroic admiral of the Navy, a vice admiral of the Navy staff, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and even Smoker, who is a natural fruit user. This level of lineup is almost equivalent to the top combat power going all out. The pirates in the New World might even laugh at Sengoku for making a fuss. If this lineup is taken out, even the most powerful Whitebird pirates can fight. Even if Goldie Roger is resurrected, he can only flee when he sees this lineup of the Navy, not to mention it is just a new pirate group. In this case, as the world's top power holders, the 5 elders have no need to set foot in the lowly human living area for such a thing. Alabasta may just have information about Pluto, and this matter is just enough to be handed over to the CP9 Special Agent Department that has been responsible for searching for Pluto. On Smoker's warship. The warship is about to arrive in Alabasta. Aokiji has received the news from Sengoku that Admiral Kizaru will land in Alabasta first, and Aokiji will be responsible for cooperating with Kizaru to hold back the Konoha pirates and wait for Sengoku, Churu and Garp, 3 veteran admirals of the Navy, to land in Alabasta. Aokiji knows the news, so Akihara Kagura naturally knows it too. Almost all the Navy's top combat forces are dispatched collectively. Aokiji looked at Akihara Kagura, recalling his embarrassment when he was defeated, squinting his eyes and asked, for other pirate groups, it may be a disaster, but what will be the result of dealing with that pirate group? In terms of the result, I may be the final beneficiary. Akihara Kagura smiled and raised her head, looking at the white clouds floating in the sky. The Navy failed, the government recruited soldiers, and I happened to get the natural thunder fruit when the Navy's confidence dropped the most. I will definitely be trained by the Navy. Are you so confident in them? Aokiji seemed to be thinking about a possible victory or defeat. They are just confident. The Navy may be a little arrogant. Akihara Kagura shook her head and a sigh flashed across her face. Weakness and ignorance are never reasons for failure, arrogance is. For anyone, the Navy's actions this time are indeed quite terrifying, but for us, the Navy's actions. No, or rather, it is the actions of the world government, which inevitably makes the Konoha pirates appear a little too arrogant. Admiral Aokiji, have you forgotten everything? Akihara Kagura pointed out one thing to Aokiji, and said casually, the Konoha pirates are not them, but us, Admiral Aokiji. You are also one of us. Aokiji subconsciously didn't want to remember such things. From the perspective of time, Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru are the first echelon to delay the Konoha pirates' actions. You are responsible for delaying until the arrival of the 3 veterans. We both know that the main force of this delaying battle is only Admiral Kizaru, that is to say, before the arrival of the reinforcements such as the Admiral of the Navy and Vice Admiral Garp, all of us are only targeting Admiral Kizaru. Now he is the only one fighting. How is it? Akihara Kagura looked at Aokiji with a complicated look in his eyes, and slowly asked, Admiral Aokiji, do you want to let Admiral Kizaru feel the feeling of his colleague not willing to use his full strength in battle? The corner of Aokiji's eye suddenly jumped. Is Kizaru, the guy who always looks like an actor, going to be acted? The colleague who always pursues ambiguous justice, as if he never needs to and never gives his full strength to perform any task. This time he can finally feel for himself how others view him for not being willing to use his full strength in battle. But this kind of thing seems quite exciting. Although the mission that Kizaru wants to delay may face troubles, once Kizaru finds that he is no match for his opponent and wants to escape directly, the Konoha pirates will definitely not be able to stop the speed of the flash fruit user, and Kizaru will not be in any danger. If that's the case, Aokiji raised his eyebrows, and a hint of laziness reappeared on his face. Then let Borsellino also feel what his colleagues who work hard feel when he refuses to work seriously. Although I am similar to him, I haven't focused on my work for a long time. Add one more thing. The participants of the Alabasta incident have been determined. By the way, Blackbeard has already escaped at this time, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, General Kizaru is lucky and directly challenges the strongest. Alabasta. The Straw Hat Pirates landed first. This group of pirates collected supplies in the coastal cities of Alabasta, and wanted to escort Princess Vivi to cross the desert to Yuba to stop the 300,000 rebels. The buggy pirates followed closely behind. This group of pirates, like a circus, was also collecting supplies, and wanted to go directly to the desert to find the traces of the Golden Palace. The buggy pirates had just disembarked, and MR3 slipped away with the information he had obtained. The Konoha pirates were a little late. After the nine-headed wooden dragon dragged the sea ship to the port, they sank directly to the bottom of the sea to avoid attracting too many people's attention. Because they wanted to do a lot of things here. First of all, MR1 Bosdanis, the ability user of the quick-cut fruit, stayed on the ship of the Konoha pirates for a few days, and a lot of blood was drawn by the three people of the scientific mechanical forbidden technique experiment. However, Dasbonis was not without gains. His body also underwent subtle changes, with an additional mark of the curse seal, forced to awaken a superficial armed color domineering, and a strange white human face on his shoulder. There was even an extra curse seal in his heart to control him. After all, it was not Akihara Kagura who did the work himself. Scorpion, Tobirama Senju and Orochimaru were inevitably rough when they worked, and they always liked this kind of violent means. Compared with the people with the ability of the fast/fruit, the three people in the science mechanical forbidden technique experiment gained more, especially Scorpion, who went a step further in transforming his body, allowing his puppet body to gain the ability of the fast/fruit. His fingers turned into 5 sharp claws in an instant, and could even automatically turn into sharp blades at any time, no longer needing to be transformed by human puppets. After returning to Baroque Works, tell them a message that the Admiral of the Navy headquarters rushed to Alabasta, seemingly wanting to investigate the conspiracy of Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, to usurp Alabasta and the secrets of Hades. I know. Mr. Dasbonis nodded with lingering fear. As an excellent killer, Dasbonis always believed that his psychological quality was strong enough and he could face anything without being surprised. But the 3 people on this ship were too scary. In this short period of time, the 3 people who conducted the forbidden science mechanical experiment left him with a memory of fear, which made Dasbonis dare not look directly at them. These guys actually dissected his arm directly and forced him to try to turn the cells in his body into sharp blades. What the hell are cells? However, MR1 Dasbonis's gains were not small. He mastered many new abilities of the application of the quick-cut fruit and even awakened the armament haki. The few days he lay on the experimental table on this ship without sleep were equivalent to his past 10 years. Practice your fruit ability well. Orochimaru looked at Dasbonis with a smile, chuckled and said, I think your fruit ability may have a greater room for evolution in the future. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. MR1 Dasbonis's cheek twitched involuntarily. Go back and practice well. Senju Tobirama was not satisfied with his weakness, and just reminded him coldly, if the devil fruit ability user continues to practice, he may be able to affect the surrounding environment in the future. Even if you don't come into contact with the opponent in the future, you can still pierce the opponent's body. Yes, Mr. Dasbonis was not so resistant to Senju Tobirama. Stay by Crocodile's side. Scorpion looked at the spy he had planted himself and said softly, no matter what happens, even if he kills the celestial dragons, you must stay by his side. He won't do that, will he? MR1 One day as bonus remembered some horror legends about the celestial dragons that existed in the West Sea, and frowned. After all, the celestial dragons are the world's nobles. Don't worry. Scorpion's words made Dasbonus feel relieved, and another sentence made Dasbonus even more nervous. What Crocodile is going to do is more dangerous than killing the celestial dragons, but don't leave him, just stay by his side. One Dasbonus felt a little tingling on his scalp. Let's go quickly, our guests are coming. Scorpion waved his hand, signaling this guy to leave here quickly, because the enemies of the Konoha pirates were indeed coming soon. Sure enough, a navy warship also arrived here soon. Smoker led his men to land in the port city of Alabasta, where they replenished supplies and investigated the news of the Straw Hat Pirates, Buggy the Clown, and the Konoha Pirates. As for Akihara Kagura and Karin, they also disembarked in the name of collecting intelligence, leaving Aokiji alone sitting quietly on the deck, waiting for the arrival of another colleague. A golden light appeared behind Aokiji, converging into a tall figure, who was the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru. The admiral arrived in Alabasta in advance and had been waiting for Aokiji's arrival here. He had no intention of fighting the Konoha pirates alone. Coincidentally, Sengoku also gave him an order that he must wait until Aokiji arrived before he could act, which happened to be in line with Kizaru's thoughts. Finally, you've made it, Kyuzan. Kizaru walked to Aokiji's side and looked at the huge ship that caught my eye at the port. It seems that I can't rest any longer now. Aokiji didn't need to introduce it too much. Kizaru saw the sea ship of the Konoha pirates at a glance, because some people's strength and terror could not be hidden at all, and they would not deliberately suppress their arrogant nature. You're not in a hurry to take action, are you? Aokiji didn't look back at Kizaru, and said lazily, anyway, our mission is just to delay the other party, as long as we monitor the other party is enough. That's fine. Kizaru didn't have any objection to this. In a sense, the two admirals of the Navy headquarters have similar temperaments. They are actually not very impatient people. It would be best if there was no battle until Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp arrived. However, the Konoha pirates will obviously not be quiet. This pirate group didn't seem to have the intention of going ashore for supplies. They just showed up here. The nine-headed wooden dragon dragged the sea ship and sailed all the way into the inland river of Alabasta. Huh? Kizaru and Aokiji could no longer lie down and rest. The two admirals seemed to be a little helpless. They could only leave the warship and go ashore. They chased the sea ship from the shore of the inland river and rushed to the hinterland of Alabasta. On a cliff by the river, the sea ship finally docked casually. 5 people got off the sea ship at the same time, leaving only a woman with long white hair standing by the railing of the ship, watching the whereabouts of the 5 people. Obviously, the woman with long white hair was responsible for guarding the pirate ship. As for the other 5 people, they were scattered and stood on the cliffs around the river, seemingly looking at the desert in the distance, as if they were about to start the action. They acted separately. Kizaru glanced at Aokiji, pursed his lips and took the initiative to suggest, why don't I stay here to monitor their ship, and you go to monitor the actions of others? Aokiji couldn't help but glance at Kizaru. How could this guy have the nerve to say that? Aokiji looked at Kizaru's slightly wretched and old face, and the guilt in his heart suddenly disappeared a lot. It would not be impossible to teach this guy a lesson this time. It seems that he is not willing to do so. Kizaru didn't feel guilty at all, and continued slowly, but there are only 2 of us. It is impossible to monitor the scattered actions of 5 people. It is better for us to stay here alone to guard their pirate ship. Waiting is not the worst choice. They acted collectively. Aokiji shook his head and looked at the movements of the Konoha pirates. Are they acting as a group? Kizaru didn't care about his face at all, and even said with a smile, then your surveillance mission will be easier. Come to think of it, Kizaru touched his chin, and even took the initiative to say, 2 admirals of the headquarters of the Navy are monitoring them separately, which is enough for any pirate group to be proud of. Aokiji felt that this colleague really didn't intend to save face. I am no match for them alone. Aokiji shook his head, and didn't quite agree with Kizaru's opinion, and didn't even care about exposing his defeat, at least 2 of them. I am not their opponent and their observation haki is very sharp, and there is a high possibility that I will be discovered. Then it will be difficult. Kizaru also felt a headache, as if he finally realized the difficulty of the other party. It turns out that this pirate group has at least 2 troublesome guys. No wonder Marshal Sengoku just asked us to delay them before setting off. Originally, Kizaru thought Sengoku understood his and Aokaji's personalities. As a result, it now seems that this pirate group is really in trouble. Kizaru and Aokaji are not very close, but they will not doubt each other's judgment. Forget it. Then just start to carry out the task assigned by Marshal Sengoku. Kizaru glanced at the pirate ship hidden under the cliff and continued to propose, "You go after them and monitor them first. I will be responsible for destroying their pirate ship, and then support you to track them together, so that they will not have the possibility of escaping." Aokaji fell silent. Kizaru's proposal is indeed good. The only problem is the woman who is responsible for guarding the pirate ship. Although the woman has never taken action, Aokaji obviously feels that the woman's identity is not simple. Because Aokaji has been on a pirate ship, he found that the pirates of the Konoha pirates seemed to respect her very much. Even Uchiha Madara, who had captured him, respected her very much on the ship and never refuted anything she said. The woman's tone was somewhat arrogant, and any request she made sounded like an order. Even the captain of the Konoha pirates, Hoshirama Senju, always obeyed the other party's orders. Of course, in addition to this, there is also the red-haired boy of the Konoha pirates. The attitude of the Konoha pirates towards the red-haired boy is very strange. The status of the strange red-haired boy is sometimes high and sometimes low. Sometimes they just greet him directly, and sometimes everyone will listen attentively to the red-haired boy's decision. If you insist on doing this, Aokaji didn't know the internal situation of the Konoha pirates, and could only hope that his colleagues would not turn over in the gutter. "That woman is not weak. You'd better be careful. I just destroyed their pirate ship." Kizaru chuckled at the corner of his mouth, and the ability of the natural flash fruit gave him enough power to protect himself in front of anyone. Good luck. This is the only thing Aokaji can do for Kizaru. The only thing he can do is to pray that this colleague has better luck. Unfortunately, Kizaru's luck doesn't seem to be very good. Because when Aokaji was tracking Hoshirama Senju and others who had left the pirate ship of the Konoha pirates, he saw them waiting for his arrival nearby. "Your colleague seems to have bad luck." Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously, as if he could guess Kizaru's ending. "Among us, he took the initiative to pick the strongest one." Aokaji's eyes twitched. Is that woman even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara? Just as Aokaji, Uchiha Madara and others were waiting quietly here, Kizaru, who had been looking for an opportunity to take action, felt that the other members of the Konoha pirates had gone far away, and he could almost destroy the opponent's pirate ship at this time. If it was too late to support Aokaji, it would not be good if Aokaji lost. The desert is not very suitable for the ice fruit ability to fight. The next moment, golden light suddenly rose. Kizaru's body directly turned into photons and flew into the sky rapidly. The body of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters appeared in the air. His body floated in the air, with a ray of light flashing between his fingers. He threw his hand towards the pirate ship on the cliff of the river. Yoshikuni no Magatama. Countless golden light bullets fell from the sky densely. This scene seemed like a group of meteors falling in the daytime. The golden light bullets looked gorgeous and dazzling, but they were full of the murderous intent of a Navy admiral. Kaguya Akatsuki raised her palm, and a terrifying armed color domineering suddenly released from her palm through the air. All the light bullets were swept away in an instant. These light bullets containing huge energy seemed as fragile as bubbles in front of Kaguya's armed color domineering. "It's so scary." When Kizaru said this, it seemed as if he was mocking. However, the Admiral's eyes really flashed with sincere admiration, and he even said in a self-deprecating tone, "I really should exchange tasks with Kuzan. I didn't expect that the seemingly simplest ship-destroying task might be the most dangerous." Kaguya Akatsuki ignored his meaning. The woman standing on the pirate ship tilted her head slightly to the side, making her look a little cute, but a pitch-black space-time door suddenly appeared beside her head, and her body went directly into the space-time door. Huh? Just when Kizaru was still confused, he involuntarily opened his observation haki, and in an instant he sensed behind him. Kizaru hurriedly turned his head and saw a pitch-black space-time door opened, and the woman with white hair slowly floated out of the space-time door. Space ability. Kizaru looked at Kaguya, who was also floating in the air, and the smile on the Admiral's face finally showed a trace of sadness. "It seems that I really won the grand prize this time. Obviously, this is the real grand prize. If there is a kind of speed faster than light in this world, it must be the spatial ability that makes it impossible for people to grasp the position. I don't know how fast the opponent's spatial transmission ability is. If this ability is exerted too fast, I may not be able to escape the opponent's pursuit. God of Space Strike. Kaguya raised her palm. A black fist full of chakra and armed color domineering flew out. Kizaru had to quickly turn into golden light to avoid the huge black fist, and hurriedly took out his Den Mushi. Moshi Kizaru still did not forget his colleagues at this time, and directly called Den Mushi at the critical moment. Is it Kyuzen? Can we retreat first? I may not be the opponent of the opponent. Kyuzen was silent. Because he was watching Kizaru not far away. Kizaru, this bastard, just fought for one round. Is he going to give up the mission and run away? I'm serious. The opponent's ability can restrain me quite a bit. Kizaru was on the other end of the Den Mushi, and he honestly reminded, if we run away now, we may still have a chance to escape. No. Kizaru suddenly felt the space in front of his eyes tremble, and he saw that the scenery in front of him changed in an instant. The entire space, should I say the world? The whole world changed in an instant. The Den Mushi in Kizaru's hand slowly calmed down. Kizaru listened to the empty sound of the Den Mushi in his ear. The Den Mushi in his hand lost any contact signal at the moment of space transfer. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters seemed to be still insisting on finishing the last sentence. Now it seems that there is no chance to escape. Speaking of which, has Kizaru really tried his best? It feels like even if he really tried his best, he didn't seem to be trying hard. Chapter 373. Sorry, Kizaru, I'm undercover. Kizaru had never encountered such a magical ability. Ever since Kizaru joined the Navy when he was young, he has been known for his monster-like strength and physical fitness in the Navy training camp, and has participated in countless battles. Especially after obtaining the ability of the Flash Fruit, this natural ability that combines speed and combat makes him invincible and never has to worry about losing. This time there was a little surprise. Kizaru encountered a faster space ability. There are devil fruits with space abilities in the sea, such as the surgery fruit or the castle fruit, but there has never been such a strange ability as this one. Kaguya Akatsuki only glanced at Kizaru and captured Kizaru's body directly into the space of Shianzigong, which caught Kizaru, a general who has always been known for his speed, off guard. It's really troublesome. Kizaru's eyes fell on Kaguya Akatsuki floating in the void opposite. He could clearly feel that the domineering aura on the other side was constantly increasing. Feeling I'm not a match at all when Kizaru looked at Kaguya Akatsuki, he had a vague illusion in his heart that the opponent was even more terrifying than the four emperors of Whitebird's level. The next moment, Kizaru knew that this was not an illusion, because a huge domineering aura instantly swept the entire space. Kaguya Akatsuki raised his fist and pointed it at Kizaru from a distance. Countless purple chakra fists floated from behind him. These huge purple fists instantly wrapped a layer of black armed aura on the outside. I can't beat it at all. Kizaru couldn't help but jump in the corner of his eyes. Just the opponent's armed aura alone is not on the same level. This kind of armed aura that can easily cover countless huge fists is difficult for the four emperors in the New World to do. Even the opponent's aura does not seem to be not strong and solid enough because of the large coverage area. This kind of terrifying combat power, is he going to fight alone? This closed space is obviously impossible to break in a short time. It is estimated that Aokiji will not be able to rush back to support. Even if Aokiji himself comes, it will be useless. If Admiral Akainu can be added, the three admirals of the Navy may die more heroically and decently. 80 God's airstrike. Countless black fists flew out from behind Kaguya Akatsuki. Wait, Kizaru raised his hands and said with a smile, if I choose to surrender at this time, will it be too late? Kaguya Akatsuki frowned. It is not my duty to accept surrender. Kaguya Akatsuki shook her head and raised her palms again. Countless huge black fists flew out from her back again. My duty is just to defeat you. Kizaru's eyes twitched, and his body could only elementalize and enter the photon state in advance. His figure turned into golden light and quickly looked for a hiding place in this space. But this space is so small. And the light of Kizaru's incarnation can only move forward in a straight line. Layers of veins instantly appeared on Kaguya Akatsuki's face, and her Byakugan instantly pierced through Kizaru's forward trajectory, and countless chakra fists flew over. Outside. Alabasta. Aokiji frowned. Don't worry. Scorpion seemed to understand Aokiji's thoughts, and said nonchalantly, we won't kill a very useful admiral. The more undercovers we have in the Navy, the better. Aokiji felt that it was really unnecessary. Does your pirate group still want to secretly control the headquarters of the Navy? But if we really have to, we don't mind killing people. There was a strange red light in Scorpion's eyes, and he didn't seem to care much about the Admiral's life. It's easy to capture or kill an Admiral, but it's not easy to make an Admiral despair. Are you willing to help make Admiral Kizaru feel despair? Aokiji fell silent. 10 minutes later, a dark space-time gate appeared. Yellow Monkey's body fell directly out of the time-space gate. This admiral, who always liked to wear a yellow suit and a navy cape, looked particularly embarrassed. His clothes were covered with blood, and it seemed that he had no chance to move. Kaguya Otsutsuki's figure also slowly floated out of the time-space gate. She was spotless, as if defeating a navy admiral was just a snack for her. Borsalino. When Aokiji saw this scene, his body immediately flew over here. 5 figures also jumped up in an instant and followed behind Aokiji, as if they had been chasing Aokiji all the time. Yellow Monkey spit out blood from the corner of his mouth. According to Yellow Monkey's cognition, he could probably guess why Aokiji came here. It must be that after his Denden Mushi was broken, Aokiji hurried over to rescue him, but the two of them could not be opponents. Just when everyone thought it was over, Yellow Monkey's body suddenly turned into golden light and flew straight in the direction of Aokiji. In the space of Aim no Go Chronicle, Kizaru realized that he was no match for Kaguya at all. He tried to launch a counterattack but was still seriously injured. However, Kizaru realized that Kaguya did not want to kill anyone. This wretched admiral acted a little, and when he was forced to bear the serious injury, he immediately pretended to be unable to fight again and gave up resistance. Sure enough, Kaguya, who was simple-minded, thought that Kizaru had no possibility of action, and directly released him from Aim no Go Chronicle. She did not expect that after Kizaru left Aim no Go Chronicle, he instantly turned into golden light and rushed towards Aokiji. According to Kizaru's speculation, the opponent's special ability should not be activated so quickly. What's more, if there are Aokiji and the other two here, the two of them will take advantage of the opportunity when the enemy's special ability may not be used, and join forces to escape from the siege of this pirate group. The opponent is quite terrible. Kyuzen Kizaru's figure appeared beside Aokiji. Even though his body was seriously injured, the corners of his mouth were still smiling. The two of us will leave here first, and we can only wait for the support of the marshal the next moment. 5 figures fell around him and Kyuzen. The Konoha pirates completely surrounded the two admirals. Kaguya Otsutsuki's body floated in the air, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes, as if she was a little annoyed by the other party's dishonesty and cunning. We can't leave. Aokiji shook his head, and his mood seemed a little heavy. It's really not easy for two people. Kizaru thought about it in his heart. Kaguya Otsutsuki alone was not something he and Aokiji could contend with, and there were two terrifying guys in the Konoha pirates. But he still had a chance to escape. As for Aokiji, it all depended on his own luck. Kizaru no longer thought that he and Aokiji could escape together. Even if he could escape with the power of the flash fruit, it would depend on whether the other party could use the space ability that could be activated instantly. It should be impossible. Because that kind of space ability can affect everything around, it is estimated that it is unlikely to be used continuously, otherwise, the other party would have pulled him back to that mysterious space. Kizaru guessed well. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki was unwilling to use that level of special ability easily. After all, the instant activation of Aim no Mikado consumed too much of her chakra, and she didn't want to consume too much chakra for this person. Anyway, the opponent couldn't escape. Kizaru observed the positions of the Konoha pirates. He knew that if he escaped from the sky, he would definitely be stopped by Kaguya Otsutsuki, and he could only find a gap from the encirclement on the ground. Even so, he needed Aokiji's cooperation. Aokiji glanced at Kizaru beside him, and his mood seemed to be getting heavier. Sorry, Borsalino, this time I may have dragged you down. It's not your fault for this. Kizaru still smiled and shook his head gently. There's a problem with my battle plan. I thought the opponent's strength was still within my imagination. Unfortunately, the opponent's strength exceeded his imagination. Their best way should be to chase from a distance, rather than being exposed to the enemies of the Konoha pirates, which directly led to being surrounded by the enemy here. The next moment, the people of the Konoha pirates rushed towards them. The two admirals and this powerful pirate group immediately started a fierce confrontation. Sword of the Sky Cloud. A golden lightsaber suddenly appeared in Kizaru's hand. He swung the sharp blade in his hand and slashed at the attacking Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara kicked the lightsaber off with one kick, and even his body was kicked away directly, and he could only turn into golden light and fall. Sure road. The scorpion of the red sand raised his palm. Rockets flew quickly towards the area where Kizaru fell to the ground. Violent explosions came and went, and sand and dust flew in the airwaves of the explosion. Kizaru's body turned into golden light again and flew up, suddenly rushing into the sky. A huge black fist smashed hard on the ball of golden light, and the ball of golden light fell to the ground again. Light clone. Kizaru's body dispersed directly. One by one, the clones with golden light rushed up to meet the group of people besieging him. Are you going to use the clone technique in front of us? The people of the Konoha pirates watched this scene, and even a playful smile flashed across their mouths. Someone actually used the clone technique in front of the ninja? Wood style, wood clone. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama closed their palms at the same time. One clone after another came out from behind them, and countless wood clones appeared behind them. This group of wood clones rushed directly towards Kizaru. Some of the wood clones even opened the azure blue Susanoo after encountering their opponents. Susanoo directly swung the sword to kill the light clones one by one. Hey, isn't this ability a bit too much? Kizaru's main body could only watch his light clones collapse, and his face looked a little speechless. What kind of enemies are these guys? Is Marshal Sengoku a little too arrogant? He actually wanted him to participate in the encirclement and suppression of this level of pirates. A kunai was thrown at Kizaru's body. Yellow Monkey subconsciously dodged sideways, feeling that the opponent was a little inexplicable. Did this ancient weapon also want to hurt him? The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yellow Monkey. Senju Tobirama waved a sharp blade in his hand, and the blade was attached with a pitch-black armed color domineering, and instantly cut a knife on Yellow Monkey's lower abdomen. Flying Thunder God Slash. This kind of speed and space ability. Yellow Monkey's pupils widened in an instant. His body would involuntarily elementalize when injured, but the enemy's armed color domineering was enough to hurt his body. A ball of blood suddenly splashed out of Yellow Monkey's lower abdomen. However, this is not over yet. Senju Tobirama raised his hand and left the Flying Thunder God mark on Yellow Monkey's body. His figure moved quickly and at high speed around Yellow Monkey's body. The pitch-black blade in his hand left long wounds on Yellow Monkey's body. Yellow Monkey's figure retreated quickly. Senju Tobirama's figure was still flying around him. Are you going to be killed? Kizaru's face was still lazy. The next moment, his figure suddenly turned into countless golden lights and dissipated. Senju Tobirama's attack had to stop. He held his ninja sword upside down in his hand and stood quietly in place, waiting for Kizaru's body to reunite. Kyuzan. Kizaru's figure appeared next to Aokiji. This admiral of the navy was almost the most embarrassed moment in his life. However, even so, Kizaru still maintained his image. A ball of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but he was still laughing. It looks a little bad. Are you okay? Aokiji instantly released a ball of cold air and forced back Orochimaru, who attacked him. Under the siege of a group of Konoha pirates, Kizaru and Aokiji were completely surrounded in the middle. The two admirals of the navy could only face the enemy's attack with their backs to back. Golden light bullets flew out of Kizaru's hands, and finally forced back the enemies who wanted to attack him, giving them a chance to breathe. Except for being a little desperate, everything else is fine. Kizaru said despair, even with wounds all over his body, but he was still smiling weakly. Kyuzan, I feel like we might die here. Sorry. Aokiji apologized again. There's no need to keep apologizing. Kizaru shook his head slowly, and started to persuade his colleagues again. I don't want to listen to my colleagues apologizing non-stop before I die, and I'm the one who should apologize. Actually, I had an idea to escape. Kizaru no longer hid his thoughts at this time. However, I want to try to escape with the power of the flash fruit first, but now it seems that if I want to really realize this idea, I may have to leave you behind. Sorry. Aokiji was still apologizing stubbornly. I'm the one who should apologize. Kizaru shook his head slowly, feeling that this colleague was a bit nagging, and reminded him with a chuckle, I may have to escape the enemy's encirclement regardless of your life or death. That's not what I want to say. Aokiji also shook his head, and suddenly said, what I want to say is that the real despair has just begun. Huh? Kizaru looked at Aokiji in surprise. The next moment, Aokiji's figure suddenly jumped up. However, Aokiji's figure did not rush towards the enemy, but stretched out his palm to grab Kizaru's neck. His palm was covered with armed color domineering, and Kizaru was pressed to the ground in an instant. The figures of Uchiha Madara and Scorpion followed. Black sticks flew out from their hands and instantly pierced into Kizaru's body, nailing his body directly to the ground, making it impossible for him to use the power of the flash fruit to escape. Borsalino. Aokiji looked at his colleague who was completely controlled, and slowly loosened his palm. A complex look appeared in his eyes, but his face returned to that lazy look. At this moment, Aokiji seemed to have returned to his nature. But this lazy look seemed a little scary when he betrayed his companions. Aokiji's eyes fell on the black sticks on Kizaru's body, and he said coldly, "The opponent's strength is beyond your imagination, and the opponent's means are also beyond your imagination. I'm really sorry, Borsalino." Aokiji supported his forehead and slowly sat cross-legged beside Kizaru, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. His palm blocked his sight, as if he didn't want him to see his eyes. "There's something I think I should tell you at this time. I am a spy planted by the Konoha pirates in the Navy. The reason why you were surrounded by them and couldn't escape this time was that I took the initiative to lure you in." Kizaru's body couldn't move at all. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on the face of the admiral. He tried his best to look up at Aokiji, as if he had just met his colleague for the first time. What a joke. An admiral of the headquarters of the Navy is an undercover agent of pirates. However, the surprise in Kizaru's eyes quickly dissipated, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again, as if he had become the admiral who didn't care about his image again. The admiral knew that he might never leave alive again. So even if he sacrificed, he didn't want to sacrifice in despair. Even before he died, he couldn't show any fear in his eyes. This was not in line with his style. Kizaru lay on the ground, not caring about the blood flowing from his body, as if he was deliberately teasing, and was still joking with everyone. "So, will the Konoha pirates recruit other admirals as undercover agents?" "Yes." The figure of Scorpion of the Red Sand slowly fell to the ground. Kizaru's eyes flashed with surprise again, and his smile became a little weird, as if he heard some great joke. Hey, I'm just joking." "I know." Scorpion nodded calmly. The red-haired boy seemed to have no emotions when he spoke, but his words were resounding. "But we are serious. The latest ability of Kizaru in the comics, Light Clonica. Luffy is one of the 4 emperors, but he is still beaten by Kizaru. Akainu carried the Battle of Marineford alone, Aokiji almost destroyed the Black Pirates alone, and Kizaru was still beating Luffy. The old admiral's combat power is really seriously underestimated. Chapter 374. Don't worry about your own death, because you may be worse off than dead. The Konoha pirates are serious. Because they are even helping Kizaru heal his wounds. Unfortunately, there is no ship doctor on this pirate ship, and the Science Mechanical Forbidden Techniques trio can only help bandage it hastily, and take a few tubes of blood from Kizaru. This is the power of the flash fruit. If Kizaru's ability can be used, it will be a great boost to the combat effectiveness of the Science Mechanical Forbidden Techniques trio. They can't wait to start researching and experimenting. Kaguya Akatsuki, the only one who can help Kizaru heal, is unwilling to help at all because of Kizaru's cunning and treacherous. Bear the pain for a while. Uchiha Madara stood by, looking at Kizaru leisurely, grinning and said, "After a while, someone will come to help you heal your wounds." Kizaru didn't care, he just felt that the blood on his body was still flowing. "I feel that one of the bandages doesn't seem to be wrapped tightly enough. Let me help you." Aokiji took the initiative to rebandage his colleague. After being captured, Kizaru was very calm and even asked his colleagues, "When did you join the Konoha pirates?" "Last time." Aokiji didn't care and replied, "I was captured by them in Rogue Town. When Marshal Sengoku exchanged me for Buggy the Clown, I was there undercover." "Such a thing, why didn't Sengoku say it?" Kizaru narrowed his eyes, and then he regained his laziness. "It seems that Marshal Sengoku still wants you to be the next admiral of the Navy." Aokiji was silent and had no words. For anyone who has justice in his heart, becoming admiral of the Navy means that his political proposition can be realized. Both he and Akainu have this idea. Akainu's ideas are more extreme. He pursues absolute justice and wants to use violence to clean up all the pirates in the world, even at all costs. Aokiji's ideas are relatively mild. He doesn't know how he should enforce justice, but he thinks that Akainu's justice is too costly to enforce. But it's useless to say these now. The Konoha pirates were like a mountain, pressing down on Aokiji's heart, forcing him to consider this pirate group that influenced the world no matter what he wanted to do. "I agree to join you." Kizaru had no psychological qualms about becoming an undercover agent of a pirate group. He only cared about whether he could do his own thing, Then when can we leave here? I said it. Uchiha Madara turned around and looked at the endless desert of Alabasta. When someone comes to help you heal your wounds, you can leave. The center of the desert of Alabasta. After leaving the warship, Akihara Kagura and Karin came to the center of the desert. There were quicksands everywhere, and even the people of Alabasta rarely dared to approach here. Let's do it here. Akihara Kagura raised her palm. With the activation of the sand ability, the yellow sand all over the ground began to swim in the desert, and quickly gathered in the direction of Akihara Kagura like a dragon. Akihara Kagura's control over the sand ability far exceeded that of Crocodile himself, the real sand fruit ability user. These yellow sands seemed to be living life. Akihara Kagura's palm suddenly slapped the ground. Under his control, the yellow sand quickly piled up to form a huge pyramid-shaped palace. Of course. This is just the beginning. Akihara Kagura raised his palm again. Magnetic escape, gold dust. The gold dust hidden under the entire desert was attracted by a terrifying magnetic force, and even the magnetic force of this island suddenly increased at this moment. All the record pointers waiting in the kingdom of Alabasta to absorb the magnetic force of the next island stopped working at this moment. These record pointers were affected by the magnetic force. All the record pointers on other islands near the kingdom of Alabasta were also attracted by the magnetic force at this moment, and involuntarily absorbed the magnetic force of Alabasta. No, this is not the magnetic force of Alabasta, but the magnetic force released by Akihara Kagura. The port city of Alabasta. Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates noticed the abnormality of the record pointer at the first time. This genius navigator has always been extremely sensitive to the weather. She just felt a palpitation and looked at the record pointer on her wrist involuntarily. There's something wrong with the record pointer. Nami looked at the magnetic needle that was shaking constantly in her hand. The magnetic needle should have slowly absorbed the magnetic force of the next island and slowly pointed to the direction of another island, but now it was pointing to the desert of Alabasta. What's wrong, Nami? Princess Vivi looked over in surprise. The magnetism is wrong. Nami frowned and stared at the record pointer in her hand. Not only their pirate group, but even the record pointers of other people were pointing to the center of the desert of Alabasta. All the magnetism was distorted at this moment. The center of the desert of Alabasta. Akihara Kagura controlled a group of gold sand to drill out from the ground. Under the distorted effect of the magnetism, it tightly attached to the yellow sand palace, turning the palace into a golden underground palace, which was particularly dazzling in the sun with the golden light. Let's go. Akihara Kagura waved her hand, opened a door on the golden palace, and took Karin into the golden palace. The moment he stepped in, strange human sculptures rose from the ground and gathered on the roads on both sides of the palace. This style must stand up. Layers of golden lines also appeared on the dome above the entire golden palace. These lines slowly gathered and combined into the image of a woman with long hair. This woman composed of lines was above the palace, looking down at everything happening in the palace like a god. But this woman floating on the ceiling lacked something. Akihara Kagura thought for a while, and still sighed faintly. It's a pity that we don't have the eternal record pointer leading to Marigia Izan Raftel. If two eternal record pointers appeared in the eyeballs of the relief woman on the dome inside the golden palace, the shocking effect might be greater. Now it can only be a little bit of a pity. Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm, and the yin-yang escape creature instantly formed two white jade beads in his hand, which slowly floated up from his palm. The two white jade beads fell into the eye sockets of the godlike relief woman on the dome, making her image suddenly come alive. The two white jade beads were like lighting lamps. One jade bead pointed to the entrance, and the other jade bead pointed to the deepest part of the palace. Akihara Kagura walked into the palace step by step. A tall golden stele slowly emerged from the interior of the palace. Akihara Kagura reached out and took the stack of papers from Karin's hand, and according to the handwriting on the paper, he manipulated the golden stele to make a historical sculpture bit by bit. Let me think about what's missing. Akihara Kagura stretched out his hand and slapped the ground, and a woman-shaped sculpture made of yellow sand knelt on the ground, kneeling in front of the golden historical inscription, as if confessing to history. A layer of gold dust slowly floated on the woman's body, turning her into a golden sculpture. If anyone saw the image of this woman, they would find that the outline of this sculpture of a woman was very similar to Princess Vivi of Alabasta. At least this palace was already very useful. But this was not enough. Akihara Kagura manipulated the white cloud sculptures that appeared above the palace. These sculptures floated in the air under the effect of magnetism. Winged sky people appeared on the cloud sculptures. All of these sky people raised their hands upwards, as if they were surrendering to the relief of the woman on the dome of the palace. Sculptures of giants, long-armed people, three-eyed people, and ordinary humans appeared in half of the empty space of the palace. They all surrendered to the woman on the dome inside the palace. In addition, another half of the empty space was injected with blue sea water. The lower bodies of the reliefs of a group of mermaids and fishmen were all buried in the sea water. Their upper bodies stretched their arms in the water, as if they were also looking up to the sky and worshipping the relief of the woman on the dome. Finally, sculptures wearing cloaks appeared in the corners of the entire palace. On the backs of these sculptures wearing cloaks, a clear letter D was painted. The Golden Palace was completely completed at this moment. If someone stepped into this Golden Palace, they would be shocked by the furnishings of this Golden Palace. It seemed that the whole thing was made of gold. Even every sculpture here has its symbolic meaning. The relief of a woman on the dome above the palace symbolizes the goddess of Mao. The sky, the sea, and the land are all submitting to this goddess and accepting the blessing from the gods. In the corners around the palace, there are also the D-clans, which symbolize the servants of God. As long as someone goes to read the historical golden stele in the deepest part of the palace, they will understand what everything in this palace means, and why there is a golden woman sculpture kneeling in front of the golden stele to confess. That's about it. Akihiro Kagura tapped her arm lightly with her fingers, as if she was thinking about something. I guess with Mr. Crocodile's knowledge and imagination, he should only be able to forge to this extent, and this is even beyond his ability. Karin nodded slowly. Akihiro Kagura did not stay any longer. He took Karin out of the Golden Palace and controlled a gust of wind including yellow sand to continuously invade the outside of the Golden Palace, creating an old feeling outside the palace that had been invaded by history. When all this was done, the Golden Palace slowly sank and was completely submerged in this vast sea of sand, leaving only a little bit of the pyramid tip exposed outside. If someone came to the center of this desert, they would find this spot shining with golden light in the sun, and they would also find the Golden Palace sunk in the desert. But it is not easy to dig it out. The only person in the whole Alabasta who can do this is probably Crocodile, who can control the yellow sand. This is also the backdoor that Akihiro Kagura carefully prepared for him. The rest of the matter, Akihiro Kagura glanced at the exposed pyramid tip, and slowly led Karin out of the desert. Just find a way to lead everyone here. In fact, Akihiro Kagura didn't need to do anything at all. Just by controlling the terrifying magnetic force of the gold dust, he had already attracted the attention of many people in Alabasta to this desert. Although the terrifying magnetic force soon dissipated completely, many people could sense that something abnormal must have happened in the center of the desert. However, people in the center of the desert were also paying attention to the changes in the port. It seems that there was a battle at the port. Karin's eyes fell on the direction of the coast. After being blessed by the observation haki, her Kagura heart eye could see a wider range. The battle between two natural ability users, one of whom should be Colonel Smoker, and the other is using the fire ability. Children always like to play house games. Akihiro Kagura didn't care so much, just shook her head and put her hand on Karin's shoulder. Let's go see our admiral first, their battle is more fun. After saying that, the figures of Akihiro Kagura and Karin disappeared at the same time. In the canal of Alabasta, the nine-headed wooden dragon was still towing a huge sea ship here. Kizaru sat on the deck. The wound on his body was still dripping blood. He felt that he might be a little bit bad, and couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, do you really not have a ship doctor who can help treat the wound?" It's a pity that Suna is not here. Senju Hashirama shook his head with some regret, and even boasted about himself. Suna is the best medical ninja in the village. Humfuchiho Madara sneered softly, not agreeing with Senju Hashirama's praise. You can heal automatically without hand seals. Her medical ninjutsu is still far behind. Excuse me, may I ask, who is Tsuna? Kizaru asked curiously. She is my granddaughter. Senju Hashirama was full of pride, and he planned to introduce his 50-year-old granddaughter. Now she is the Hokage of the village. Kizaru and Aokiji showed a hint of surprise in their eyes at the same time. Because the Senju Hashirama in front of him didn't look that old. How could he have a granddaughter at this age? And what is the position of Hokage? Is it similar to the position of hospital director? What is the position of Hokage? Kizaru pursed his lips and continued to ask for information slowly. Hokage is the head of a small village. A somewhat unfamiliar voice appeared in the ears of everyone and answered Kizaru directly. If Mr. Admiral wants to ask for any information, just ask me directly. After all, I used to be the assistant head of that village, helping the head to do some dirty work. Our doctor is here." Uchiha Madara smiled suddenly, and chuckled and talked about their doctor, Marine Admiral. "Now you don't have to worry about being seriously injured and dying. Even if you die here, you can be saved from the underworld of death. It's really scary." Kizaru nodded, as if he believed Uchiha Madara's boasting. But when Uchiha Madara said this, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes, looking at Kizaru as if he was looking at a new toy. "You need to worry about another problem because you may have a magical feeling. I feel that my life needs to be tormented during this period. Life is worse than death. What else is missing in the palace? Tell me what you think is missing. If you need to add it, I will go back and add the palace building to Doflamingo." Chapter 375. I will stand on the side of fairness and justice. Dong 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 dong. A sound of footsteps appeared in their ears. Kizaru looked at the figures walking up to the bow, but he only saw two figures in navy uniforms, which made him a little surprised. No, how could it be the navy? Another undercover agent planted by the Konoha pirates in the navy? However, the ranks of these two undercover navy agents are very low, and they are not worthy of attention, at least not as dangerous as the betrayal of Aokiji, the admiral of the navy headquarters. "Introduce me." Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm to Kizaru, appearing very polite. "Akihara Kagura, Lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters, this is Karin, the doctor who treated you. Don't listen to Mr. Madara's ridicule that life is worse than death. Karin's medical technology is even better than that of the user of the Operation Fruit. In fact, Karin's medical technology is indeed excellent. As the first person to follow Akihara Kagura, Karin has always been the one who benefited the most. She has also obtained the power of Yang a long time ago, and can even give life to others out of thin air." Kizaru watched as Karin, the red-haired female navy, just stretched out her palm and slapped his arm, and he felt his wounds tingling. Those wounds healed quickly. This kind of medical technology can be called a miracle. Aokiji watched Kizaru take off the bandages on his body and saw that Kizaru's wounds were healing quickly. He couldn't help but show a look of amazement on his face. Moreover, this little girl named Korin has always been with Akihara Kagura. This little girl named Korin seems to be quite strong. No wonder Akihara Kagura has always been fearless. It seems that he was not completely defenseless before he got the Thunder Fruit. Kizaru's eyes flashed. Even if his injuries healed, he dared not act rashly. This pirate group looks quite dangerous. Even if they directly elementalize and escape from here, the probability of escape is not very high. It may even anger this pirate group. This admiral of the navy is not very honest in his heart. He is not an honest and simple guy. He has more tricks than the other two admirals combined. Result: the Konoha pirates did nothing. This pirate group even provided him with a power called the Curse Seal. This power allows Kizaru to learn to synthesize chakra and improve his strength, but it does not explain what the disadvantages of this Curse Seal are. The only unhappy thing is that a few people who like to do experiments have taken a lot of blood from him. There's even a red-haired boy who can replicate the ability of laser light. These guys who play with science are too genius. Kizaru remembered the experiment he had conducted with the scientist Vegapunk, who was secretly imprisoned by the world government. The scientist Vegapunk also applied his laser ability to a war machine called Pacifist. Okay. Akihara Kagura looked at the red sand scorpion leaving a curse seal on Kizaru's body, and then talked about serious matters. "Just now when you were delaying Admiral Kizaru, I found the golden palace left in the desert by the Queen of Alabasta, who participated in the creation of the world government 800 years ago. There should be a blank 100-year history sealed in it." Aokiji's eyes suddenly became serious. Hey, this is too scary." Kizaru's expression also showed a bit of weirdness. The purpose of this pirate group fighting with him was to drag him, the general, here and let their people search for the golden palace in secret? The Queen of Alabasta 800 years ago? Or even the blank 100 years. Even though Kizaru was very courageous and knew a lot of secrets of the world government, he never thought that this pirate group would go straight to the world government. Kizaru subconsciously wanted to leave this pirate ship. What this pirate group was going to do was too dangerous. They were exploring the blank history. I thought that only we would know about this. Akihara Kagura spread out her palms, seeming a little helpless, but when I discovered the golden palace, I seemed to have touched some mechanism, and the magnetic field of the entire Alabasta changed. Is there really such a golden palace? The captain of the Konoha pirates, Hoshirama Senju, was surprised. He also clearly felt the terrifying change in magnetic force. He thought it was done by Akihara Kagura. Did you do it? Tobara Senju's question was quite obscure. Kagura-kun. Orochimaru smiled lightly and asked more directly, this kind of mistake doesn't seem to happen to you. Was it intentional? Or was it an accident? I was careless on purpose. Akihara Kagura half leaned on the railing, as if this undercover agent had no fear of the Konoha pirates. Anyway, the situation has changed. Everyone in Alabasta must have noticed the abnormality in the central area of the desert because of the change in magnetic force. Aokiji and Kizaru's eyes became weird. This lieutenant seemed a little strange. He made such a big move on this matter. It seemed that he deliberately didn't want the people of Konoha pirates to know this secret alone. The magnetic field strength of the entire Alabasta kingdom and even the surrounding islands changed at the moment when Akihara Kagura used magnetic escape to cast the golden underground palace. Naturally, this matter must have attracted the attention of some people. Whether it was the Straw Hat Pirates, Buggy Pirates, or Crocodile hiding in the Rain Feast, they all noticed the abnormal magnetic field in the center of the desert at this moment. Not only that, even the Navy noticed this abnormality. Just at this time, a sound of Den Den Mushi rang out. Aokiji had to pick up his Den Den Mushi and reached out to press the answer button. Smoker's voice came from the other side immediately. Kyuzin, there seems to be some terrifying guy hidden in Alabasta. Many people are discussing the problem of the record pointer failing just now. I know. Aokiji glanced at Kizaru, then looked at the quiet Konoha pirates, and continued softly, this matter involves the secrets of the world government. You don't need to get involved. Even if we don't want to get involved, it will be troublesome. Smoker glanced at the restless port city and said in a deep voice, many guys are eager to explore the desert. I seem to have seen the logo of the Whitebird Pirates. I will go and catch this guy first. When Smoker was talking, he forgot about reporting to Aokiji and hung up his Den Den Mushi directly. It seems that the Navy colonel really went to catch someone. Aokiji and Kizaru's expressions became weird at the same time. Because they also received part of the information from Sengoku, including the news that Portgas Diaz, the captain of the second team of the Whitebird Pirates, was active in Alabasta. Of course. This kind of thing can't be done casually. Because the Whitebird Pirates are too terrifying. This is the trouble with the sea. Normally speaking, the Navy will definitely arrest pirates when they see them, but the powerful pirates in the New World are even enough to threaten the survival of the Navy. They dare not rashly arrest some troublesome people when they are in a situation where one move may affect the whole body. This time, the purpose of the high-ranking Navy to come out in full force is for the Konoha pirates. When the outcome of the battle is unknown, they provoke the Whitebird Pirates again. How many admirals can the Navy headquarters have? Should we stop him? Kizaru smiled. He could understand the situation. Although it is a Navy worth boasting about, now is not the time to provoke Whitebird's anger. Smoker Aokiji rubbed his forehead and said softly, probably not a match for Ace of the Fire Fist. Don't worry about what the problem will be now, there are more important things. Aokiji glanced at the people of the Konoha pirates and took the initiative to say, in order to facilitate us to better hide in the Navy, I need to report to Marshal Sengoku about the magnetic field changes in the Kingdom of Alabasta, and by the way, I also need to tell him that the investigation of the Konoha pirates has yielded results. The Konoha pirates have successfully found the golden palace left by the Queen of Alabasta 800 years ago. This matter has also attracted the attention of Alabasta. Kizaru's expression became even weirder. Is Aokiji an undercover or an undercover among undercovers? Kizaru felt that he seemed to have guessed some truth. Whether it was Akihara Kagura or Aokiji, it seemed that they did not sincerely work for the Konoha pirates. They both had their own purposes. One deliberately made a noise when searching for the Queen of Alabasta's Golden Palace, not wanting the Konoha pirates to master the secret of the Golden Palace alone, and the other wanted to take the opportunity to report the matter here to the Navy Marshal. The Konoha pirates had no reason to stop Aokiji. After all, the magnetic field of Alabasta changed too much? Aokiji directly reported what happened in Alabasta to Admiral Sengoku, who was also somewhat stunned and could only hurriedly order his warships to speed up. Let's go to the Golden Palace first. Scorpion took the initiative to suggest, and said in a deep voice, before the arrival of the Admiral of the Navy, we must first dig out the secrets of the Golden Palace. Okay. Akihara Kagura had no objection and said slowly, then I will leave with the two admirals first. The Navy and the pirates have been on the same ship. If they are seen by others, It will not have a good impact. It is inevitable that people will suspect that they are colluding. Admiral Kizaru, please stay first. Scorpion raised his own objection and took the initiative to say, we still need him to cooperate with us to help with the light experiment for a few days. Now we cannot guarantee his loyalty, and his ability is also quite troublesome. It will not be easy to catch him next time. I will convince him. Akihara Kagura frowned slightly, as if trying to find a way to rescue this admiral from the Konoha pirates. The Konoha pirates rejected Akihara Kagura's request unreasonably. The 9-headed wooden dragon still dragged the large sea ship and swam towards the deep inland river of Alabasta, leaving Aokiji, Akihara Kagura and Karin there. As for the admiral of the navy, Kizaru, the admiral can only stay on the pirate ship for a few days. However, Kizaru has a very good mentality. The admiral even took the initiative to wave goodbye to Akihara Kagura, Aokiji and others. He wanted to stay on this pirate ship and continue to explore the secrets on the ship. Which side are you on? Aokiji felt that he could not tell where Akihara Kagura was standing. Akihara Kagura smiled and said with interest, if I say that I will stand on the side of justice and fairness by any means, will Admiral Aokiji believe it? Aokiji thought that he should believe it in his heart. Let's go. Akihara Kagura looked at the huge pirate ship going away, and said softly, the current Konoha pirates have not been able to dig out the golden palace left by the Queen of Alabasta. The golden palace is surrounded by quicksand. Only Crocodile, the user of the sand fruit, can dig out the palace, at least delay until the arrival of the Navy Marshal. But Aokiji frowned, as if he didn't know whether to speak. Even if the Marshal and Vice Admiral Garp come, it is impossible to solve the Konoha pirates. Why should we solve them? Akihara Kagura actually laughed, and said with interest, I just don't want the golden palace that hides historical secrets to not be used by the Konoha pirates. The truth hidden there should be known to more people. Karin couldn't help but glance sideways. If she didn't know that her boss was the controller behind the Konoha pirates, she might have believed Akihara Kagura's words at this moment. Naturally, Aokiji, who is unaware of the situation, must have been fooled. Aokiji looked at Akihara Kagura's figure, as if he saw an Ohara scholar who was working with the dark forces in order to dig out the secrets of history. Pulu Pulu, the voice of the Den Mushi rang again. Hey, Kyuzan, do me a favor. Just as Aokiji answered the Den Mushi, an old man's voice came out. I heard Sengoku mention the power of that pirate group. This battle will probably be very dangerous, right? Vice Admiral Garp Aokiji's face gradually became serious. He couldn't hide it from the old man who had taken great care of him in the past. That's right. As for that pirate group, there are at least 3 enemies who can compete with Whitebird. It's even more troublesome. Because Aokiji knows Kizaru, he and Kizaru will definitely not help each other in this battle. In the end, there will probably be only the battle between Sengoku, Garp and Crane, 3 veteran Navy soldiers. Garp's voice came out of the Den Mushi, and it sounded a little old. Help me drive the 2 boys out of Alabasta, or capture them and impel down. This battle is not for them to participate in. But once the 2 boys know, they will inevitably participate in it without knowing the consequences. Alabasta is obviously about to involve the secrets of the world government, and it is not something that 2 little brats can participate in. On the other side, the port of Alabasta. 2 natural fruit ability users are fighting. The flames and smoke each occupied half of the country, entangled together crazily. One of them is Smoker, the captain of the Navy headquarters who is searching for the Straw Hat Pirates, and the other is Portgeist Ace, the pirate who is also looking for Straw Hat Luffy. Ace was adopted by Vice Admiral Garp since he was a child. Like Monkey D. Luffy, he was raised by the bandit Daden. He and Luffy are sworn brothers. He went to sea 3 years earlier than his brother Luffy. He is a famous pirate very early. He was inspired by Whitebird and chose to join the world's most powerful Whitebird pirates. This time, Ace came only to hunt down Blackbeard Teach, and happened to find his brother's wanted order, so he decided to try to see his brother. For this reason, Ace waited in Alabasta for a week, and happened to meet Smoker at the port. Before the 2 were ready to fight, their common target, Straw Hat Luffy, appeared. Smoker immediately gave up Ace and hunted down Luffy, who might be more dangerous. Ace was naturally unwilling, and took the initiative to rescue his brother, and also dealt with a group of Baroque Works soldiers who were chasing Luffy. On the Golden Mary, the Straw Hat Pirates came to the ship in advance to avoid the Navy. After Ace repelled Smoker and the Baroque Works pursuers, he also boarded the boat directly, thanked the Straw Hat Pirates very politely, and wanted to take the Golden Mary to the next stop in Alabasta. As a result, when the Golden Mary was on the way, it met 3 more people who wanted to take a boat. On the edge of a cliff in the inner river of Alabasta, someone stood here and waved at them. A very tall man, a very kind-looking man, and a red-haired girl who looked irritable. I guessed right, they are going to enter Alabasta along the inland river. Akihiro Kagura looked at the Golden Mary sailing in the inland river, and once again showed Aokiji that he was a man known for his wisdom but not much combat power. If you want to help Vice Admiral Garp, then just stop them here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.